In the pink corner, the visionaries, the dreamers, the bold creators who believe POD is an art. In the green corner, the strategists, the scientists, the data-driven minds who see POD as a science. Since 2015, print on demand has been split down the middle. Two sides, two ways to launch your brand, two ways to bring your vision to life. But today, the gloves come off. At Amplify 2025, it's the ultimate face-off. Art versus science. Only one answer will rise. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls of all ages, the moment you've been waiting for is finally here. Step into the ring. Amplified is back, and we're bigger and better than ever. Pre-prepared for the ultimate showdown.
Today, you're gonna find out what is the best path to success when building your business. Is selling online an art or a science? But you're not in this alone.
And that's because Amplified is not just an event, it's a community. And that's why we've flown in the best experts in all of e-commerce to come here and show you how to grow, scale, and make money with your online business. But today, you're also gonna get a first-hand look at all of the brand new Printify features that are about to make your stores run smarter and profit faster.
And speaking of communities, for the first time ever, Amplified is going down inside Sellers Club, your one and only educational launchpad that can give POD sellers like you the tools, the motivation, and the resources you need to take your game to the next level.
Sellers Club is where it all comes together for exclusive Amplified discounts and giveaways. So don't just watch it today on Amplified, go Sellers Club right now where you can learn and grow. What are you doing? We're live right now.
Yo, I'm actually in the Sellers Club app right now, and yo, do you guys want to get a selfie for the chat?
Yeah.
All right, get in on this. Here we go.
Okay, let's go.
Boom, that one's going up right now. And hey, guess what? This is the best way for you to experience Amplified today, all right? Watch us on your browser, but interact with us on the app. And if you want to grab that, just scan the code on your screen or follow the link and grab the official Printify Sellers Club app from either the Apple Store or Google Play right now.
Yeah, so whether you're already in Sellers Club or you're making your way over there right now, one thing's for sure, you're in for a fight worth watching because today we get to find out which side really packs the bigger punch.
That's right, because let's face it, everyone knows that numbers and data only take you so far. That's why my sessions today are gonna focus on design, branding, and getting your buyers hooked. You'll learn everything you need to know about taking a great design into a sellable brand.
Yeah, okay. Now over here on the winning side, we know that beautiful looking stores that don't rely on data don't always sell. And that's why today I'm gonna be chatting with my experts about the things that actually matter, like setting up paid ads, finding out which trends you need to have on products this Q4, and of course, finding real solutions to common problems.
Yeah, you wish.
Martin, hold my earrings for a second. I'm gonna school this girl right now.
Whoa, guys, look. All right, look, I don't know how much longer I can keep these two apart, but they're not gonna be the only ones battling it out today. A little bit later, I'm gonna put our experts on the spot in a series of heated debates. We're gonna cover topics like which is the best sales channel to get started on, and whether or not leveraging the power of AI can really take your POD business to the next level. And folks, we're gonna be doing live behind the scenes check-ins with a very special guest that you guys all know and love. She's helped thousands of POD sellers start their business and build long-term successful solutions. And you definitely know her from her super popular YouTube and TikTok channels, Money with Mac. Let's give it up for Michaela Peluso.
Woo! Hey, Martin.
Hey, Mac. How do you feel
guys.
being back at Amplified this year?
I feel so incredible. I'm so grateful to be here, and it's really exciting.
Well, you should be excited. I'm excited. You folks at home should be excited too, because Mac is gonna help us out with giving out all sorts of cool prizes, doing those live behind the scenes check-ins, and so much more.
Yeah, I can't wait. I'm gonna go get headed and check everything back up stage, and I'll see you soon.
All right, catch up later.
And hey, speaking of those prizes, this is a good time to remind you that everything that we're doing here is even more fun over on Sellers Club, especially because all the people who are watching us there right now are about to get a free 1-month subscription. And if you want to claim that for yourself, it's super simple. All you got to do is go to the Sellers Club website, sign up, And that's it. Now you're making the most of the amplified experience. And that way, even after all the magic of today is done and dusted, you will still have access to all the premium courses and features of Sellers Club free for 1 month, free for 1 whole month. And if you want to claim that subscription, it's super simple. Sign up and then wait for a DM with a code. In the next 24 hours, you're going to use that code to claim your free month. And after that, you are officially a full member of the only club that actually sells.
Now, while you're there, there are a few important places you're going to want to keep in mind. In the welcome space, you'll find all the essentials and links to get you started for today's sessions. Under the agenda tab, you'll find all the times so you don't miss a thing. In the chit chat, you can hang out with other sellers and share your thoughts in real time. And it's where you can ask all of your questions live to our experts after their sessions. Now, if you're feeling a bit competitive today, head over to the Amplified Arcade to join our challenges, giveaways, and find links to all the awesome prizes we're about to drop. So don't just watch Amplified on Sellers Club, explore it, because we've engineered every piece of it to help you learn, grow, and connect.
And we also want to give a very special shout out to all of our sponsors that are joining us today. Very special thank you to Kittle, Anywhere POD, and Everbee, especially because they did not come empty-handed. Our friends at Kittle are offering a free 30-day trial of their design platform so you can check out all those bells and whistles for yourself. And they're also offering 30% off a yearly subscription. Our friends over at Everbee are also offering a 30-day trial of their platform and everything they offer, all for the low, low price of only $1. And also, they're giving away 2 months of their expert plan for the price of 1. And folks, our friends over at Anywhere POD are keeping the free 30-day trial rolling by giving you a free 30-day trial of their platform and all their super cool design features. And folks, as if that wasn't enough, they're also giving away free spots in their online AI and automation boot camps. But folks, there is a catch. All of these exclusive deals and offers are only available on the Sellers Club. So make sure you travel over there to our sponsor center and check out all these cool deals for yourself before time runs out.
So whether you're a seasoned seller, have just opened a store, or if you're a total newbie, there's a lot in store for you today, and we couldn't be more excited. But make sure you stick around till the end to find out who gets to go home with this bad boy.
But not Martin,
No,
not Martin.
If you should be so lucky. No, I'm talking about the official Amplified 2025 championship belt. Will it be Team Art or Team Science?
Well, guys, I'm super excited. What do you say we get the show on the road?
Let's do it.
Let's do it. I'll be kicking things off in just a few moments with the very first session. Join me, George McConnell, and Ryan Hogue to learn all about getting your buyers hooked on your brand.
And right after that, I'll be talking to the one and only Starla Moore about trends you need to have on your products this holiday season.
All right, well, while these two go get ready for their sessions, why don't you guys come with me? Let's check in with Mac and see what's bubbling backstage.
Hey guys, I hope you're having fun so far. We have so much in store for you, so make sure that you are tuning in and taking notes because there's so much incredible information to be learned here. And while I'm waiting on Martin, we're about to go backstage and give you a little tour of everything that goes on behind the scenes here at Amplified. So I'm so excited to share it all with you. Oh, hi.
I'm coming. Mac, thank you so much. Oh my God, we have the best job at Amplified because we get to take our viewers on these little behind-the-scenes peeks. So why don't we do that right now, folks? First thing we're going to show you is we're going to give you a look back in our control room to see all these people that are pretending to work but still drawing a paycheck. They have all these beautiful buttons and stuff they need to push. A quick peek at our art stage where a lot of the sessions are going to be going down. You can see Ryan Hogue and George McConnell getting ready. But it's all sorts of cool stuff. Now, Mac, what is it you're most excited about for Amplified this year?
I'm excited to learn and see all the different things that all of our wonderful sellers have to share with us.
Yeah.
How about you?
Well, I'm personally excited for all the product and feature announcements that we finally get to make public to the world. Like, we've known about them behind the scenes here, you know, at Printify and stuff, but like now we can finally share them with the world and like you guys can start benefiting from them. Like, and it's going to be an amazing event. It's going to be packed full of all sorts of insightful tips and stuff that you can get from our experts that we've flown in. But let's take you to the green room right now where everyone's milling around. Hey, everybody, say hi to everybody on Amplified. All right, everyone's over here pretending to look busy, but let's go. Let's go ahead and head over here, ladies and gentlemen. This is where we're going to be reporting from live behind the scenes, doing the giveaways and things like that. And in fact, here we're having an Instagram giveaway. Mac, why don't you tell us about that?
We are. So, for Instagram, we're going to be giving away a few special prizes, so make sure that you check out the post and that you're following Printify so that you can enter during the show. And that's not all, though, that we're giving away.
That's right, folks. We're going to be giving away prizes to you folks on the Sellers Club. And in fact, we're going to give out that first one here. It's $100 of Printify sales credit to a randomly selected participant on the Sellers Club. Today's first winner is Nera Nasir Ali. And I hope I didn't butcher that name, but guess what? You are the first recipient of $100. All right, so we're going to put that into your account here. Give us a few minutes, give us a little bit of time for that to show up, but guaranteed you're going to have $100 to spend on like some of the cool products that we're going to announce today. So, I mean, if you had $100 of Printify sales credit, what would you spend it on?
I would say samples, so I could take some content.
Ooh, any particular samples?
Oh, definitely the new denim jackets with the embroidery. And I would have to say the glass sipper cups, because those are like my favorite.
Okay, all right. Well, tell you what, folks, we're only getting started on Amplified. There's so much more to come. In fact, our first session is called From Points to Profits, How to Get Buyers Hooked. And that's going to feature Leah and George and Ryan. So, ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere. We're just getting started here on Amplified 2025.
Welcome to the very first session of the day, all about getting your buyers hooked. Now, I'm here with Ryan and George. They're both experts in the POD game for a long time. Briefly share your story with us now.
Yeah, my name is Ryan Hogue. I started Print on Demand in 2017, so I've got over 8 years experience. I like to sell on Amazon, Etsy, eBay, basically as many places as I possibly can, and I'm a big fan of Printify.
And I was originally a physical seller and transitioned to POD in 2022 and haven't looked back since.
So definitely take their advice today. They're going to cover the entire buyer journey today, but there's a misconception that the buyer journey is just when somebody buys your product, when really it's so much more. In short, what is the buyer journey?
To me, the buyer journey begins when they express interest in making a purchase online. Often, I think that starts on a website like Google or maybe Amazon, a very popular e-commerce website I'm sure we're all familiar with. And they type into the search bar what they're looking to purchase. And then that's our job now as a seller to hopefully deliver on that and result in a happy customer.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. So it really starts way before that. It's all the way from when they find your product to after they buy your product. So POD, Print on Demand, is perfect for the customer journey because the better you understand your customers, the more powerful POD becomes. Because every product you create, every design, it can solve a problem. It can spark joy or fulfill a need that they feel they already have. So let's dive in a bit more. What makes POD such a great business model?
I mean, honestly, you don't have to have physical items at all. You don't have to have warehouses, items, stored inside your living room or a spare bedroom. You only have to create a design, and then pretty much Printify handles the rest for you. We take care of the printing, the packaging, the shipping, and you just have to sit there and make the designs and talk to your customers.
Yeah, George and I both come from a background with physical products. I started a physical products business the same time I learned about Print on Demand. And yeah, we've been through those headaches, basements full of products, having to go ship them. Yeah, a lot of headaches. And Print on Demand, I never looked back once I realized this was a viable business that could really scale into some nice passive income.
Mm-hmm. And it's one of those models, too, that you can really turn these insights and trends into products super fast. When you have physical products, you have to wait till you create the design, then put it on the product, get those products to you. Here, you can turn trends into a product in under an hour and have it already launched in your shop.
It's even worse than that, too. What happens if a product doesn't sell? Then you're just stuck with it. Mm-hmm. And I mean, I've had products, he's had products that just piled up over time, and we couldn't get rid of them.
But it's a great point. I love selling trends. So anytime I see something trending in the news that there might be a t-shirt that could be made associated with that, for whatever reason, maybe, I love jumping on it and just throwing it out there. And by selling on platforms like Amazon, which also those listings get picked up by Google. So I'm getting out potentially in front of a lot of customers, and you can have some really big wins from that.
Yeah, exactly. And when you find that bestseller also, you can scale and grow almost immediately. Throw it onto other products, change it slightly to a different niche, so you can grow almost instantly with print on demand. So let's quickly walk through how print on demand actually works.
Yeah, so for me, I start with that research process, whether it's, sometimes I'll have like a breaking news app on my phone. So if I'm going for trends, I'll do something like that. But research could be as simple as going to the e-commerce marketplace you intend to sell on and doing a really broad, simple search. Like I'll start by typing in funny t-shirt, and I'll just scan the whole first page of completely unrelated, other than that they're humorous designs, and jot down ideas. And after that, if I feel like, there's various ways you can go a little bit beyond that too to validate if they're actually selling and whatnot. And if there's demand, I'll go make my own unique take on those designs, studying like what customers want though, in terms of the presentation, maybe the color scheme, stuff like that. And like you were mentioning earlier, you can act so quickly. You can go from research to design to a published product listing that can be purchased in sometimes minutes.
Right. So let's take a look now too also, POD in the e-commerce industry, why is it so big, right? Shoppers crave personalization. That is huge. And print on demand lets you personalize items immediately. And we see that e-commerce is exploding. Let's share some numbers here.
George, do you want to talk about the numbers?
Sure, yeah. So we have $75 billion with a B.
With a B.
Yes, POD industry. That's projected this year alone. Now, typically, new sellers, they make between $100 and $1,000, whereas more experienced sellers can make anywhere from $2,000 to $10,000 per month with passive income, because this is, pretty much you're just creating things, putting out there, and they're handling the rest for you.
George, do you remember your first $1,000 month? Sorry to cut you off. Do you remember it?
Yeah, I do. I remember my first $10,000 month as well, and a $100,000 month. And that's the great thing, is you don't have to worry about this. I mean, it's like, as that income comes in, it's yours, it's in your pocket, and it's just unbelievable, because you don't think that there's so much money out there that could be had until you actually start making it, and you're like, why didn't I start this earlier? And traditionally you have about a 20% average margin. And I don't know about you, but I made my money with margins. The higher the margin, the better, the more money in my pocket.
100%, I agree. I'm all for the 20% like minimum for me.
Yes.
And I'm not worried about a pricing competition. I'll price mine what I think it's worth, and if it doesn't sell, because print on demand is so accessible, I'm not like heavily invested in a monetary sense into each product listing, making it successful. I'm okay with a product that doesn't sell, because we can easily iterate and launch the next one.
You guys both talked about your first $1,000 month. Let us know in the chat or in Sellers Club if you've hit your first $1,000 month and kind of what that experience was like. All right, so where does it all really begin? What do buyers do?
So I like to keep it simple. That is the first thing that goes on in my mind. It's like, how did they find this product that I'm selling, that they purchased? And Google, I'm a former web developer, so I know this off the top of my head, that Google is the most trafficked website in the world. So I think like, if they type this into Google, what do they see at the top of search? Now, often it might be a sponsored link, and I may or may not be doing paid ads. I know there's gonna be a lot of great content here at Amplify talking about marketing and advertising strategies, some paid, some not. But at a minimum, I like to be on all the major websites that get indexed at the top of Google search, generally speaking. It's not an exact science, but like I mentioned earlier, Amazon, Etsy, eBay are three of my biggest marketplaces, and they get great placement. So that's an easy way to find me.
And that's one thing, just a touch note on there, is Etsy will actually advertise your products for free on Google. You'll see it right on the top.
Yep.
Google Shopping.
The winners.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right, okay, so they're searching on Google, on Etsy. How do you know then what to sell, or what are buyers looking for?
George, what do you do for research?
I mean, I use Everbee. I think Everbee is one of the best tools to do research on. It doesn't matter if you're looking for, pet owners, healthcare workers, the coffee lovers. I love espresso and coffee. I mean, I have probably 30, 40 mugs. So I like to see what that top trending mug is. And from there, that's how I know exactly how to go after somebody. So.
Yeah, with those tools, you can get additional insights that aren't necessarily available by default, including like how many sales the product has made in the last 7 days, because some things are seasonal. So there's a lot of like little edges that you can cut out for yourself as a seller.
Now, make sure you check out Everbee in Sellers Club because we do have an awesome discount for you. But what are some other tools for POD that you guys use?
Oh, definitely Midjourney, ChatGPT.
Oh yeah, AI tools. The Google AI Studio with Nano Banana is really good.
And Kittle just added Flows, which actually uses Nano Banana. So
yeah, there's some good tutorials coming up in the later sessions here at Amplified. So.
Yeah, we'll take you through Kittle a little bit later. We've also got promos for that, so head over to Sellers Club. Now, what do you use to create mock-ups, and why are mock-ups so important?
Mock-ups really create that emotional connection with that buyer. That's the first thing that they see, and that you want them to stop scrolling. You want them to envision that they have that product. So design your mock-up around what you're selling and to create that connection with them. So as soon as they see it, they go, wow, that's me wearing that shirt, or that's me with that product. That's how you get them every single time.
Yep, I'm a big fan of the first mock-up specifically, because that's the one that they see in search results too, because often you can add, let's just say up to 10 mock-ups or images of your product, and there's various strategies that you'll use beyond the first, but the first is gotta be the winner. It's gotta be the one that gets them excited about what you're selling, whether it's like an emotional connection based on their hobbies and interests, or I know we both like to sell humorous, funny type things that just evoke an emotion when they see it, because maybe it just makes them chuckle when they read the text or something.
Now, one thing I want to note here is if you are watching from the Sellers Club right now, I actually have an entire tutorial on this, on how to make one with ChatGPT, as well as Midjourney and Nano Banana. So check that out.
Also, quick mention, your mock-up photos, if someone's searching for your listing, it may show up in Google and Etsy, Amazon. It can also show up in ChatGPT now, because people ask for reviews or looking for products in ChatGPT, and it's starting to it could throw out your listing. So get those mock-ups.
Can I mention too, they're gonna learn about Anywhere POD, and they have mock-up automation built into their tool as well. So we talk a lot about, for beginners, maybe don't take like all the shortcuts that are available to you right away. You wanna learn the basics, roll your sleeves up, get your hands dirty, but then know that later on, there's tools that are gonna offer you a lot of time-saving shortcuts, and Anywhere POD is one of those, specifically with mockups as one aspect.
Exactly. So we've already established that emotional products sell. They make people feel something. What are some examples that you can get people to make that emotional connection with your buyers?
For me, I'm a dog guy. We have little long hair micro chihuahuas that we love to death. So it's like, I'm not just gonna go into the dog niche per se. I'll get down to the breed, or even the more specific subtleties. I don't just have micro chihuahuas, but they have long hair. It's a weird thing. When people see them, they don't even know what breed they are, but that makes me smile every time when I see them. So I might go and I've done this actually. I've taken photos of them, of my dogs, put them on print-on-demand products, and just called it what they are, what it is. Long hair, micro chihuahua, mug, shirt, something. And I'll have people buying my products with my dogs as just an example of a way of really tapping into that emotion. So love for pets is one thing, but you can get down into the specifics, and you can also sell personalized products as well, where you take a picture of their dogs and maybe run it through the AI tools that cartoonize them and give them something that is really gonna trigger that emotion in them.
That's such a micro niche too. They're gonna search for this long-haired micro chihuahua. There probably aren't a ton of products with these types of chihuahuas, so they're ready to buy these products, and especially if you can personalize it with the name or the picture. Okay, so you start connecting with the buyers, you start getting some sales, but what do you do to keep growing?
So once you start getting sales, favorites, even if you don't have a sale yet, as long as you're getting views and favorites, that means that item is resonating with the customer. So you want to start doubling down, creating more similar designs like that. That's how you're going to, eventually hit a winner. And once you do, that thing's going to skyrocket. And that's where you're going to get your $1,000 like that.
And some of my biggest wins were from potential customers just reaching out and telling me what they wanted, or asking, hey, can you make this happen? Or can you take the existing design and put it on a different product, which with Printify, we have access to over 1,000 products, and it's super easy to do. So there's ways that sometimes you just luck into it. I'll have customers ask for something, I'll make a new product listing just for them, and it ends up selling multiple times afterwards.
And that's why it's so important to consistently communicate with your customers throughout this entire journey, right? Not just when they're buying your product, but asking them, hey, did you like the product? Keep the communication going even after they've bought from you. All right, so for those that are totally new to Amplified, where do they start with the buyer journey today? What can they do right away?
I like to recommend just write a list of things that you're interested in, your hobbies, like what do you spend your time doing? What did you do last weekend? Just write it down. And then really evaluate that list and see what you bring personal expertise to. I don't think there's a right or wrong answer. I think as long as you have some insights, you can most likely drill down a little bit further into that niche. I like to go to the platform I'm actually gonna sell on, perform a keyword search. So next thing you know, I'm typing in micro chihuahuas into the search bar and just looking at what's selling. And then I'm gonna base my next move off of things like the sales metrics. I don't wanna, if the demand isn't there, there's gonna be another thing on my list where there's more demand. And I'll probably start where it's most advantageous based on something like that.
And if you don't know exactly what you wanna sell yet, you can even just go to Google and be like, all right, I wanna start selling shirts, but what would be popular shirts? Like as you start typing it in, that predictive text will start popping up and it'll tell you pretty much what people are searching for right now. So if you're still on the fence on, okay, I want to sell shirts, but I don't know what type of shirts or what designs, you could do that to figure out what you want to do.
I think it is important right when you're starting out to try to do something that you are genuinely interested in, your passions, your hobbies, because buyers, they also can kind of spot maybe like a fake design or something like, oh, that doesn't resonate with what we actually do. This seller doesn't know what they're doing. So start with something that you are genuinely interested in. All right, so for those who have been around for a while, they've made some sales, how can they kind of audit their customer journey, find the kinks and work those out?
I'll let you take this one.
I would say, like kind of George alluded to, I like to look at what the customers are buying to start, but there's other metrics that you can evaluate too, like favorites, or if a customer is inquiring about a specific product in a specific niche, that's usually a good signal. For me personally, I like to just double down on what is working. We mentioned earlier you can list on multiple products, but you can also list on other marketplaces as well.
And I don't want to get into it right now because we are going to have an entire AI segment, but you can use ChatGPT to really dial into exactly what's selling and where to market your products. So it gives you more insight than you would ever be able to imagine.
Yeah, and you can remix your designs too. That's worth mentioning. You can literally take the design that someone just bought and say like, hey, like put this in a different design style or a different color scheme. And I call it occupying online real estate. To me, that's at like the core of a successful e-commerce business. And then on the back end, it needs to be automated fulfillment so you don't lose sleep over the fact that you just made sales. You should be happy about that, not stressed. So enter Printify with the fulfillment. And and then it's kind of like what we've been talking about so far. Just evaluate what people want, do your research, and try to give it to them.
Now, the big thing is, when you're creating designs, you're going to create them. You create them for the customer. You may create them for yourself here and there, but ultimately, the customer is who's purchasing it. So don't get upset if a design that you thought you made is going to be a hit and it's not. I've had that before. You have to swallow your ego on that because this random design that you made didn't think it was going to take off. Now it's making you $1,000 a day. That's how you make your money. You're designing for that customer.
I think every expert here has kind of gone through that, like, oh, I love this design. Then like, why isn't anybody buying my design? It's okay, don't take it personally.
I spent hours or days with this, why?
Right? All right, so some final takeaways for our viewers.
For me, to piggyback on what we just talked about too, I like to start with, when it comes to design, simple text. Like, if I do the research that I kind of talked about earlier, where you start very broad, you write down the ideas, you validate, you see what's selling, I might make two versions of a design. One is just text because it's got the most broad appeal. You're less likely to have somebody see it and not want to buy it. Whereas as soon as you introduce a graphic, which often is the right path forward if we're talking about like apparel, t-shirts, usually there's a graphic, you might have the best graphic in the world, but some percentage of people that see it aren't going to like it. So for me, I like two versions of every design, honestly. And the text one is, I'm a little bit biased because I like to do embroidery too, which we haven't even talked about. Embroidery is possible as well. And embroidery simple sells for sure because it's kind of a requirement. So
we're actually going to talk about simple text designs specifically with Kittle a little bit later. Stay tuned for that.
I know, I was literally just about to say that it doesn't matter right now if you are a beginner, novice, or expert, you are going to learn something today with everything that we have packed.
Speaking of, where can they learn more from you?
I'm on YouTube at Ryan Hogue Passive Income, talking about print on demand all the time.
And YouTube as well, George D. McConnell.
All right, so go follow them. And I know experts like Ryan and George make it sound super easy, but we know there are still tons of questions and things to navigate, especially as a new seller, which is why we've made getting started with Printify even more tailored to you. Whether you're exploring new opportunities or you already have a set goal in mind, go check it out.
Hello there. If it isn't our favorite people, you're here because you want opportunity. You want to start a business, or maybe you already have one, but need some help getting it to grow. There's a lot to figure out. What should I sell? Where do I sell it? What's a niche? Is my design going to sell? What about mockups? How do I price my products? How do I stand out and get people to my store? Ads? Social media? SEO? All questions that could leave you feeling stuck, especially if you're new to the game. We analyzed millions of data points to create a personalized, step-by-step guide for every single person who signs up to Printify, making sure the next move is always clear and easy. Straight away, you'll see curated products that are selling right now. You get to pick the best fit for your audience: sports fans, pet lovers, streetwear shoppers. No matter who you're selling to, we'll point you toward the bestsellers that matter. We know where you sell is just as important as who you sell to. So we'll match you with the best platform for your products, your buyers, and the trends you're chasing. Now, you always have data-backed picks selected just for you. But we know tons of you are eager to fast-track your journey to success. Go even more in depth. That's why we created Sellers Club, a community of mentors who have already made thousands in sales and are ready to deep dive into the topics that matter to you most. It's where experienced sellers and small business owners just like you connect, share insights, and get answers to every question. And if you're not already here, right now, our Sellers Club community is the place to get the full amplified experience. Scan the QR code on your screen or go to printify.com/amplified and click the big green button to start asking your questions, get exclusive discounts from our partners, and get a chance at some awesome giveaways. This is just the beginning, only the tip of the iceberg of what we built for you here at Printify.
The world is moving fast, with AI reshaping how we live and work. At Printify, we believe the same revolution should power entrepreneurship, because starting a business isn't simple. With many choices to make, it's easy to get stuck before you even begin. Some people are lucky enough to have advisors and coaches to help them get started. But what if every wannabe entrepreneur had that kind of support from day one? Introducing Co-Founder, your personal AI agent designed to help you launch, grow, and succeed in your business journey. Instead of facing decisions alone, Co-Founder cuts through the noise and gives you answers that actually help you launch your store. It leverages millions of data points, so you don't need to make million decisions. Co-Founder learns what drives you, what inspires you, and where you want to go, then points you to the next smartest step. Say you're a dog mom who volunteers at pet shelters. Co-Founder can instantly suggest products that match your ideas, along with designs rooted in real trends. You mentioned you're trying to raise money for stranded pets. Immediately, Co-Founder suggests what to sell based on real data and a design idea to go with it. Not sure which product will sell best or which provider to use? Co-Founder runs the data in the background to identify trends and guides you directly to products with high growth potential. From there, Co-Founder generates a design, shows you how it looks, and lets you refine it in the product creator. In the future, Co-Founder will also show you what your new design looks like on the actual product straight away. You can click on Use the design and adjust it further in the product creator. You tweak a few things, and suddenly You made something you're proud of. Now you're ready to sell. But wait, how much do you charge? What title and description do you add? Which mockups do you use? Normally, you'd scroll on Etsy for ages, looking to see what others charge and take your best guess. No more guessing games and endless editing. Co-founder suggests a price and a listing content based on real market data, so you can launch with confidence. Now your listing is ready. Amazing. But you want to start targeting pet lovers and bring them to your store. Co-founder suggests a title and product description that is more likely to attract the right audience. You like what you see, so you go ahead and publish product. You're ready to make some sales. With just few clicks, you've gone from idea to live product. Built smarter, faster, and with way less stress. But what matters most isn't just being quick. It's the confidence of knowing that you're not building alone. Because with someone backing you up, leveraging millions of data points and proven strategies, you can take the right steps to grow your business with clarity and confidence. That's the power of Co-founder. Not just another AI tool, your partner in entrepreneurship.
Well, hey there, folks. Here we are in the green room, bringing you the behind-the-scenes action here at Amplify 2025. And wow, we're really only scratching the surface. Now, Mac, this year's battle is all between art versus science. Now, it's, of course, too soon to tell, but if you were a betting person, who would you bet on? Art versus science is coming out on top today.
I'm going to say art. I really am. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I am a creative, so I could be a little biased, but we'll see.
Okay. Well, I'm taking the other side of the coin. I'm taking science. I'm kind of known as the data guy around here, and I live in a world of numbers. So when it comes to that kind of stuff, that's where I go to first. But only time will tell. We've got plenty of sessions to battle this out for you folks. But in any case, you guys are going to be the winners. So, folks, we're going to give away some prizes. We're going to give away our Sellers Club prize here in a little bit. So stay tuned for that. But I thought this would be a great opportunity for us to kind of go around the room so you can meet some of our guests today. So why don't we just go ahead and do that? Please tell our audience, who the heck are you?
My name is Chris Heckman.
Great. So Chris, in one word, describe how you're feeling.
Locked in, hyphenated.
That's more than one word, but that's fine. That's fine. No penalty points will be taken away. Now, please tell our audience, who are you?
I'm Cassie Johnson.
Yes, and in one word, Cassie, please tell our audience, how you feeling?
Amazing.
Amazing, wonderful. Now, how many times is this? How many times is this for you at Amplified?
This is my second time at Amplified. Happy to be back, and hello, everybody.
Okay, wonderful. All right, let's go ahead and move on. We have another guest here. Love the hair, by the way. So I'm just curious, who the heck are you?
I am Drew from Kittle.
Drew from Kittle. So Drew from Kittle, please tell our audience, like, if you could sum up the vibe in this room somehow, what word would you choose?
Energized.
Energized. That's wonderful. All right, Mac, I'm going to hand the microphone over to you so you can interview one more guest for us.
Yes. So hello, and tell the audience who you are.
Alec.
And give me one word of how you are feeling at Amplified this year.
Powerful.
That's great. Yes.
Good answer. All right. Well, let's go ahead and take a little stroll around the room, put some other people on the spot. We have some folks over here on their computer trying to look busy, doing a good job of it. Hello, folks. Hello, colleagues and friends. All right. Well, here, let's go ahead and stop in and say hi to our POD rock star superstars that have come in. All right. Now, let me get down here. I might not be able to get up, but getting down is fine. So why don't you tell us who are you and let us know exactly how you feel about the vibe right now in one word.
I'm Annie Lee Keller and thrilled would be one word.
Thrilled? Okay, wonderful, wonderful. Now, I'm going to go ahead and reach across from you. Is that fine? Okay. Now, please tell us your name.
I'm Kat Waits.
Okay. And please. Okay, good. Yeah, you've been paying attention. You get extra points for that. You get extra points. So, don't keep us in suspense. Give us one word. Let us know how you're feeling today.
Excited. I'm so excited.
That's more than one word. You had time to prepare, and you came up with, I'm sorry. I gotta take points away for that, but that's fine. All right. Tell you what, folks. I promised you that we'd be doing some more giveaways. Let's go ahead and give a shout out to our folks on Instagram right now.
Yes, we do have an Instagram giveaway. So if you haven't entered yet, go ahead and do so. We have some great prizes: amplified T-shirt, amplified sweatshirt, and tote bag. And the best of all is 1 year free of Printify Premium, which is huge.
All right, yeah, go to our Instagram. Make sure you follow the rules. Find that post in Printify.com. And let's go ahead and give out our $100 of sales credit to our Sales Club member. That is Melissa Trevette. Congratulations, Melissa. You came to Amplified. You are $100 richer. Wow, there is more. There is. Very good, very good. You got a round of applause. That's free. No extra charge for that, ladies and gentlemen. But tell you what, we got more Amplified coming up. Our next session is going to feature the world famous Starla Moore. Oh, shout out to all you handmade alphas out there. Go ahead and spam that chat with some wolf emojis. We know you're out there watching us today. You can see your girl Starla Moore here in just a little bit. She's going to be joining Talish for a session called Trendspotting. Find it, list it, profit, and it's going to be one you don't want to miss. Well, like when it comes to events that you're looking forward to, now you're going to be participating in one of these sessions too. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, I'm going to be talking about the way that you can use either the more data and analytics side versus the creative.
All right, well, plenty more Amplified coming your way. Don't go anywhere, folks.
The holiday season is always a busy and profitable time for online sellers. But what most people don't realize is it actually starts sooner than you think. And that's why knowing what's hot and when it counts is a useful skill to have. And here to tell me about what's going to be hot this holiday season is none other than Starla Moore. She is an Etsy expert and, of course, a manager over at eRank, which is a well-known Etsy SEO tool. And she's also a teacher. She heads up the Handmade Alpha Academy. I know we got a bunch of Handmade Alphas watching right now. I can't see it, but I can already feel the flood of wolf emojis that are coming through in the chat right now. So thank you all for joining the program. And of course, Starla Moore, welcome back to Amplified.
Absolutely. Always excited to be here.
So let's talk about the basics here and get people set up, because you often talk about two types of trends. And we got our seasonal trends and our fleeting trends. So can you break down for the folks watching at home what the differences between those are?
I like to talk about trends in those two categories. I think that they're the most easy for everyone to recognize. Those two categories, like you said, are seasonal trends and fleeting trends. Now, seasonal trends are the ones that we can count on every single year. Things like Christmas, Halloween, Valentine's Day, weddings, graduations. They're predictable. They come around like clockwork. And we can actually use past data to forecast when those spikes in demand will happen again. The downside, of course, is that because everyone knows these moments are coming, they tend to be more competitive. Fleeting trends, on the other hand, move much faster. They're often tied to pop culture, like a viral meme, a TV show character, or a celebrity moment that everyone sees everywhere. These can be really high impact in the short term, but they're also risky. Not only do they burn out really quickly, but more often than not, they're tied to intellectual property that you don't actually own the rights to. And sometimes those two types of trends overlap. So, for example, I predict that this Halloween, we're going to see a lot of Labubu Halloween costumes. But realistically, it's not something that I anticipate is going to return year after year. I think that this is going to be a fleeting one. So
fingers crossed.
Exactly. The big takeaway is that seasonal trends give you long-term predictability, while fleeting trends can give you short bursts of attention.
And it's always interesting to me to see what fleeting trends become those seasonal trends. You know, which fleeting trends almost pick up enough velocity to become those. Because, for example, a couple months ago, Etsy put out a report about a trend towards home decor products, which is something that we've been talking about for a while. But listen to these numbers here. Apparently, according to Etsy, searches for the words modern rustic farmhouse are up 3,500%. These are real numbers according to Etsy. France cottage decor, Y2K decor. Now, of course, this is an example of how something that may have just been something a long time ago, Y2K, cottagecore, I know something we've heard a long time, they've stuck around. I'm curious, are there any fleeting trends that have stuck around that have surprised you?
Oh, yeah. And anybody who knows me know that I love both of these trends. So the first one is dragons, which really started gaining momentum when House of the Dragon was released, and that interest was fueled even further by several big dragon-themed fantasy book releases like Fourth Wing. But what's really interesting is that even after that initial pop culture push, the searches haven't died down. In fact, they've held strong. And the great thing here is that as long as you're not referencing specific shows or characters, dragon as a general theme is broad enough to be safe and still trending. The other one that surprised me is mushrooms, which I'm sure has been, something that everyone's seen in stores and online. They seem to be everywhere. Mushrooms have been a steady favorite on Etsy for the last 4 years, and while the overall popularity has slowed down just a little bit, they're still converting at a really significant rate. So even though they're not spiking as high as they once did, the people who are searching for mushrooms are still very likely to buy. So between dragons holding strong and mushrooms continuing to convert, both of these trends show that sometimes what starts as a pop culture wave can turn into a longer-term design opportunity if you approach it the right way.
And it obviously goes without saying that social media has a huge impact on how well these trends do, especially if they stick around. And I would argue that great social media content can do as much for your store as, good mock-ups or if you're using good mock-ups with paid ads, for sure. But one of my favorite examples is when products really do go viral, especially unsuspecting ones. The famous example that I have that I always love to bring up is the Stanley Cups. I know during the pandemic, we all saw Stanley Cup content in our feeds. And that was a real choice that Stanley made in 2020 to reach out with affiliates, reach out with their influencers, and really start promoting their products that way because they realized the value of a good trend. And then suddenly 2 years down the road, it wasn't a Stanley video, it wasn't an affiliate video that really got them on the map. It was a video of a car that had been set on fire and there was a Stanley Cup inside, and then that is what did it for them. So before 2020, this was a company that was putting in $70 million annually, and after that video in 2023, they boosted their profits up to $750 million. So that is crazy in and of its own.
Oh, yeah, that's insane. And I'm sure you guys know this one. What about capybaras? Those adorable giant guinea pigs that you always see on TikTok with oranges balanced on their heads. That viral set of videos actually started when a zoo in Japan started adding citrus fruits to their capybara hot spring. And since capybaras in the wild would naturally have birds resting on their heads, they didn't care when the zookeepers started balancing fruits on their head. And of course, since it was super duper cute, people started recording them, and somehow this cute visual quickly became a symbol for peace and zen, which is why you can now find tons of products with capybaras.
I'm zen right now, just looking at that, to be honest with you. I want this trend to come back. We need to make this a seasonal trend. But as an Etsy seller, I want to pick your brain then. How much time should a new seller spend on social media researching these trends?
Yeah, this is a really great question because I think a lot of sellers either spend way too much time buried in trend research or they don't do nearly enough. And the key is balance, right? On one side, you've got your fleeting trends. These are things that you pick up on casually just by living your everyday life, like scrolling through TikTok or Instagram, watching what's popping up in stores, or even just paying attention to what the kids are talking about. Now, that doesn't require dedicated research time. It's more about building an awareness muscle as you go about your day-to-day life. However, on the other side, you've got seasonal trends, and that's where I recommend sellers set aside a little structured time, ideally at the start of every month. This is when you look at what was popular during the same season last year, check the data, and ask yourself, can I layer a fleeting trend on top of a seasonal one? And that's where the magic really happens, when you can stack them together, such as a capybara Christmas shirt, for example. So, in short, you don't need to spend hours a day researching. Casual awareness for fleeting trends is built into your daily routine, and just a focused check-in once a month is plenty for seasonal. Balance is what makes it sustainable and actually actionable.
So when we look at the seasonal behavior for this year compared to last year, have you noticed something very different? Is there some commonalities you're seeing, or?
Yeah, so what's really interesting about this year in particular, and what's going to get everyone really excited, is that normally Christmas-related searches on Etsy don't really spike until after Halloween, because that's when shoppers start getting into holiday mode, and historically, that's when we see the biggest surge in activity. But we've been keeping an eye on our data over at eRank for the last few months, and we've noticed something surprising. Christmas searches were already showing up as early as June. Not only searches, but actual conversions, meaning that people were buying Christmas products way ahead of the usual season. Now, if you look at this graph right here for Christmas shirts, you'll see exactly what I mean. That big spike comes later, but the momentum was already building months beforehand. This is why it's so important to list your products before the curve. So if you're waiting until the spike hits, you're already way behind. My advice is super simple here, guys. Aim to have your seasonal products live at least 4 months ahead of the spike. The earlier that you list, the more likely you are to ride the trend as it builds, and the better your chances of capturing those early bird shoppers are.
But there's a caveat with this, because I've also heard you warn sellers not to chase every trend blindly. So how can someone decide whether a trend is worth chasing or not?
Yeah, so I'm a big believer that not every trend is worth chasing, and just because something is trending doesn't automatically mean that it belongs in your shop. For example, if you're selling children's clothing, it wouldn't make sense to suddenly start adding wine, quote, t-shirts just because you see that wine is trendy. So instead, you always want to create with intention by asking yourself, does this trend make sense for my niche? And can I overlap it naturally with what I'm already selling? When you do that, you're not just chasing trends, but you're stacking them on top of your existing brand. And again, that's where the real magic happens. So for example, in my own shop, I sell bookish themed products. So when dragons started trending, I leaned into my own niche and created a design around being a book dragon. That way, I was able to participate in the trend while still staying true to my brand and connecting with my existing audience. Oh, and another thing that I don't think sellers realize, you know how Etsy has those big featured sections on their homepage, like shop the latest fall styles. Yeah. Or you get an email that is telling you to shop from different categories. Well, every time that you click on one of those sections, Etsy actually registers that as a search. And that section click is tied to a search query. So occasionally you'll see a super specific trend skyrocket in Etsy for a month, such as book lover gifts, then drop in search the next month. So just something to be aware of if you ever see these abnormal patterns. But between us, Talish, the best approach is to keep your eyes open, scroll TikTok, shop around in stores, notice what's emerging, and then bring in the trends that you can authentically make your own so that you can build longevity instead of just hopping from one short-lived fad to the next.
Now, of course, aside from social media, another way that people can track trends, like you've just done here, is through SEO tools, eRank, for example. So for people who are using those type of tools, especially eRank, can you tell us, or at least show us, how they can turn sort of a broad trend idea into an actual product opportunity?
Yeah, so let's take weddings as our starting point, since that's such a huge evergreen market. People are getting married all times a year. So if we pop that term into eRank's keyword tool, we can start really, really broad. We want to start as broad as possible and narrow our way down. From there, I'd scroll down to our keyword ideas list, which is where the real magic is located. So first, you're going to sort by the competition levels. That way, the terms with the lowest competition float to the top. And don't be shocked if you see a lot of those unknown terms. That's actually a good sign, because when you scrape the bottom of the barrel, that's often where you find the hidden gems that other sellers aren't paying attention to yet. Now, looking at this list, we can see several terms related to weddings that have surprisingly low competition compared to their search volumes, such as fantasy wedding dress. Now, obviously, you can't POD a wedding dress.
Not yet, but don't tempt us, Starla. We're gonna, any day now, you'll see it, all right? This might be a new niche opportunity for you.
Oh, well, you guys heard it here first. You heard it here first. We're gonna POD our whole wedding. But guys, what this tells us is that fantasy weddings are a theme that people are actively looking for. We can also see that wedding puzzle guest books are popular. And if you know Printify's catalog, you know they have tons of puzzles available. So what if we stacked these two ideas together? Instead of just making a generic puzzle or a generic wedding guest book, what about creating a fantasy-themed wedding puzzle guest book?
Hey.
That's the power of starting broad, filtering strategically, and then looking for those opportunities to combine trends together.
I love that. And it's not just about finding keywords. Like you said, it's about stacking those trends. So can you explain how trend stacking works and why it's so powerful?
Yeah, so stacking is one of my favorite strategies because it's where you can take what's trending and make it unique to your own shop and niche. So this basically just means combining two or more trends together so that instead of chasing the same broad keyword everyone else is targeting, you give it a fresh angle that helps you to stand out. For example, right now we see that mushrooms are trending. At the same time, wall art is also trending. Now, if we put those together, suddenly we've got mushroom, dorm room, wall art. Those are three trends that we know are all active right now, and we can just stack them into a super trend. That's a product idea that doesn't just follow one, it taps into three at once. Not to mention, stacking trends is an amazing way to break into saturated markets. You're not just another seller offering wall art, you're offering something specific, relevant, and timely that has a much better chance of connecting with buyers. And of course, tools like eRank make this even easier. If you see this little yellow high conversion badge when searching for a keyword, it means that this keyword is actively making money on Etsy right now. So when you stack trends around those terms, you're not only following shopper interest, you're aligning with what's already converting. And for those who want to try this out for yourselves, or if you need a little extra help with Etsy SEO and feel like you need a crash course, I'm actually giving away tons of free resources over at starlizcool.com, including free SEO ebooks, my top free SEO courses, and even a month trial of eRank Pro so that you can research trends that are guaranteed to make money this season, which is exactly why I love trend stacking. It's creative, it's data-driven, and it helps sellers carve out their own little corner in a busy marketplace. And hey, Talish, while we're giving stuff away, do you mind if we give the audience today some free moneymakers? Just like a list of product ideas that have high searches and no competition?
This is what we've been waiting for. Let's go for it.
Absolutely. So this is a sweet deal, right? What you guys are currently looking at are keywords that have more shoppers than sellers on Etsy right now. In other words, there are literally more people searching for these items than there are products available to buy. That is a gap in the marketplace, and that is a gap that can be your guys' opportunity. I mean, think about it. If thousands of people are searching for something like mushroom lamp or reusable custom wedding cups, but only a fraction of sellers are actually offering those products, that means lower competition, higher visibility, and a better shot at making sales. And here's the best part. These aren't theoretical. These are items that you could go out and create today, list in your shop, and start selling. I've already done the research for you. It's like free money sitting on the table just waiting for someone to claim it. And remember, this is just a sample. When you deep dive into Etsy keyword data, you'll find tons of ideas just like this. These gaps pop up all the time, and sellers who spot them early are the ones who profit first.
Now, look, we've got a couple minutes left here, so I know that there's a lot of sellers who are watching this thinking, man, I'm so behind. I haven't even started yet. So what's your advice to those people, real short?
Yeah, technically it's not too late, but you do need to act fast. So right now, I'd focus on the near-term holidays that are still ahead of us, like Thanksgiving, Christmas, and New Year's. There's still plenty of shopper demand in those windows, and if you move quickly, you can absolutely catch some of that traffic. A quick win is to use a tool like eRank's keyword tool to see which holiday keywords are converting right now, and update your listings accordingly. Even something as simple as refreshing your titles and tags with trending terms can give you an immediate boost. But just be sure to follow my golden rule of Etsy SEO, which is, I'm sure my alphas in the chat are probably screaming it, never, ever, ever change the tags and title of a listing that's already performing well. Ever. I could go on for hours about this topic alone, but to keep it short, if a listing's selling, Etsy's identified what the item is and who to show it to. So changing the tags or the title can kill your traffic. I've got like 100 videos covering that topic on my YouTube channel if anyone wants to learn more though. So to get back on topic, if you still feel like you've missed the window for this holiday sales cycle, don't beat yourself up. The great thing about the holiday season is that it comes around every year, which means that the research that you do now sets you up to be way ahead next year. My key takeaway for today is to take action right now and don't wait for perfection, because you can use this season as both an opportunity and a rehearsal for next year.
But of course, Starla, we're not going to let you go that easily because, of course, you, as usual, have brought our viewers some free tools to help making finding trends a lot easier. Is that right?
Oh, yeah, you know I did. So today, 3 winners will be selected to win a year of eRank Pro just in time for the holiday season. All you have to do is sign up for that free bundle of goodies that I mentioned at starlaiscool.com, and your name will automatically be entered into the drawing for that free year of Pro.
And definitely, you want to take advantage of all these tools, so don't miss out on those. Make sure you claim them. And of course, if you are watching us right now, all of the stuff that we've just talked about with Starla is available in a handy cheat sheet, which you can grab over at Sellers Club, including the difference between fleeting trends and some of the stuff that we've talked about here about trends that you need to look out for. But Starla, thank you so much for joining us again. Hopefully, we'll get you back next year in person.
Absolutely.
Here's the thing. We've been sitting on something for a long time that is very, very huge. And it's about trends because, like you said, there's lots of tools. There's SEO, there's social media. But what if I told you that we just invented a brand new tool that gives you the top trending trends every day on your Printify dashboard? Want to learn more? Then you got to check this out.
That last session was powerful. I've always loved listening to Starla, and she really is the master of trends. And trends are super powerful. They aren't just fads, they actually drive culture, and that means they can drive your sales. Think of TikTok, Instagram, or the news cycle. Every day there are moments that capture massive attention. If you can tap into one of those moments while it's hot, even a simple design can turn into serious sales. Take one of my favorite examples. A seller who was really excited about the solar eclipse. She quickly created 3 simple designs and listed them on Etsy a couple of days before the event. And in less than a week, she made over $6,000 in sales. What was interesting is that her designs weren't exactly great works of art. Instead, her real skill was taking advantage of the right trend at the right time. And that's exactly what Printify's brand new Trends tool is all about. Now, when you log into your dashboard, you'll be able to see the latest trend data over the last 24 hours. On the trend screen, you'll see a clear list of the latest popular topics, examples of designs that are inspired by them, and how their popularity is shifting over time. Behind the scenes, we gather data from trusted sources, ranging from marketplaces like Etsy to social platforms like TikTok and Instagram. So you're always seeing the trends that truly matter today. The growth rate indicator highlights how quickly a trend is rising, while the competition meter, which can be low, medium, or high, shows you how much space there is to stand out. This way, you can instantly know both the potential reach of a trend and the level of opportunity before you dive in. Click on a trend that speaks to you and will instantly suggest design ideas. In fact, our AI generator will even create a design for you to get you started. And you can reprompt it as many times as you want until you get something that just feels right. Once you've got your designs, here's the game changer. Design once, apply everywhere. With one click, you can apply your designs to t-shirts, hoodies, and totes. It's a feature sellers have been asking for, and now it's here. Think about it like this. The more listings you have, the greater your chances of making a sale. And when you're ready to go live, you don't have to publish one product at a time. You can publish hundreds of products in bulk across different sales channels, saving you hours of work and making it easier than ever to scale. No more guessing what buyers want. No more staring at a blank screen wondering what to make. No more juggling 5 different apps. Just open the Trend tool, pick a trend, generate your design, and publish. Remember, trends move fast, and that's exactly the point. Make checking trends part of your daily routine, because with Printify's Trend tool, you've got everything you need to turn today's moments into tomorrow's bestsellers. And because this is amplified, and this year is all about rising to the challenge, we're challenging you. Try it now and see how many trending products you can create today.
What an awesome tool. Now, trends can be a fantastic way to help you get those first sales or boost your already existing sales. But of course, you want to build something that's going to keep bringing you sales even when that trend dies down. So to help you master that and everything POD related, we built Sellers Club. And I'm here with George McConnell today. He is a seasoned Sellers Club mentor, and he's super skilled in scaling businesses with data-driven strategies and marketplace mastery. George, describe Sellers Club in 3 words.
Make more money.
You heard the man. I could not have said that better myself. Sellers Club, what is it? It's your all-in-one space for mentorship, courses, and community designed to help you grow as a new POD seller. So if you're watching from YouTube right now, scan that QR code to get the full amplified experience inside Sellers Club. You'll get live Q&As with our experts like George. You can find prizes, challenges, and of course, awesome promos from our sponsors. And you're going to meet other POD sellers. And one random lucky seller inside of Sellers Club is going to be chosen during this segment to win $100 in Printify store credit. So keep an eye out for that. We're going to announce the winner in just a few moments. All right, George, you've been a Sellers Club mentor for a while now. What can members expect there?
We have so much in there. One-on-one mentoring. You have live. We do actually live shop critiques where we take your shop, go through it, and tell you what to fix. In addition to that, we actually have spaces that you can jump on there, ask us a question, and we'll answer you. So, I mean, there's just unbelievable amount of information in there that you can use.
Community with real experts. What are some of the topics that you teach specifically?
So I actually have a course for Facebook and how to do ads, but I mean, I teach everything. I launch exclusive videos each and every single week, helping you, just better your Etsy shop, Shopify store, and just how to really get those sales.
And you can really find courses on everything in there, whether that's marketing, design, for a specific sales channels. We have everything A to Z POD related. Now, is there a specific Sellers Club member that you're particularly proud of after applying your mentorship?
There are so many. I mean, I know people right now making 5 figures with Walmart that I was able to help, so I love seeing that. And actually, right before you sat down, I was on the app answering people, and you'll see me actually commenting right now, even during this event. So if you do have any questions, definitely stop in my section.
And you could just as easily be one of those members that he's proud of and applying his mentorship. And it is only $9.99 to join Sellers Club. It's cheaper than most streaming services nowadays, and we do not have ads there. And you're going to get way more education and value out of that. So again, join with the QR code on the screen. And especially for all of you viewers right now, you're going to get an entire month totally free of Sellers Club. All right, let's give our audience a taste of what they'll learn inside of Sellers Club with a little game. I'm going to say a word or two, and you're going to give your best quick tip. Deal? All right, first one, getting buyers.
Oh, mock-ups. We are visual shoppers, so you have to grab their attention with that first picture. Stop them from scrolling. Get them to click on your listing. Sell them with that.
Next one, first sale.
I wouldn't even think about a first sale. I want you to start visualizing 1,000 sales. One, that's great, but let's start thinking bigger. 1,000, 10,000, all right?
Think big. Best-selling design.
Once you get a bestseller, double down. Start creating more like it, because that's going to make you more money. Now you have one bestseller, now 2.
And last one, trending now.
Trending now. I mean, anything home decor. I love home decor, and we all, have homes.
Home decor, you heard it. All right, I think it is time to announce our $100 Printify sales credit. George, would you like to have the honor?
Yes, I was actually just looking at it before. Amber Perry, congratulations, you won $100.
Congratulations, Amber Perry. George, what would you do with the $100 sales credit?
Buy products, because I love Printify products, so it will just give me $100 to spend and not my money.
Exactly. Buy products. Order samples of your designs. You can use those for those mock-up pictures that you mentioned are so important. All right, George, give me 3 more words to end it.
Get more money.
Get more money. You heard the man. Next up, find out where you should be selling in the ultimate sales channel smackdown with Martin, Chris Heckman, Cassie Johnson, and Ryan Hogue.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us. This is the first debate in a series of 3 we're doing across Amplified. And in this one, we are going to battle it out to find out which sales channel is the best for you to get started on. Now, folks, maybe we should set the table and define exactly what a sales channel is for you folks that may need a little refresher. Well, folks, a marketplace, which is one of the style of sales channels that we will be covering, is like, imagine if you opened up a booth at a farmer's market or a shopping mall. Well, you would be competing with all the other businesses there for the foot traffic that is all coming through that the mall brings in. But if you are selling on a owned storefront, well, that is like opening up a store downtown on the corner, and then you have to shuttle in your own traffic yourself through various ways. So to do that, folks, well, we're going to be we're going to be talking with a few experts that are representing specific sales channels. Now, folks, our goal here is not to crown a winner and say this channel's better than that channel. Our goal here is so that at the end of our debate here, you'll have a clear picture of which one might be better for you based on your particular needs. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, in the Etsy corner, we have Cassie Johnson. Now, Cassie is an Etsy POD expert known for her practical step-by-step approach to scaling Etsy shops. Her course has helped sellers grow from 0 to 6 figures. Cassie, how you doing today?
I'm doing great, Martin. Thanks so much for having me.
Now, the Etsy crowd, that's a very passionate crowd. Are you up to the task of representing Etsy?
I am, just for you guys.
All right. Well, in the Amazon corner, ladies and gentlemen, we have Ryan Hogue, a multi-7-figure POD entrepreneur who transitioned from a corporate job to building a $50K a month passive income business with frequent success across platforms like Amazon, Etsy, and eBay. But of course, you're representing the folks over on Amazon. Ryan, how you doing today? You up for the challenge?
I'm excited to be here and rep Amazon, the best channel.
All right, good. I like where your head's at. Last but certainly not least, representing all owned storefront merchants and the Shopify crowd, we've got Chris Heckman, a Shopify POD veteran with over $25 million in lifetime sales and experience in building acquisition-ready brands. Chris, are you excited?
Ready to go, Martin. Let's do it.
All right. You got to represent all owned storefront people. Are you up to the task?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. Well, let's go ahead and get right into it, ladies and gentlemen. What we want to do is throw some stats at you to get this conversation started. Now, I'll leave these up on the screen so you folks can take those in. We've got Etsy with 8 million sellers in 2024, pulling in $12.6 billion in sales. Amazon, now prepare yourself for this stat, folks. 37.6 of the entire U.S. e-commerce market. Wow, that is a huge chunk. And that's generating $638 billion in total revenue from approximately 12 million sales a day in 2024. And of course, the Shopify folks, you guys are powered. Shopify is powering 4.8 million active stores with 200 and some odd million dollars billion, that's billion with a B, in total sales. And it's important to note that, folks, 34% of new Shopify stores launched in 2025 are dropshipping or POD based. So that is a huge chunk. So let's get right into our discussion. Now, my first question is for you, Cassie. So I'm curious, is Etsy still the place to be in 2025? Especially especially for beginners, because newbies can they still carve out a niche and succeed even with so many sellers joining the platform all the time?
That's a great question, Martin. So a lot of people are concerned that there's too many listings on Etsy. Everything's been done before, but there is absolutely room for everybody, and especially for you. Etsy is, I think, the perfect place for beginners to get started. It's low stakes. You can open up a shop in a day, maybe in under an hour. You can get your first listing posted, and you can start learning what works and get your business going without having to really overthink it so much. And as long as you work on adding value to your designs, not just copying everything that's out there, there is always room for new trends, new design styles, and your creativity.
Exactly. The pie is big enough for everybody, folks. But I'm curious, what's the biggest misconception that people have about Etsy these days?
Yeah, getting started on Etsy, I'd say the biggest misconception that new sellers have is that they need to launch with a ton of products, that they can't get started until they have 20 listings, 50 listings, 100 listings. And so they sit and work on their business for a few months before even opening the doors. But you can actually just get started with one listing, since it is a marketplace that people type something in, they look through the search results. They're not always going to your Etsy store and seeing how many products that you have. So you can get started with just one listing literally today.
All right. Well, speaking of beginners, what about what's a rookie mistake that people make right in the beginning when they get going on Etsy?
Yeah, right when they get going on Etsy, one of the biggest mistakes that I see is people just making designs that they like. And while that's really fun and awesome, it's not necessarily going to always make you money. So you do need to make research-based decisions for what types of designs you're going to sell. You can add your own creativity into it, but if no one is searching that item and buying it on Etsy, then you're going to have a lot harder time actually getting sales on your items.
All right, well, the first punches have been thrown, folks. I'm going to throw it over to you, Ryan, and the Amazon crowd. So we just saw those numbers. Amazon is truly massive. But like for beginners, is there enough room to get started? And how long would it take to make any headway there and at least become visible, much less profitable?
So of course, there's room on Amazon, as supported by the numbers you shared, for new sellers all day. My favorite thing about selling on Amazon is whether you run ads or not, there's potential to get in front of untold millions of people. I mean, in the US alone, I think there's over 100 million people that have Amazon Prime, just Amazon Prime.
Right.
And opening a seller account, easier than people think. I think it has a stigma that it might be the hardest of maybe the three on the screen, Etsy, Amazon, Shopify. But it only takes a few minutes to open the account now, and it integrates right with Printify. That process used to be a little bit harder than it is today. They simplified it. And life is good on Amazon, at least for me, and I think for everybody watching if they're willing to take the leap.
Right, and I just want to mention here, Amazon, they're really good about giving their sellers all the materials and help that they need from their side to get up and running because, of course, they want you to be successful too. So that's one thing I really like about Amazon. They're very comprehensive when it comes to that. But when it comes to rookie mistakes, tell us one that people tend to make when they start on Amazon.
Can I just mention that to open the seller account, and it's called Amazon Seller Central, that's where you go if you want to sell on Amazon, because we're all familiar with buying on Amazon. Opening the seller account takes a little bit longer, in terms of just strictly time that it takes to open it. Like Cassie said, you can open an Etsy account and get your first listing up potentially in an hour. Amazon, you're probably going to be waiting a few days, but once it's done, you've done it. You don't have to go through that process again. So I think most people, rookie mistake, they never start.
Right, but totally worth it, right?
Absolutely.
Okay, all right. So Chris, this one's for you, all right? We traded some blows. Now I want to see how you come back on this, okay? Shopify, that offers serious brand control, especially when compared to other marketplaces. So, but the learning curve can be steep because, well, of course, you got to funnel that traffic yourself. So what does the initial ramp up look like for someone to, get started on Shopify if they're totally new?
Yeah, if you're a complete beginner on Shopify, it used to take so much longer than it does nowadays. Mm-hmm. And it certainly did for my first store because I went window shopping in the App Store and just loaded it up with all this stuff that I thought looked good. What actually converts is the simplest store that you can possibly imagine. So you get started using the basic Shopify theme. You honestly don't need, we use 3 or 4 main apps, and it's completely opposite to how most people get started. And then it's actually similar to what Cassie was saying. We want to make sure that we're designing for where the market is from day one. And when we do that, it's entirely possible to go from 0 to launching your store within a matter of 1 to 2 weeks.
Okay, well, one of the misconceptions is that you have to hire help. Now, that's a complete myth, right?
Yeah, you definitely can. You definitely don't have to hire help. You can if you want. But I mean, I was a solo Shopify brand operator for years and years before I could, ever learn how to hire somebody.
Okay, all right. Well, I'm going to ask you a question. You answer me with one word. We'll go around. I'll give you each a chance to answer. So what's the most important thing a brand new POD seller needs to keep in mind when choosing a sales platform? We'll go with you, Chris.
Focus.
Reach.
Clock's ticking.
Consistency.
We'll talk.
Consistency.
We'll say consistency. All right, good for you. All right, well, let's go ahead and keep this debate rolling because I don't know if I'm ready to. I'm kind of on the fence when it comes to marketplaces and owned storefronts. So let's dive a little bit deeper into this, ladies and gentlemen. So Ryan, let's go with you. Okay, Amazon, enormous buyer base. We've already established that, but you don't own the customer relationship. So good or bad?
Yeah, definitely not ideal. Bad. Bad.
Okay.
All right, you made me say it.
All right. So
it's honest.
So,
it's honest.
Laughing.
So, but what are the upsides and downsides to not owning that relationship?
Yeah, so Amazon makes it clear that it's their data, that it's their customer. So they're basically allowing me to pay them $40 a month for the seller central account and get the reach associated with the Amazon.com platform, which, by the way, your listings also rank really well in Google. So it's kind of like a twofold way of getting in front of people. But I'm not really able to establish much of a brand identity. People have done it on Amazon before, but it's rare. And I don't have the ability to really communicate with my customers outside of their buyer-seller messaging system, which has tons of rules and it's restrictive as you would imagine.
Okay, well, Etsy has similar rules. They have, they restrict the customer, the control you have over the customer data and things like that. So what I'm curious about, Cassie, is how a merchant can realistically build a long-term brand, but not just that, but also get those repeat buyers over and over again.
Yeah, that's a really good question. So with Etsy, you're right. There's not as much of like building an email list and marketing to the same customers over and over. More of the game that people play on Etsy is to get lots of sales to a listing so that Etsy will organically push you to people without you having to retarget. If your listings can get to the first couple pages in the search results and is a really great design and great mockups, then people will keep seeing that every time they search for that word. So it's more of an organic method. But there are a few things you can do with Printify, like sending out the branding cards that Printify offers. You can include a little QR code offering a discount on their next purchase. And that can be a really decent way to actually build up some of your customer base and get some extra repeat sales from buyers, especially if they're sending that as a gift to someone else. Then you might get a sale from a different buyer, and then maybe they'll both come back and purchase with you.
All right. Well, you get extra points for plugging Printify products, Cassie. Good for you. All right, Chris, let's go over to you because okay, the flip side of that coin is owning 100% of that customer data, which Shopify allows you to do. So, but what's the real value to that? Is it just more trouble than it's worth? Like, how can you leverage that to your advantage?
Yeah, by far the easiest way that we're able to leverage all of the data, which we get from the moment somebody sees our ad, all the way through to the time that they buy 3, 4, 5 times from us, we're able to own every touch point. And like these guys have said, it's because we are the ones who get to or have to drive the traffic ourselves. So pros and cons to it. But to answer your question directly, it's when we get somebody's contact info, we're then communicating about our brand, what we stand for, and teaching them about all the other awesome products we have from Printify. And because of that, we're able to turn one purchase that would have just been the end of the story into an ongoing conversation that can evolve over months and years to come.
Okay, well, let's take two seller types, and I want to poll our guests here. So we have the side hustler and someone who looking to do this full time, replace their 9-to-5, and just like go all out. Let's talk about your specific sales channel and how it relates to that type of customer. Is it for them? Is it against them? Is there parts of Amazon, Shopify, and Etsy that works both ways? Let's start with you, Cassie.
I think Etsy is great if you are a weekend warrior and you just have a couple hours a week to put into your business, or if you want to go all in, spend 30, 40 hours a week on your business. You really have a lot of flexibility to put in as many listings as you want as soon as you open your shop. There's no restrictions there, and making the listings is so simple. So as long as you're making those research-based decisions of seeing what's already selling on Etsy, what people are looking for, then there's a lot of opportunity to grow a shop in whatever amount of time that you have. and you can, grow it slow and then go fast. I think it's really flexible in that way since, Etsy, you just have the one-time setup fee and then the listing fees. You're not necessarily paying monthly until your listings review.
All right, how about from the Amazon crowd?
All right, one of my favorite things about Amazon is that when you post a product, there's a restriction. Like Cassie talks about building an Etsy listing out. There's some work involved, would you agree? A little bit more than just using the defaults when you just publish it from Printify?
A little bit.
Right, a little bit like add some extra images and stuff like that. Amazon requires...
It's a friendly boxing match.
Yeah, I know, right? It's getting...
Amazon requires you to have a white background on the primary image. So it's about as easy as it could possibly be because you don't have the option. If you don't put a white background on your primary first mockup, it gets search suppressed and you're guaranteed to never get any sales, right? So you can just use right out of the box the Printify mockups, which are really nice. Check them out. And you're good to go, so you can't complicate it even if you want to. You do good SEO, good search engine optimization so that the algorithm understands what you're selling when you publish a brand new listing with 0 sales. As Cassie alluded to earlier too, like it loves when you make sales. That's how you get boosted in the algorithm, and more eyeballs on your listings means more sales, and it's kind of a flywheel effect. So weekend warriors can totally sell on Amazon because also the fulfillment on the back end is automated using Printify. So you can scale it out from your first sale to your first 1,000 sales, and not that much extra effort.
All right, well, you're pulling up neck and neck after that last Printify reference.
I got 2 in.
Yes, same question to you. Shopify,
Chris.
Weekend Warriors, yes, Shopify, Chris. Weekend Warriors and side hustlers. What does Shopify have for us?
Yeah, to me, it really comes down to the outlook that somebody has on the brand that they're building. Like when you picture what you hope this grows into, are you picturing a few weeks or a few months down the road, or are you picturing a year, 2, 3 years down the road? If that's the outlook, then personally, I highly recommend Shopify. Bringing that into today, if you have at least 10 to 20 hours per week, that's when Shopify makes a ton of sense. If you're in like weekend warrior mode or an hour here and there, I think a marketplace can be a great place to get started. But what I always say, and this applies across the board, is I would much rather work with somebody who has 2 hours a day where they're able to be super focused, just doing one main thing, opposed to somebody who's doing 80 hours a week and they're doing like a dozen different things. So I think that applies across the board, but 15 to 20 hours a week is plenty to get started on Shopify.
Okay, all right. So lightning round question, 1-word answer. What fuels real growth over time? Cassie?
Iteration.
Ooh, Ryan?
Simplicity.
Chris. Ooh, focus. Good one, good one. All right, moving right along, folks. Let's talk about discovery. Because what's the point of having a beautiful store filled with beautiful products if nobody knows about it, right? All right, so we all know Etsy SEO is vital, but is an effective keyword and tag strategy enough these days to keep the sales coming?
Yeah, great question. So you do need to make sure that you are using the keywords that your customers are searching for. So it is important to understand what people are typing in on Etsy and then purchasing, so you can use those same keywords in your listings, but is that enough, right? So you do need to make sure that there is search volume behind it. So one of my best advices for you is to be looking for things that are like new listings that have a lot of sales. You can use features like, or softwares like Everbee. I know they're one of today's sponsors.
Another point for you.
To find those listings that are newer and have a lot of sales. You can look for sales badges, like sold 17 times in the last 24 hours. If you can find those products that are newer on Etsy and getting a lot of attention, then you can absolutely carve your way into the market and really gain traction on Etsy.
All right, let's talk about gaining visibility on Amazon. So pairing Amazon search with ads can boost visibility. We all know that. But is it truly making a difference, or are you just paying more and not getting, are you just raising the cost of like staying in the game? Do they make a difference?
Yeah, ads for sure make a difference. Amazon owns the data like we talked about earlier. It's not just the customer touch points, like being able to contact them. It's also every attribute associated with each product listing that you publish. You really don't have a way of knowing if anybody saw it, clicked it, added to cart. You only know if it sells unless you run ads. If you run ads, you get access to at least the advertised data. And they have the ability in the advertising backend of Amazon to enable columns like impressions, which I don't know why it's not usually enabled by default. Impressions are literally just how many people are seeing your ad. And it's a great way of making decisions on like how much money should I put into advertising this listing versus another one that might be performing better. So if I have like a bad performer, I'll turn it off and I'll just redirect the ad spend, the budget, into something that's performing better.
Okay, I like it. Okay, let's move over to you, Chris, over there at Shopify. So, yeah, your brands have to drive traffic by either paid or organic ads. But what is the secret recipe for success to drive traffic, but not just people that actually want to buy your products?
Yeah, definitely. We actually have a great debate on this coming up in a little bit for anybody who's curious about organic versus paid. But my personal take, plot twist, is paid ads. So the way that we do it is way simpler than whatever used to be possible, because now we just load up a Shopify store with the best possible products we can create, and then we use a catalog ad, which automatically tests. And talking about the reach on these platforms is impressive, no doubt, but thanks to the power of paid ads, the total possible reach is literally the entire world. And so the way that we do that is we make the best possible products, then we look at the cost per click, which we'll talk a lot more about in a later session.
All right, well, we're looking forward to that, folks. Lightning round question, one-word answer, folks. Give me a number for someone launching their first ad campaign, given your sales channel you are representing. What would be the recommended ad budget on a monthly basis? Chris?
$200 to $400 a month.
I think you can do like $2 per product listing. Oh, it's supposed to be one word?
No, well.
Okay, sorry, I wanted to make sure I didn't do it wrong.
But what does that translate to monthly?
Yeah, I mean, it depends. Okay, $50 a month.
There you go. Cassie?
I'd say like $25 a day, whatever that is per month.
Okay, wonderful.
You know?
$25 a day. Lovely. So not that dollar intensive, but if you get those results, totally worth it.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, let's talk economics since we're talking about money, because, well, I mean, these sales channels, they want to make money too. So each one has their own idea when it comes to fees. So considering Etsy, everything Etsy charges for their fees, their listings, their listing fee and all that, do its advantages outweigh the disadvantages? Like, is it worth it to sell on Etsy considering the other options out there?
Oh, absolutely. I think Etsy, again, for beginners, you're going to have the easiest time doing a little bit of research, getting a listing up there, and being able to start getting sales, get results, learn what works, and be able to do more of it. The amount of traffic that they drive to the platform is amazing. If you don't want to run any paid ads, you don't have to. It might take a teeny bit longer to learn what works well for you, because ads are great and speed up that process. They're the gasoline that you pour on the fire that's already burning. If it wasn't going to sell before, it's not going to now. But Etsy is a great place for beginners, and again, there is so much room for everybody.
Okay, so Amazon, big reach, okay, but they take their chunk. Is it worth it?
I have to represent Amazon and say yes, 100% worth it, but they stick it to you. They do charge the highest fees on a sale relative to Etsy and Shopify. And you pay $40 a month for the seller account, but after that, you don't have to advertise to be successful, in my opinion. And I think of it as set a goal. If you pay $40 a month to have that seller account, let's say you make $4 profit per sale, your first goal is to make 10 sales a month and pay for the Amazon seller account. So it's just a little bit of goal setting.
Okay, economics, Shopify, break it down for us. Worth it, not worth it?
100% worth it. I mean, the only fee that you have is the industry standard processing fee. Aside from that, there's no, per order, per unit, none of that. So it's 2.9% plus 30 cents per transaction. That's it.
All right. And folks, right after our debate, we're going to be giving you a big announcement when it comes to the Printify pop-up shop. Now, that is a sales channel as well. Now, I'm just curious. I want to poll you guys. So, Printify pop-up shop with all the new features that we're just about to announce. Okay. When we're talking about fees, I mean, basically no fees. You don't even need a payment method on file to become a pop-up shop merchant. Is that a real threat to your respective sales channels? Yes or no?
I'd say no. You're not driving the traffic for me. I love the organic reach.
Okay.
I use pop-up shop. I have a couple, all right? And I don't think it's threatening Amazon anytime soon, but I'm a fan.
Okay. Well, that is yet to be seen. How about you, Chris?
I'm a big fan of anything that makes it easier for the average person to get started.
All right. Well, stay tuned for some really cool pop-up shop announcements, but not before. I want to ask you another quick question here, folks. Since we were talking about margins and things like that, I'm just curious. I want to go around one more time. Where do you set your margins for maximum profitability and to stay so that you're not pricing it too high and you're not pricing it too low so that you're leaving money on the table given your respective sales channels? Chris, how about you?
We price ours at about $30, and we aim to be in the 15 to 20% net profit margin range and just do high volume in that sweet spot.
He's talking about shirts, by the way.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
How about you, Ryan?
Yeah, so on Shopify, they have a monopoly on someone's attention, so they don't have to be as competitive with pricing. If I'm on Amazon I have to kind of look at each niche that I'm selling in, if it's a t-shirt, for instance, and see what other people are charging, and I want to be competitive with them to start, as long as I can have some profit in there.
So do you have a set margin that you stick to?
I do. I mean, honestly, usually I just add 10, like if I don't have competition, if I'm in a low competition niche, I honestly just add $10 to the fulfillment charge for whatever product I'm selling through the Printify catalog. And then Amazon's taking, maybe 17% on average from that sale too. So don't forget to factor that in, guys. Like, you can't just charge at cost. You'll end up potentially taking a loss. So yeah, you want to mark it up on Amazon.
How about you? Do you have a standard margin you charge for your products on Etsy?
It does depend a little bit on the product. Printify has hundreds of products, so it's not
another point for you.
the exact same across all of them. But for the types of products that I sell, like shirts and sweatshirts and drinkware, that types of stuff, I'd say anywhere from 20 to 30% profit is the margin that I want to aim for. That way, if you run ads, you purchase software, you still got plenty of room to make 15, 20% profit at the end of the day.
Okay, well, you heard it from the experts, folks. You got to find that sweet spot when it comes to pricing. But let's go ahead and move on, because at some point, maybe you want to consider diversifying across other sales channels. And I want to get your opinion on that, whether or not you feel it's worth it to just go all in on a single sales channel, or perhaps maybe once you reach a certain point, diversify and then take your skills that you've learned on your respective either marketplace or own storefront and then transfer that to another sales channel. I want to get your thoughts, Chris.
Yeah, we were talking about it earlier that it's so funny how every time an Etsy or Amazon seller comes over to Shopify, they end up being, and like coming over isn't expanding. They end up being some of the top performing sellers that we ever get to work with, because proof is in the pudding. They have a great product catalog, all of that. The time that I recommend expanding to a new sales channel, in my case, I aim to have the brand be at least $1 million in sales before I even consider annually, before I even consider expanding. Because there's so much more opportunity in each individual sales channel, doesn't matter which one, so much more opportunity than we normally think. And we kind of set a glass ceiling thinking that we've capped out way before we actually have.
Okay, same question to you, Ryan.
Yeah, I'm a huge fan of multi-channel, sales. And I was going to plug Printify real quick, because they have a tool where once you create a product in Printify, you can easily clone it to your other stores. So like, I log into my Printify account, I say this is my Amazon shop, but I've already got my Etsy shop integrated as well. I can take my Amazon product that's selling and in a few clicks, publish it to my Etsy shop. So I love that they did that.
Nice. Good for you. Another point for you, Ryan. Cassie, the same question to you.
Yeah, absolutely. So I do think that, it's fine to sell across multiple platforms eventually, but I do think that if you're a complete beginner, you don't know what you're doing. I don't think any of the three platforms are a bad platform. I think Chris and Ryan are both awesome teachers, and they're both great platforms. We've all been really successful on each of them, and you can be successful on any of them, just not all of them. And so you just need to pick one and really go all in, give it everything, iterate enough until you can find what works for you, test, make more of that. And then eventually, if you want to branch out and add those same designs to another platform, I think that's a great call. But you do need to have a little bit more experience under your belt, because each platform has things you need to learn on each one, and your time's better spent working and doubling down on what's already working for you.
Okay, I'm curious. I want to drill down on this a little bit on the Etsy side of things, because we've already established that people are passionate about Etsy, and it becomes part of their lifestyle in some cases. So I'm just wondering, is there a level where of success on Etsy that's when someone reaches it, that's the point where they should start thinking about another sales channel? If there is that point, where is it?
Sure. So I don't think there's any exact point. Obviously, that can look really different for a lot of people. But before moving over to, say, like a Shopify store or something, then I would probably make sure that you have one specific niche or kind of brand idea that's working really well for you. You've doubled down a ton. You have tons of products for that. Since when you start your own standalone store, you probably want, one focus to really advertise and focus on. So if you have, a couple hundred listings, you're making thousands of sales from those, I'd say that's probably when you could go there. As far as Amazon, you could get started at any point if you, don't get too much shiny object syndrome, and you could just post the exact same products there, again, using Printify's easy tool.
Yeah, so everybody has their point. It depends on who you're following and stuff, or excuse me, who you're chasing after in terms of a customer and the products you're selling. But you'll feel that inside when it's time. And I just want to share a quick note, because I've had a lot of success working with Etsy merchants transferring their skills over to TikTok Shop. Now, that was one of the sales channels that we did not cover today, but I just wanted to drop this nugget in here, because a lot of the skills that you build up on a marketplace transfer really easily over to other marketplaces, especially when we're talking about Etsy to TikTok Shop. If you have sort of already a penchant for creating social media posts and things like that already. So I just wanted to drop that in there. But we're about to wrap this session up. I want to thank all of you. You guys did a great job representing your respective sales channels. Of course, we're not going to crown a winner. I'm going to leave that up to you folks. But in terms of key takeaways, well, marketplaces like Etsy and Amazon, well, they just let you get started faster, okay, when it comes right down to it. And that built-in traffic can be really helpful to you, especially in the beginning stages, if you haven't built up those marketing muscles yet. But if you want to head that direction, well, Shopify might be the way to go, because, well, with their lower fees and extended brand building opportunities, well, that might be a better long-term option for you. Okay, but as you scale, those fees and costs add up. Make sure you're choosing the right platform for you. And of course, you got to make sure that your customers are on there. Make sure that when you're selling on a particular marketplace and you're looking to expand into other areas to build that print-on-demand empire, make sure those skills transfer over, okay? All right, folks, well, we've got a product showcase coming up to reveal some really interesting stuff about Printify Pop-Up Shop. That's coming up right now. I just want to give another thank you to my guests here. So on behalf of Chris and Ryan and Cassie, thank you so much for joining us for this first of 3 debates. There's plenty more Amplified coming up right now.
That was quite the debate. But whatever side you're on, what our merchants, makers, doers, and creators have been asking for are simple solutions that work. But you also want control, so we built it. Meet the new and improved Printify Pop-Up, your customizable store launched in minutes, totally for free. You don't even need to add a credit card. Sellers have already been making quick and simple stores and products with Pop-Up, which is great. But you want more customization options that represent your brand and excite your customers. We hear you. In the upcoming months, we are going to start bringing you a completely new way to customize your shop. But I'm not here just to talk, I'm here to show you. Our intuitive drag-and-drop store builder will be made so your brand identity shines. Pick a pre-built template and launch fast, or build it your way. Add your logo, make your cover banner pop. Choose your fonts, colors, and button styles. Customize your homepage with product collections. Edit content right in the store builder. Add sections like About Us to tell your story and mission. And move sections around. Customization, of course, goes a lot further than just the way your store looks. We know you want another way for customers to recognize your brand, a way to build trust with your buyers. That's why now you can connect a custom domain to your pop-up store right from your store settings. We'll even do it for you automatically right after entering and authorizing your domain. But customization isn't just for you. Your customers can personalize products right in your shop. It's never been easier to create something truly unique, which is why you absolutely need to share it with the world. Share your store link anywhere, Instagram, email, WhatsApp, and even in person with QR codes. Think about it. Wherever your brand can engage, events, retail expos, physical stores, you can have your inventory ready without any actual inventory. You get shoppers from offline, online, with one quick scan of your pop-up QR code, taking them directly to your product page to finish the purchase. While you focus on your buyers, we'll handle everything else: production, shipping, all the boring stuff so you can do what matters: sell. Building from scratch has never been easier. Your brand is ready for the world to buy with Printify Pop-Up.
Hey everyone, so we are backstage and I have some very special guests here with me today. I am here with the POD superstars from the Facebook Rockstar group. So I am here with Basil, Annie, and Kat, and we're going to be talking a little bit about their experience with print on demand. I have some questions and overall just want to share our experiences with you. How are you guys feeling?
Good, good.
Good.
So excited to be here.
Yeah. So I would love to know, and Annie, how long have you been doing print on demand?
I started with Printify in 2021 during high school. I wanted a way to make some extra income and test my graphic design studies. It's been 4 years now, and they have been the most rewarding years of my life.
Yeah, isn't it crazy how it can completely change your life?
It is insane.
Yeah. And I'm curious, do you use Printify Choice for your store?
Yes, yes.
How do you feel it's impacted the way that your store runs?
Well, as an Alaskan living thousands of miles away from the United States, having a print partner that ships fast, securely, and prints phenomenally well is really important to me, and that's exactly what I get with Printify Choice.
That's so incredible. I love that. And Kat, I'm curious, how long have you been doing print on demand?
I've been doing print on demand for about 3 years now, and I just recently got into the Printify Choice area. I was kind of like, hesitant at first, but once I got some samples and tested it out myself and realized that whatever I got to lose, like at this point I can save money and more profit for me, why not? So.
Yeah, saving money is always good, especially when using Printify Choice. I think that's one of the best things about it, right? Really cool. And do you have a favorite product that you sell or is like a bestseller for you?
Hands down, Comfort Colors 1717. That's my go-to now. So.
That's such a good one. All the color variants are so incredible. I really love them. And Basil, how about you? How long have you been doing print on demand?
I started back in 2017, so kind of towards the beginning of this whole journey, and it was little bit of a slow start, but now recently my husband was able to quit his job and come work for me. So
oh my gosh, congrats, that's amazing.
Thank you.
That's such a cool story and experience. And do you think you've noticed some changes over the time of print on demand?
Oh, absolutely. And so many things have gotten easier since the beginning. So I've been selling internationally since day one, and in the beginning, I was manually routing orders to suppliers in different countries, which was so time consuming, such a hassle. And now recently I started using the global fulfillment by Printify Choice, and that's really streamlined my process.
That's incredible. Yeah, it saves so much time and effort too, I'd assume, especially when you're trying to figure that all out. And what would you say is a product that sells really well for you, or one of your favorites?
Well, they recently added the woven blankets to the Printify Choice catalog, and I adore those blankets. I've given them to all my friends and family as Christmas gifts every year.
Okay, so hear that. That is a great gift and something you should list on your store, especially because Q4 is coming up and people are shopping already for Christmas. So you should be listing that now for sure. And do you think you have a product that you would say is your favorite?
Mine is definitely the heavy blend hooded sweatshirt. It's roomy, but it's really comfortable, and the print is always really crisp and clean, so it's perfect for any design that you have.
And I feel too, with the new embroidery situation, how we can embroider across the full top is really, really cool too. And I'm so curious to know about the Facebook group, because if you're not a part of the Facebook group, there's so much knowledge in there, right? Everyone's kind of in there talking and sharing their experiences. Is it something that you would recommend for newer sellers to join?
Oh, 100%. There's so much information that you don't realize is there when you first start, and the POD Rockstars group is where you need to go.
I agree. I saw all of the cool comments in there and everybody's just learning so much. It's really, really great. It's awesome. And I do think too that if you're somebody that is trying to get started and you don't really know, which print provider to start with, that's what I think is so cool about Printify Choice as well. Because not only is it going to save you the money, save you the time and all the fulfillment stuff, it's really easy to just click the button and have Printify give the best supplier for you. So I think it's a really great thing. And as you heard it here, everybody uses it. So to get on the successful seller train, definitely something to check out. And I have to say, I think we have a little bonus. I would like to ask you one thing from Amplified so far that you're taking away and going to bring into your business moving forward. What do you think, Kat?
Just all the knowledge from meeting the superstars, following them for 3 years online and now seeing them in person for the first time. It's like I can't wait to put all the things I've learned into my shop. So.
That's awesome. What about you, Basil?
I've been talking to a lot of people about some strategies to up my social media game, which is something I've kind of struggled with. So I'm looking forward to that. And I'm also really looking forward to testing out some of the new features that Kittle is launching for some of my mock-ups, because I like to make my own mock-ups, and it sounds like they're doing some really exciting things.
No, they really are. And honestly, perfect to say, because up next, we actually have a really great panel that's going to be discussing some design. And we have a blank canvas to bestseller. That's going to be really great. And it's going to be with Leah, Alec, and Drew from Kittle. So I'm sure there's a lot to learn there, especially with all of the new updates there, the AI, all of that different stuff. So I'm sure we can all learn something and bring that into our shop. But yeah, so that's coming to you next. So make sure that you're tuned in, and we are about to see all of them talk about all the new design trends. And also, I want to mention that there
We get it. Very cool.
Thank you.
We're live.
Go.
Welcome. You've already learned how to get your buyers hooked, how to spot trends, and where to sell. And now it is time to get to the fun part, the creative part. Now, your design is undoubtedly the #1 thing that gets someone to buy your product. It's going to be the part that speaks to them the most, which is why it is so important, okay? But it does not have to be complicated, and it certainly does not have to be scary, because we've got all the tools that you need to get started as soon as you've finished watching Amplified. And to tell you all about design today, I'm here with Alec and Drew. Why don't you introduce yourselves quickly?
Hey everyone, my name is Alec. I've been doing print on demand for a little over 6 years now with Printify, and I also make YouTube videos about it.
Yeah, and I'm Drew from Kittle, and we also have a YouTube channel where we're teaching different things from print on demand to graphic design. Kittle's a tool that works right in your browser for design and has some amazing AI-powered tools, which we're going to look at today.
Look forward to learning about that. But before you actually start designing, there are a few things that you need to consider. First of all, what product are you actually designing for? Are you designing for apparel like a t-shirt or a hoodie, or something that has a harder surface like a mug or a phone case, or something like hats or a bag that might be a little bit more complicated? You have to think about what print method you are designing for. Is it going to be DTG or DTF for a t-shirt? Is it going to be an all-over print item that might require a pattern or a more abstract design? Or is it something like embroidery or even engraving? And lastly, you have to consider, does the design need to be adapted for a different product or a different color variant or even a different niche, and how easy will it be to adapt that design? Now, again, design does not have to be scary. We're going to start today with very basic text designs, literally just a few words on a t-shirt, because those designs sell, and our data consistently shows this. Alec, why do simple text designs sell so well?
Well, they sell well because you can tailor a simple text design to almost any niche. You can make them funny, you can make them serious, and they're so easy and versatile. They can go on almost any product,
Easy to edit.
making them a bestseller.
Yeah.
Exactly. And it's almost an instant way for a buyer to express who they are, their personality, their identity, their mood. You can read it in a few seconds and there you know who that person is, right? All right, so we have a ton of beginner-friendly tools and templates in both Printify and Kittl to help you get started quickly while you are learning the nitty-gritty of design as you build your shop. So Alec will start us off in Printify, showing us a very basic design.
Yes, so I'm going to show you the simplest way to get started creating a design. Now, the very first thing is to select the product that you're going to be selling. And today I figured what better than probably the all-time bestseller and the most classic, just a simple t-shirt. So I'm going to click through the Printify catalog and select one, and we'll use Printify Choice as the supplier. Now, when I hit Start Designing and this page loads, we're going to get the Printify editor. So this is where you can upload your design if you already have one. And right up here on the right side, you can select some variants. So if you don't want to sell just a white blank t-shirt with a design on it, you can select some more colors in here to add your design to. So I'll just select a few, for example, but this is really what we're paying attention to, this box in the middle. This is where our design goes, and this is the print area for our product. Now, luckily, right inside of Printify, there's a bunch of tools that we can use to get designs for our product. So if you look at this toolbar, there's a few options over here. The graphics tab has a bunch of pre-made graphics and templates that you can use right inside of your designs. So even if you've never made a design or you've never worked with graphics before, you have some that are ready to go. All you have to do is click, and it'll import it right into your product, right into your design. So you could use this in your product design if you wanted to. I guess if you're making an Earth-themed product or something. Now, there's a few other tools. There's an AI generator in here, so you can type in a prompt. It'll generate a graphic for you that you can use on your product. But today, we're going to keep it the simplest way that we can make a design. We're going to do it in the simplest way. We're going to use a simple text design. In Printify, they've got a bunch of pre-made templates that we could use if you want to style it a little bit more. But I'm going to wing it. We're going to go for it, and we're just going to create something right here live. So I'm going to scroll through and pick a font. I think that this one looks good. It's kind of a funky little font. And then we can type in our text. So this is what the design is actually going to say. You can use AI to come up with your design, or you can just come up with something on your own. So I thought we would go with something kind of punny. And I think we'll say positive. Just a, sort of pet pun. And then I'm going to duplicate this layer. And we're going to make a second layer that says, maybe, vibes only. There we go. So kind of a little pun on, a pet-themed t-shirt. You guys get it?
Oh, yeah. Got
it.
That's good.
Positive vibes only. So there we go. In just a few seconds, I'm able to create, honestly, not a terrible-looking design, with just a few text layers and kind of a fun idea. I can even take it a step further. So if I select the design, I could add like a curve to the text if I wanted to, and just spice the design up a little bit more like that. From here, I could add a graphic to it, maybe like a paw print or something to really drive home that this is kind of like a pet-themed punny shirt. And from there, we could try and list it for sale.
Let's go back into those text templates real quick now and show those again. Yeah, these templates, these are a really great place to start for beginners, because if you're not sure what font combinations to use or maybe how to style the curved text, you can add one of these templates and kind of adjust it a little bit to your liking if you need. So, all right, let's take this now a little bit to the next level, add a graphic in Kittl. Drew is going to show us how to do that.
Yeah, absolutely. And I really like our theme of things not being scary, because you can hop into an editor, maybe that looks like Kittl, and you can say, okay, there's a lot. There's a pen tool down here. There's a canvas tool. There's all these buttons. It can be a little bit daunting at times. But we want to keep things simple. We want to keep things not scary. Now, of course, we also have the templates like we were mentioning. You could type in t-shirt. You could type in dog. You can go through our elements. You can also type in, for example, I could type in dog, which is how I found some of the illustrations you see over here on the right side. We also have the pre-made text layouts and things if text layout isn't your strongest suit. But what I want to show you today is actually a newer feature to Kittl, which is called Kittl Flows. And you can kind of see that it's been built out here. So for example, I have also selected some text Over here, we can have all of our different fonts. You can see some kind of cute kawaii style fonts over here on the right side that are fun for more of an exciting kind of pun design like this. But because we have this smartboard feature, which is connected to AI, I thought, well, maybe let's add a smartboard, which I can do with hitting this little arrow key. And you can see that there's a smartboard now where I can prompt in something over here and then select one of our models. I'm going to keep it on Nana Banana for now because I think it's super strong. It's very exciting. And if I select this artboard right here, let me zoom in just a little bit. Over here, I said, make the text more round, more bubbly, insert little paw prints, things like that. And you can see in about 15 seconds, it took my basic text and did what I said. It made it more round. It made it more paw print style. Then I said, well, let's take it a step further. So then I added another smartboard, and I said, change the style of the design to be more kawaii inspired. And it gave me these little like cute cats and little paw prints and things like that. And so this is a great way if you're scared of kind of hopping into intense graphic design principles, you can use something like Kiddle Flows to prompt your way into what you want to see. And that's really what we've done down here. So for example, we have the design components like I was mentioning. I found our dog, I got our text. We do have effects in Kiddle, like the same kind of text effects you were mentioning. So we have the little circle down here, we have an angle, we have other things like that. But if we connect our smartboard, which you can see right here, I can also change the character. So instead of the dog, I said change the dog in the center to be a cat instead. And because I'm using Nana Banana, one of those intense, powerful features of Nana Banana is consistency. So to keep the characters the same. So it has the same dog style transferred as a cat. So now the cat is orange, the text is exactly the same as it should be. And then you say, okay, well, what if we change the breed of, the dog or the cat? And then I decided to test it out. So I said, okay, well, let's change the dog to a Saint Bernard. And it did it, right? It keeps all the text the same. It just changes the dog exactly. And we can keep going with this. I was like, okay, well, let's try a bulldog. And so then it gives me a happy bulldog. You got to put your adjectives and things in there. And then I was like, okay, well, I'm not really sure. Maybe I'm wrong. If I haven't seen an orange bulldog, I don't want to.
I've never seen one. If you've seen an orange bulldog, let us know in the chat.
Let us know, for sure. But then I was like, okay, well, let's add another smartboard and let's make some more realistic colors. And I was like, change the colors of the dog to be gray and white, change the text to be dark gray because I don't want a gray dog with orange text. I want it to be consistent on my shirt. And so boom, there it is. It keeps the same. I mean, truly, this surprises me every time. I kind of want to just start playing and just start playing right now. But like it keeps everything so consistent and then changes the color. And I decided to take it even further and was like, can we change this style? So then I added another little smartboard here. If I click on this, you can see the prompt here. Turn this into a vintage style design, making the text on the top and bottom serif. I can turn it into like a vintage hatched style design. And you can see it's like, it did it. It turned it into a vintage design. I didn't have to like do anything.
Now, Drew, that looks like a really long prompt. Did you come up with that on your own?
No. What I said was turn this into a vintage style design. And then I used this little tool right here called Enhance Prompt. And it gave me all of this other stuff. So it gave me words like etched, cross-hatched, vintage, right? So it really helped me like craft the style I was wanting, which is exactly, this is what I had in my mind, like the little hatched lines and things like you would see kind of in the old
This
times.
is such a useful tool because creating a prompt is an art in itself these days. You have to be super descriptive, but with this click of the button, you can do it. It'll do it for you immediately,
Yeah.
and you get a design like this.
100%, 100%. And another thing that I like to do with smartboards, and something that I hope a lot of people start doing, is I maybe really like this cat, but I don't necessarily want it with the text anymore. I'll do a prompt like extract the cat by itself, and then I'll just say on a white background just for good measure so I know that it's gonna do it correctly. And then I'll be able to use the cat by itself without the text, so like we could make a sticker, for example. And so I'm gonna keep it on Nana Banana, and while that is generating, which it shouldn't take too long, I'm going to go down and show you one more cool feature about Flows, which is connecting boards together. So you can see I have that same illustration from above, but then I have a real photo of a dog. So maybe you're gonna be offered personalized items, something like that, right? And you are gonna take somebody's actual photo, but you wanna characterize it, or you wanna make it the kawaii style or whatever. Well, I can link these boards together, and then I can basically put in the prompt right here to turn the realistic dog into an illustration style, like the illustrated dog. And then so, boom, it gave it to me, right? It gave me this dog right? Which I think is a border collie maybe. And then it turned it into that character. And then I was like, well, I need the full body. So I just added another smartboard and I said, create a full body view. And it's pretty amazing. That's for it to be able to create legs, right, from this dog.
In probably like 30 seconds, he did this too. And
Oh, yeah.
I love this example because personalization right now is huge.
Yes.
And I think, you're definitely going to get sales if you start offering personalization. But I think a lot of new sellers are a little bit scared to offer personalization because they don't know how to take somebody's picture and make it truly
Illustrated.
unique.
Yeah.
And how to illustrate it or make it into a line drawing, for example. And here you can do that with one prompt.
100%. And so here's our cat that we worked on earlier from the prompt. So again, it says right here, extract a cat. And now you might be saying, okay, well, that's all fine and good, but it's on a white background. What am I supposed to do? Okay, glad you asked. So I can convert it to an image here, and then we can use our nifty background remover, which is all built right into Kittl, and that's going to give us our cat right here that we can use. I can make it a little bit bigger so that we can see it a little bit better, and we could export it right from here if we want. We could go ahead and quick export it as a PNG, but we can take it a step further, and we could vectorize this cat so that we could use it for something else. Maybe we need to put an outline behind it. And so I can just go ahead and decide like, okay, maybe I want 7 colors. I don't know if there's necessarily 7 colors in this cat, but we can give it a minute to think about that. And then now we have our cat. And so if we want to start changing some of the gray colors to or the eye color to like a red, and we want to change this color to like yellow. Now we have a really intense like anime cat maybe. And so you can...
It's giving me Pikachu vibes.
Something like that. Maybe we pick something like maybe a little bit more realistic. But yeah, so you can get your different colors, which is, it could be good for anything.
Yeah, but the different colors and the facts that you can choose them here is really, really good for embroidery particularly. Because embroidery, you can only choose from a certain set of colors. There's 15 colors you can choose from, but now with this, when you vectorize it, you can already choose those colors, place where you want them to go, and then as soon as you export it, it'll be ready for an embroidered product.
Yes, exactly. And so we're just about, I think, time to start uploading some stuff. I do want to clarify one thing because I get asked this a lot, and we're going to be improving on this. So you're kind of like the advanced standing students right now because not a lot of people, you can connect boards. So to do that, just so I can show you really briefly, let's say we just draw another board right here. Let's say we had another image, or maybe we had text even. I can go ahead and add this smartboard, and click and drag it into this one. You see how it locks in there? So for example, maybe I put some text on here that says, positive vibes only. And then I say connect all these and create a design. That's how you do it. So I just wanted to clarify that real quick. But there's a couple of ways that we can export our designs. I think I really like this one with the cat. I'm biased. I'm a cat person. So I'm going to convert this one. I'm going to do the same thing, remove the background. And once that's ready, again, there's 2 ways we can export it. We can do this little quick export tool right here, or you can go up here into the right where it also says export. And you can use all of your different little features right here. You can control your DPI, which is very important for print on demand. You always want a high DPI like 300. And you can do JPEG, which you don't need for this, or an SVG or anything you want. But I think my favorite way to do it is just with the quick export tool. So I'm gonna go here. PNG is perfect. It's already transparent. There's no background. We removed it already. And I'm just going to export it at 3 times because why not? And so that's going to be ready. And I'm also going to do the same thing with the cat because maybe we want to see it on a sticker or something like that. So just go over here, hit export, and we're good to go with this right here. And now I think we're ready to see these on some products, right?
Yeah, let's upload them and actually create a real product with the designs that you just made. So I think those look great. Now I'm just gonna hop back into the Printify editor. This is where, again, you can upload your design. I got a mug pulled up right here. You can just drag it in, but I'm just going to select to upload from the device. And I think I'll use this design that you made originally for a shirt, but I think it's gonna look great on the mug.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that was one thing that we were also talking about a little bit earlier before we started, which was adapting designs to other things. And so this is great for a t-shirt, but also, like you said, for a mug.
Exactly. So I'm gonna upload that. I'm gonna let this kind of render out while I create another product. And this time I'm gonna create a sticker. So I've already got it pulled up. I'm gonna do the same thing. I'm just going to select our design. And one thing I wanted to mention, Drew, is this is really cool because we honestly started with a simple text design and never did we have to actually go through and manually create a graphic. We used Kittl the whole time, and we just created a real product and a real graphic just based on text. So if you can get a simple text design,
that's cool.
You can create a graphic and you can create sellable products all the way through.
Yeah.
And we did all of this in under 20 minutes, right? You guys just watched us do this. And that goes to show how scalable designs can be with Kittl, how simple they really can be, and how much of a bestseller just text can be. All right, now before we leave, you have some gifts for us,
Yes,
don't you?
I do, yes. So I have an offer for us, and that is going to be with Kittl. We're going to be giving you a 1-month free subscription. You see right here, you can scan the QR code to get it, or if you have any problems, of course, you can comment over in the Sellers Club. We can figure it out for sure. But we also want to give you 3,000 additional AI tokens to play with those AI models. So we don't just necessarily have Nana Banana. We have ChatGPT, Image One, Seed Dream. We have all these different models, and we really want you to put them to the test, play with them, use the enhanced prompt feature. So we're going to give you that as well. And of course, we have tons of tutorials showing you how to do this on the Kittl YouTube channel.
Yes, so join Sellers Club now if you haven't in order to get those awesome discounts. Now, where can our viewers learn more from each of you?
You can find me on YouTube at Alex Sheffy.
And you can find me on @Kittl Design at YouTube.
Definitely go check out those tutorials. You'll learn some awesome stuff with them. Now, from basic text designs to luxurious personalized embroidery, we know how important it is to improve and simplify the design process for you to get started. So let us now show you the awesome things you can do in the Printify product creator.
You want to open a store and sell awesome products with beautiful designs, but you have no design background and zero clue where to begin. You open Printify, and honestly, you're not expecting this to be easy. But you do see a template. You click on it, type something simple, swap out the font for something more, you choose the perfect colors, and just like that, your design looks legit. Boom, your first win. By the way, our data shows that basic text designs are consistently bestsellers. So you make another and another. You are not just designing, you are building confidence. The tools are simple, but the results, they're looking so pro. Say you already have a brand identity in mind, you upload a custom font, you tweak the arch, grab the exact shade of green from your brand, add a shape, drag it behind your text. Now it's giving brand identity. No Photoshop, no stress, just you, few clicks, and a product that you're proud of. Now you are ready to experiment. Let your buyer throw in other names enabled with just a click. Maybe even a personalized photo. It starts to feel custom, intentional, tailor-made exactly to what your customers are looking for. You take it up a notch. Use embroidery-ready text, already formatted to stitch clean. Suddenly, it feels premium, with no extra digitization costs or longer fulfillment. You've got the tools to create products that look awesome and sell something that finally feels like yours.
Hey guys, so I am backstage with a face that I'm sure you know, Ryan Hogue, and we're going to be discussing one of the things that I feel like is not talked about enough, and that is failures and things that we can always work better on with our print-on-demand stores, because all successful sellers have had their failures. So Ryan, I'm curious if you have a specific failure or something that went completely wrong that helped you become a better seller.
Where do I start? Don't be afraid of making mistakes, guys, first and foremost. I've made plenty with my print-on-demand business. I think the best one to highlight, though, is bad designs. I've made so many along the way, but you know what? I'm calling them learning experiences. Because every bad design that I made, I got a little bit better on the next one. And I actually have a tip for how you guys might be able to avoid making bad designs like I did. And that's that I like to start by making a text-only version of most designs. before I worry about making a graphic, which at this point, honestly, I'm willing to outsource that to AI or use a tool like Kiddle, where their AI can make the graphic and plug it right into the design, and it's really quick and easy. So I'll make a text-only version, then I'll add a graphic and make a second version where it's the text and the graphic, and that I feel like has made a positive impact on my business.
Wow, that's so awesome and so helpful. I think that we all have struggled in the design field. I know I have, definitely. But thanks so much. Yeah, thanks so much for sharing that with us. I really think it's helpful to everybody out there because designing is one of the most important parts of print on demand, and it happens to be something that gets a lot of people tripped up. So definitely helpful. Thanks, Ryan. And I think, let's see. I wonder who else has had a specific failure in mind. Hey, David.
Hey, Mac.
How are you doing today?
Good, yourself?
Yeah, I'm doing great. How has Amplified been so far for you?
Amplified is like Amplified always is. Energizing. Amplified is like Amplified always is. Energizing, exciting, amazing, thrilling. Like, it's just so amazing. I was looking just now on the computer at like how many people we have tuning in from around the world and where they're tuning in from. We have people in this room from Alaska. Like it's a long way from where we are to Alaska. It's amazing. So the fact that there are people out there basically taking, I think a lot of people doing POD really take control of their lives in the fact that they want to earn more money. They want an outlet for their creative freedom. And they're like, I'm not going to just do 9 to 5 and what's served up to me. I'm going to do my thing. And the fact that there's so many people around the world doing that is super, super energizing. So yeah, for me, I know you were asking Ryan about failure. My failure is we didn't do Amplified sooner, right? Like that we didn't get more people in. I think also last year we had our Discord community. Which was great. We saw a lot of people engaged, but like the day after Amplified, that kind of like died down, and we didn't do a good job of really giving that community consistent follow-up. So I'm so happy that this year we have Sellers Club, and we have all of our sellers and our mentors in there, so that Amplified is like, it's day one of a journey rather than like a news bulletin about a journey and then it goes away. So yeah, for me, like the fact that we didn't start this earlier, the fact that we didn't give people that community last year, and so I'm super happy that we're giving it to them this year. And I mean, it's just amazing for me that there's all those people out there. I love sitting here and asking everybody for their stories. Like, I know your story is incredible. Cassie's story is amazing. Stala and like what she does with her academy, it's like amazing. She told me once about how like she just wanted to have some money so that she could fix the tires on her car. Like, it's just amazing what everyone does. And I mean, I love everyone who sells. I don't care what they sell, who they sell it to. I just love it. It's great.
That's awesome. No, I totally agree. And I think Amplified is such a really cool space where we can all come together and share our stories, share our knowledge. And so it's so amazing to have all of you here watching as well. Well, thanks so much for letting me bug ya. I know we have a lot going on. There's so much happening. Let's see. So I'm really curious to talk to more sellers about failure because it's something that I experienced a lot as well in the beginning. Hey, Meg. Let's see. Would you like to share a failure with our audience here about something that maybe, didn't work out for you in the beginning of print on demand, or really with anything that you found yourself finding a solution for through the failure?
Yeah, absolutely. I talk about this a lot, that my first store was like an absolute failure. I did get a few sales, but I ended up having no niche. So I was essentially just designing for me. I was like, these designs look great. I would wear them. And then I went and marketed them, and I realized not as many people have the same taste as I do. But instead of necessarily looking at that as a failure, I was able to look at that as a learning opportunity. And so, yes, there were a lot of things on that first store that I did not do well, but I was able to learn from that. And the things that did go well, I was able to take that information and put it into my next store, which ended up being very successful.
That's so amazing. I think so many people get caught up in that of like, oh, but I want to design this and it looks so cool. And then it's like, okay, but is there a market for it? And it's kind of like a hard truth with print on demand that like all of us go through, is like, you have to make sure that you find something that you can bring your own creativity to, but that there's actually a market for it. That's a really, really helpful thing to share. Yeah. And how have you been feeling today at Amplified?
I'm really excited. I haven't gone yet, so little little excited for getting on the stage, and we have a really good presentation for you. So.
Do you want to give a little like sneak peek about what you're talking about?
Yeah, we're going to talk about reasons why you may not be getting sales. So if you're somebody who's currently struggling, or maybe you're getting inconsistent sales, we're going to talk about some really key movers on changing that for you.
That's really helpful. And I know one of the hardest parts in the start of Print on Demand for sure. I think we relate on a lot of our struggles for sure. Yeah. I also want to remind you, if you have not entered our giveaway on Instagram, you absolutely should. And to do that, all you have to do is go over to Printify's Instagram, make sure that you're following the Printify account, leave us a comment about Amplified this year, and for a bonus, you can repost. It's really easy. You literally click a button and it reposts. So that's a great bonus for you to do to win the giveaway. And the giveaway prizes, which everybody likes to hear, we have an Amplified t-shirt, Amplified sweatshirt, Amplified tote bag, and then what I think is the best prize, not saying that the t-shirts aren't amazing, but you will get 1 year of Printify Premium for free, which is so incredible. I love Printify Premium. I use it in all my stores. So I highly recommend entering that giveaway, and it will be announced tomorrow. But speaking of winners and all of that, we actually have a winner for the Sellers Club giveaway. So let's see. Steve Christie, you have won the $100 giveaway, I believe. And yes, $100 in Printify sales credit. So definitely a great prize there that you can use in any way that you'd like. I always say samples is something that I would be using it for. But yeah, so congratulations. And also, don't go anywhere because we have a really cool session about how to do AI. Basically, robots versus humans. Is AI or humans better for print on demand? And that's with Martin, Alec, George, and Kate. And they're going to be talking about automation and how it helps, and where human touch is still important because we don't want to be replaced by robots. I know I don't want to be. So make sure that you are staying tuned and check that out because it is coming up next. And yeah, so leave a little chat in the Sellers Club also and let us know how you are feeling. And let's get into that next session.
Which camera? Shit.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, AI is the buzzword, or rather buzz letters, that everybody's talking about these days. So how does that translate to your print-on-demand business? Well, that is exactly the topic that we are going to cover in our debate today, and I guarantee you we're going to have ourselves a great time. With me to discuss this is Alec Sheffield, a.k.a. Sheffy. He is been using AI tools to create, conceive, research, and automate print-on-demand tasks for years. How you doing, Sheffy? Are you excited?
Super excited. Thanks for having me.
Wonderful. Great answer. All right, we're starting off with a bang, ladies and gentlemen. Also, I have George McConnell, who is a Sellers Club mentor and operator who has used tools and data to scale POD stores, focusing on automation, data analysis, and competitive edge. George, are you ready for a heated debate?
Oh, I'm excited about this one.
Good answer. All right. And of course, last but certainly not least, we have Kate from Everbee. She is a marketing and growth lead over there at Everbee, and she helps sellers grow their businesses using AI and data, focusing on finding winning products, streamlining workflows, and building a competitive edge with the right tools and strategy. Kate, are you excited?
Oh, yes.
All right. Well, I want to thank all of you for joining me. So let's jump right into it, ladies and gentlemen. I want to throw a few statistics at you first, just to sort of set the table. This first one from Cornell University, they did a study on AI and found that humans augmented by AI significantly outperform humans without it for idea generation. But that diversity of ideas falls when depending too much on AI. Now, guys, this leads me to believe that there's a line somewhere where AI just starts to fall off. I'm curious. I'd like to poll you guys. We'll go one by one. Where is that line? Do we know where that is? George, you go first.
I think once it starts agreeing with you a little bit too much because it wants to be your friend, maybe that's a little bit of a bad line.
When it starts being your friend?
Yeah, well, you know, it could just steer you in the wrong direction because it doesn't want to hurt your feelings.
All right, okay. Sheffy, how about you?
Yeah, exactly. You know, once it starts, you know, if you're using it to create products, for example, if it starts creating products that are a little too similar to the ones that you've seen before, specifically for your designs, it's probably a time to, you know, change the way that you're prompting it.
All right, Kate, give me your 10 cents.
Yeah, I think it's very important to stay critical and to keep this human filter, whatever like you're getting, you know, even you think the output is good, maybe, you know, you have to like look into it a bit more. So, yeah.
All right. Well, this other stat I want to throw at you, at the audience, comes from, it's about originality tests. It says that AI struggles with, it's actually good at divergent thinking, which is taking on many ideas, but it's less good at determining which one of those ideas is best. So does this tell us that there is still that human element that's involved to make sense of all this noise? Kate, what do you think?
Yeah, definitely. I feel like human element is very central, and only the human can actually say, does it make sense or not? So, yeah, I think we have to like keep that in mind when we're using AI.
Okay, Sheffy, agree, disagree?
Yeah, absolutely. I totally agree. You know, AI is really good at helping you kind of expand upon your ideas, but ultimately it's up to you to do the research and to figure out, you know, what's going to be selling or what type of designs to make. Use your judgment as the creator to just use AI as a tool to help you.
Okay. And let's get a Sellers Club mentor perspective out of you, George.
Well, I mean, I don't think this is going to be much of a debate if we're all agreeing.
Exactly. Wait, I'm glad you said that because we need to stay true to this debate format. So moving forward, I'm going to be playing devil's advocate, okay? I am no longer Martin, your debate host and moderator. You can think of me as Martin, the anti-AI guy who just does not want AI at all, and you guys have to convince me. Okay, are you up for the challenge?
Sure.
Let's
do it.
Well, let's go right in. Okay, first of all, folks, let's talk big picture. Like, I've heard of AI. I've seen all the movies. Okay, it's eventually going to take over the world and kill us all. We all know that, okay? But to me, all this AI in POD really sounds like malarkey and hogwash, okay? So in real POD terms, what's AI doing right now to benefit POD merchants?
It's already doing so much, and you know there is still so much that it can do. It can create the listings for you. It can optimize for you. It can do like SEO, titles and tags. It can also like help you with content strategy, like be your email marketeer, like a lot of things basically. So and yeah, sky's the limit.
Go off of Kate here. It can create your mock-ups, your videos. You could take all your data and, like she said, create ads with that. Know exactly where to shoot, you know. If you have this ad with this product, should I send it to California? Should I send it to Texas? It will dial into where you should spend that money.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you can use it. You can get super complex with it, managing your ads. You can get super simple with it, just helping you come up with ideas for a text-based saying. So there's a place for it in almost every area of your business.
I don't know. Not convinced yet, guys, but we got plenty more debate to go. Okay, so listen up. My cousin Foosball, okay, that's right, Foosball, says that I should avoid AI designs at all costs. If I do that, what single thing will I absolutely be missing out on that would make my store look like it's back in the Stone Age?
Speed. Basically, with AI, you can create multiple designs and just like, poof, in one go. While if you have to do it yourself, you'll probably like spend weeks on it.
But I got a lot of time, so what else you got for me?
Well, obviously, there's speed, but taking it to the next level, like you can use AI to help you come up with so many more ideas than you might be able to come up with on your own. So when you're creating that design, you can always take it to the next level just by even running it through a simple AI that we probably all use, ChatGPT. Yeah. You know, it can always help you ideate a little bit more and just get more out of every design you make.
Interesting. Okay.
You can actually use AI agents as well. So pretty much you are creating employees that you don't have to pay because you have a ChatGPT subscription.
Okay, well, speed is great, but like, let's say I have, like in the case of design, let's say, I'm forced to use AI for, some reason, like the apocalypse is coming and I have no choice because they're forcing me to. If they create like 50 designs, like how am I going to know, like, aren't I going to spend more time deciding which one of those 50 designs is best? I mean, I'd rather just kind of go with one or two. That way I know, right?
I think yes and no, but the most important thing, like why do you need those 50 designs? For example, like you have so many ideas and you want to test them real quick, and that's where AI would come in handy, because it will just like push all those 50 designs and you just test them, and here you go. You will have your winning design at the end.
Well, and Martin, when AI does take over, this is why you'll be glad that you're still human, because at the end of the day, you're the one that still has to understand your customer and build that brand. And so you'll be the one that understands, which design is going to perform best, because you'll be the one doing the research.
All right, I like that. I'm still involved in that. Okay. All right. Okay, I just want to poll the group here. Like, since we're talking about AI design here, what's your go-to AI design tool and why? George, how about you?
Ooh, pictures. I would definitely go with Midjourney. I think it's unbeatable right now. VO3 for video, definitely.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree with Midjourney. I also like keeping it simple and using ChatGPT.
Okay.
I just agree with those guys. I use all of them too.
All right, you're starting to pull me over to your side, but I'm not there yet, folks. Okay, so let's say I swear off using AI designs like forever. What are the behind-the-scenes wins that I'm walking away from? Like, is it brand loyalty, customers, customer service, things like that? Tell me what I'd miss out on if I didn't give AI a shot.
Yeah, well, like we already talked about, you're definitely missing out on speed. The time that it takes you to create a design, completely by yourself. Now, even if you do like designing, you can still use AI to help just assist you to come up with, new ideas or make elements of those graphics faster. So you're definitely missing out on speed, and also just taking your creativity to the next level. Because to be honest, I run out of ideas pretty quickly. So ChatGPT is always there to help me get back on track.
And I'm just gonna go off the speed here. Wouldn't you rather be on a beach? Right?
Very good question.
You don't
My
want to be
cousin
in an
Foosball
office
and I,
sitting there or
we do
drawing
like
up
the
your
beach.
designs.
Yeah. Okay.
By the way, Foosball, I was a champ. So.
Oh, all right.
Yeah,
well,
he's
we'll
going to lose.
We'll have to test that out a little bit later there, George. Because my other cousin, Guido, he recently got out of prison for stealing designs on Etsy. So he told me that I'd be a fool to let AI anywhere near my business. So aside from AI, like in terms of brand building, what can AI help out with?
Yeah, well, like you just said, Guido,
yeah,
he got put in jail for stealing designs. And that's where it really comes down to, the way that you're prompting and the way that you're using the AI. Because at the end of the day, AI is just a tool. And so the way that you use it really comes down to the way that you interact with it and the way that you prompt it. And so coming up with creative ideas and creative designs, if you're using it for that or any other element of the business, it really comes down to your ability to write a great prompt.
Yeah. I agree with that, but I also think it's important to train your AI helper, like let him ask questions about your brand, about your business, who you are selling to, or like what you're selling to. And by doing that, you're actually teaching your AI model to do better, with output and everything.
Okay, I'm glad you brought up prompts, because my cousin Bigfoot, he showed me a TikTok recently and that said that learning to prompt AI correctly was crucial. But let's say I refuse to learn any of your AI prompt witchcraft and stuff like that, and just like feed vague, simple terms into the AI. Make me a cool T-shirt. Like, what am I missing out on?
I mean, if you are basic with the basic prompts, you get basic results. You need to be precise, specific, right? You don't want to be with Uggs and latte, right? Isn't that what most people say? Basic, or is it pumpkin spice?
Yeah,
pumpkin spice. Yeah.
You don't want to be that person, right?
But basic has a broad appeal, doesn't it?
I mean, if you want to be like that, sure, I'll get you Uggs.
Okay, well, Uggs seem comfortable to me, but okay. But one thing I heard from my cousin Cinnamon was that she uses AI to write her prompts for her and then feeds it right back into the AI design. So is that something you would recommend?
Oh, I actually did a video on this and put this in the Sellers Club on how to do that. So you can just click the button and you can speak to it, and it will speak back to you and create that prompt for you. You can take that prompt, use it in ChatGPT, Midjourney, VO3.
Maybe my cousin Cinnamon's onto something, folks. But let's say I see a design that looks straight up bomb diggity, and I think it'll finally allow me to pay for my cousin Heathrow's reconstructive surgery. But something in me says, I've seen that before. What specific red flag should I look out for that would make me toss it out instead of publishing? So, like, how
Should I trust that inner voice that maybe sees that this is something that is, widespread out in the marketplace?
If you're getting this déjà vu feeling or like the feeling of similarity, then maybe you're entering a very dangerous zone of like copyright and trademark. And I wouldn't go in there. I would like double check to make sure that the design that you're looking for is actually not trademarked. So.
And you can actually use ChatGPT. Go into the thinking mode. Say, hey, pull this design. Is it showing up in other locations? And it'll actually find it on the line for you to see, is it trademarked? Is somebody else using it? Is my design too similar to somebody else? So on and so forth.
See, now you're starting to convince me just a little bit. I didn't know ChatGPT could do that. Yet another use for an AI tool, folks. Okay, let's say I come up with an AI design and I tell people straight up that it's an AI design. Is that going to make them more or less likely to purchase it? Am I limiting myself with conversions if I label it as an AI design?
A couple of years ago, maybe. But now, so many people use AI, and the purchases are going through the roofs, and nobody cares as much as they did before.
I totally agree. As products that use AI to some extent, become more popular, people are going to start caring a little bit less over time. And also keep in mind, that assumes that you're making the entire product or the entire design exclusively using AI. Whereas you can also use it to just help you create maybe a little graphic or a little portion of the design.
Oh, there we go.
And then you can still add a little bit of your own flair and originality to it.
Okay. I don't know. How about you, Kate? Would knowing a product is made with an AI design make you more or less likely to purchase it?
I think what matters is actually the end product. And if I like something, I would just buy it no matter what, whether it's made with AI or not. Yeah.
Okay. Well, Kate, let's stay with you because my cousin Grapefruit, she told me that Everbee had a bunch of cool new AI tools that make it super easy for POD sellers to get up and running. Like, what's up with that?
Yeah, good that I asked that. So recently we launched Everbee Store, which is a completely AI-empowered storefront, store builder that helps you get your website live on the minutes. At Everbee, we listen to our community, to their pains and struggles. And a lot of people were saying, yeah, I wish I could scale. I wish I could go, do a lot of interesting stuff beyond the marketplaces and own my business, own my brand, and go for it. But they were also at the same time a little bit afraid, a little bit not sure how to do it. And that's where we thought, okay, we will build a tool to, break the stigma. And that's what we did with the Everbee Store. Basically, you just enter a very simple prompt, what you're selling, who you're selling for, the vibe of your store, maybe the more descriptive, the better, I'd say. And then under a minute, you will get your storefront with all your products. And we even have a Etsy import where if you're an Etsy seller, I have a lot of listings. You can just import all of your listings. And voila, you have your own store.
My goodness, that sounds super easy. But if I want total brand control, how can I make sure that if I use Everbee Store, my inner brand voice comes out?
Yeah, that's a very good question. So like I said before, a human is central. And for us, especially, we want to make sure that if you want to, do the AI, let the AI do the heavy lifting, it will. But if you want to do all yourself, still a possibility. You can customize themes, colors, fonts. Also, we have a little AI helper, Brain AI, which is helping you do so many cool stuff, like edit the listings, optimize them, run the ads even, etc. And what I said before, you have to train it in order to get more individual, more custom, close to your brand results.
Brain AI? Should I be worried about an AI tool named Brain AI? How can we be sure it's not going to rise up and take over the world?
Well, you can never be sure, but let me say that he's pretty cute.
Okay, all right. Well, back on branding, I like to have a lot of brand control. So let's say I start walking down a path with my brand, okay, and then I want to rebrand it or change the direction. Is your tool flexible enough for that?
Of course, it happens so often, when you're in the middle of the process and you're nah, not kind of the theme that I want to go into. So you can just go back and change it completely, change the layout. So, we've built it the way that you have the bricks that you can build your house with, or you can let the AI do this. So yeah, totally, you can go back anytime.
Okay, well, my cousin Pancake, she told me that this tool was so cool that it would probably cost like $1 million a month. Is that right?
No, not even close.
Well, Pancake was wrong.
It's just $1 for 30 days, so you can easily try it out and see for yourself.
All right, well, you can get that offer on the Sellers Club, ladies and gentlemen.
Really quick, how much?
$1, and it's yours.
$1. Oh.
Really? Come on, first sale, come on. Well, first sale
Oh, my
here.
goodness. All right.
Thank
Look at
you.
that.
See?
All right,
That's
wonderful.
how we do.
I expect my store now.
Well, consider yourself the newest customer of Everbee Store. You can try it out for yourself. Congratulations, good job. And she's not giving that back, by the way. Not giving that back.
But I'm going to have a store at the end of today.
Yeah, there you go.
All right. Well, my cousin Jellybean showed me a TikTok the other day. And what was on that TikTok? Well, you're about to find out, because it was going on and on about something called ChatGPT. We've already brought it up here, and that it can help a newbie like me. So is that true? Like, what else can it do beyond what we've already discussed?
I'll let Alec take this one.
All right, yeah, I'll take this one. Well, obviously, we've already discussed some use cases for it. It can, it can help you come up with simple things like ideas. So if you just ask it for ideas to create designs for the product you're selling, it can do that. You can also take it a step further. You can use it to make actual designs that you could use, or little graphics to use as pieces of designs. And it can get more complex, so you can use it to help you come up with titles or tags and SEO for your product listings to help you get more sales. And it can help you pretty much figure out how to do anything.
Okay. Well, here we are talking about prompts again, but I'd be curious to know if you have any prompt tips for ChatGPT to make sure I'm getting the full use out of it.
One thing I like to do is, like I said earlier, sometimes it agrees with you a little too much. So I like to ask it and say, you know what? Don't agree with me. Give me 5 reasons why this won't work.
Ooh.
And then it helps me actually analyze and understand, okay, how can I make things better?
Okay. I just want to break character for a little bit because I want to share something with the audience here, okay? It's back to Martin, the host moderator. Like, my favorite ChatGPT prompt hack is very simple. Whenever you feel like ChatGPT is like holding back, or you just want something more from it, type this in. Can we go a few layers deeper? You'll be surprised how much more precise and how much more insight you get from it. And it doesn't matter what you're looking up. So, okay, back to being the anti-AI guy. Okay, here we are. What I'm hearing is that I can use AI as a design tool. I can use it to build my store. I can use it to optimize my listings, use it for data analysis and things like that. This all sounds too good to be true. Is there anything we're missing here that we need to tell our audience about?
It cannot make you food because I am starving right now. So
at least not yet, right? Yeah. Okay. All right. Are there any other AI tools that are worth mentioning here?
I mean, automation. You have Zapier, Anywhere POD, which we're talking about.
Yeah, we'll talk about them later.
The Brain. I mean, Everbee right there. But you have so many. There's a new AI system coming out pretty much every single day that's making your life easier. You just have to search for it. But the top ones, obviously, ChatGPT, Midjourney, VO3, those ones, that's all you really need.
Sure. Google has Gemini.
Nano Banana.
Twitter,
we're all obsessed with Nano Banana right now.
Right, exactly. And then there's Gronk as well. It's important to just sort of check these out to see which one speaks to you. Okay. All right. So let's go ahead and dive into a little bit more about the future, ladies and gentlemen. Where does improving the way POD sellers offer personalized products fit into this AI discussion?
Well, like we're talking about, AI is great at coming up with graphics and helping you, generate something that maybe you haven't made yet by hand or you haven't created yourself. So I could see a future where a customer orders a personalized product and maybe they request a certain type of graphic, and AI might be able to generate that type of graphic, put it on the product, and get it fulfilled for you all automatically without you having to sit there and do it yourself.
And that actually adds the personalization, which means you can actually increase the price, make a little bit more money with that.
Interesting. If there's one thing my cousin AstroTurf that we both love, it's hot tips. Why don't you guys share some hot tips for me and my cousin? So what is your go-to recipe for using AI to save time by automating something that you wouldn't normally automate?
Oh my God, there's so
That's
many.
great. Yeah. One new area that I've just started doing is uploading like a product mockup that I have to Midjourney's new video feature. And when you do that, you can kind of type in a quick prompt, a little short prompt explaining how you want the video to play out. What that does is it will generate, just a couple second video that you can use in your product listings that brings that product to life. So off a static, still image, like a mock-up that you create, it can take that and turn it into a little video. And you can use that in your listings. And on average, listings with videos will convert about 3 times higher than just a standard listing if you don't include the video. So that can save you a ton of time because recording a video like that, takes a little bit of time.
Exactly. I'd have to get a whole crew and stuff like that, and I don't want to edit or anything like that. Okay, you're starting to swing me over to your side. So you say it converts 3 times better?
On average, especially on Etsy, I think they released that data. Listings with videos in them convert 3 times higher.
Okay.
And the best part is, I know you do this, is you can just create consecutively the same exact character. So it looks like it's a photo shoot with that character multiple times. 50 photos, 100 photos. It's not a different person, so it literally looks realistic.
I love these hot tips. Let's keep this train rolling. But if it's autopilot, like quality, originality, brand voice, things like that, customer experience, that still matters. So the human element remains essential. Would you guys agree that that's the case?
Yeah, definitely. I feel like only you can actually tell your story, the story of your brand, and that's what actually help you to stand out. So the authenticity, like the uniqueness that you bring in, that's still going to be very, very important. Yep.
Okay. What's one thing you would recommend to a new beginner that would improve their prompt writing skills if they're like starting from zero?
I mean, you can even ask ChatGPT to teach you. So if you're new to it, ask it. How do I prompt things? How do I write this? How can I make, this better? You don't have to go out by yourself. You don't have to try to, pull out your hair. I mean, that's probably why I'm bald. So that's what happens. You just go in there and ask it to teach you.
Okay.
I mean, it is the system. It probably knows better than all of us.
Yeah. Is this a topic you cover on your mentorship courses on the Sellers Club?
I do. I drop, exclusive videos each and every single week, and a lot of them is how to actually prompt AI because a lot of people just don't know how to do it. So I'm trying to teach the easiest way possible to do that so that they can succeed.
Okay. And of course, you specialize in that, right?
Yeah, or you can treat it as a new employee. Let's say Brain AI, right? Like it's your new little helper and he has no idea what your brand is about or like what your business is about. And just like with an intern who just started in your firm, you have to coach him at first a bit. So you would spend a little bit more time to explain certain things. But then later off, the payoff would be so great because it will actually learn how to do things and then it will do it for you.
Okay. Keeping with the hot tips, folks, what's one area of a merchant's POD game that you would recommend being more experimental with AI versus one area in which you would recommend being more traditional?
Yeah, that's a great question. In my experience, one of the areas that I've kind of been testing out with is coming up with keywords that you can use to target, different customers. So if you create a product, the way that I've found you get the most amount of sales is by using keywords that all kind of reference the same product, just in different ways. So it kind of can help you come up with new keywords and ideas and ways to target the same product so that you get the most amount of people to see your product, which gets you the most amount of sales over time.
You can even ask it, how that particular customer shops, right? Because a grandmother's not shopping the same way a 25-year-old is. So ask it to break down that customer. What is that customer buying? How do they search on Google?
All right, but how good is AI at making sense of different data sets and giving you actionable results? Is that something it's good at?
I mean, do you use Google? They've been using AI for a very long time.
I've never used Google once in my life. Never heard of it, actually.
Well, and that's a great question because I think that one area that AI sort of falls short is in predicting the future and helping you come up with ideas for trends because AI tends to be trained on past data, whereas trends require, again, a little bit of that human element for you to kind of recognize so that you can hop on it quick enough to actually monetize whenever something comes around.
So you're saying AI can't predict the future, at least not yet, right?
At least not yet.
At least not yet. Okay, so what about no-go areas? Is there any part of a POD merchant's success plan where it's just off limits to AI?
I don't think so. I mean, you can use AI for so much and everything. I mean, of course, you do want to still be human and make sure that things, like customer service is still your human voice and not AI generated, with the little quotes and dashes everywhere. But besides that, I mean, AI can pretty much run our business.
Yeah, just don't lose yourself in the process. That's the most important thing.
Okay, then I'm glad you brought that up because I want to ask each of you to give a piece of advice for our audience today to preserve their uniqueness in all of this AI. Like the one tip in which they can let their inner voice come out, because I think that's something that buyers really identify with. So I'd love to hear your thoughts.
Yeah. I look at AI as just a tool that you have. So at the end of the day, it really comes down to how you interact with it through the prompt. That's typically how you go about it, whether you're speaking to it in the voice mode or you're writing the prompt. And so keeping that human element really comes down to your ability to get really specific in the prompt and explain exactly, again, like we talked about, what your brand is, what your goals are, and to be as creative as possible and not just, being the next copycat.
Okay. All right, well, let's pull out the crystal ball. Let's look into the future. In 5 to 10 years, just quickly, where do you see the landscape in terms of AI in the POD sphere? What's that going to look like?
I think everything will be ran by AI in some way, shape, or form. So you really have to start learning it now.
Yeah, I think it's going to be like pretty much everywhere where you are aware of it or not, you will be using AI. And I think what would be very important is to use it differently so you would stand out. So learn how to do it, folks.
Okay, all right. Well, tell you what, I don't know, you guys, I think you've convinced me. So I went from an AI skeptic to an AI believer today. So thank you very much, folks. Just a few things you folks should need to take away from this discussion. Like AI is already powerful for POD sellers. So in terms of design support and data collection and analysis, your marketing, your mock-ups, all that stuff, storefront buildings. So folks, what I would like to get across is that if you either take on these AI tools now or risk being left behind. Also, but it's not autopilot, folks. You got to find a way to let your own human voice ring out, okay? So I just have one more question for you guys, okay? So, and just answer with a yes or no. So, should everybody within the sound of my voice run, not walk to the Sellers Club and take advantage of Everbee's super killer offer of a 30-day trial for $1 and 2 months of their expert plan for the price of one? Yes or no?
Yes, I already gave my dollar.
You're not getting that dollar back.
Yeah, you are.
All right, folks. Well, hey, I hope you got something out of this, folks. This was our second debate in a series of 3 on Amplify. There's plenty more to come. Up next, we're going to have a word from our sponsor, but I just want to say thanks to my guests for convincing me. How do you think we did today? Did we do well?
Yeah, we did amazing, right?
We convinced
you. You tell us, yeah.
Yeah, pat yourselves on the back. I mean, you guys made a whole $1, so I mean, put that, your stockholders are going to be very happy about that.
Yeah.
So plenty of Amplified coming up next, so don't go anywhere, folks.
Everbee, the first AI-powered creator commerce platform. Introducing Everbee Store. Just share your details and let us design your store for you. And in just 10 minutes, you're ready to launch your own business. Forget stitching together countless tools. A high-converting website, built fast, built smart, and designed for growth. From your idea to a fully ready store in minutes. Sell digital products, physical products, print-on-demand items, subscription-based products, all from Everbee Store. Customize everything. Choose your theme, change fonts, make it yours. Add product images, titles, and descriptions with ease. And with Brain AI, your built-in assistant, simply give a command, improve my description, optimize for SEO, refine my words, and watch your website transform instantly. Start your journey today for just $1 in your first month and grow without limits.
Wow, another great debate. But you know what's not up for debate? The fact that Printify gives you the freedom to work from anywhere you can take your laptop. But we're not finished until you can run your entire store from your pocket. Yeah, that's right. You asked and we heard. And now we are delivering. We are super excited to tell you that Printify is launching its very own app on both iOS and Android. Dreamy, right? Well, you're not dreaming, and your new future is going to look something like this. You wake up, grab your phone, coffee's brewing, but before it's done, you've already checked your orders. Printify app opened, a few taps later, orders pushed to production, 1 edited, 2 duplicated, 1 cancelled. Yeah, it happens. Does your buyer want a special name or date added to their product? Personalized orders handled with one hand. Customer asking for tracking, copied and sent. Managing more than one store? Tap and switch. Your notifications already flagged a failed payment, which you fixed with your thumb. And your wallet? Still making hard eyes at it. It's not just easier, it's mobile. It's your entire business, wherever you are, whenever you need it, fully in your hands. Printify isn't just about products and orders. It's about entrepreneurs turning ideas into income. With the app, you get more freedom than ever. From your first product to your first customer, your business is always with you. And we are just getting started. We are going to keep building until you have all the product, design, and store management capabilities you need to run your business from anywhere you want.
Hey there, folks. Hope you're feeling amplified. Well, Kate, here we're getting here into the green room after our session about AI, whether or not you should be adopting it as part of your success plan. I'd love to get your opinion. How do you think that session went?
I think it went pretty well.
Okay, good. All right. Well, in terms of big picture here at Amplified, it's, art versus science. Like if you were to bet on one side or the other, which side do you think is winning right now?
Oh my, I'd say probably science, since we convinced you, so I tend to say that. Yeah.
All right, I think you would say that, you folks over there at Everbee. But okay, speaking of you guys over there at Everbee, so a lot of folks here like AI store builder, like we were discussing in our session, and think it'll be like complicated or only for like tech wizards. So how does Everbee flip that story so someone can launch a slick, professional looking storefront in minutes, like even with like zero skills?
Yeah, that's a very good question. So at Everbee, we're very close to our community. We always listen to their pains and struggles and always try to create and, improve our products based on the feedback that we're getting. And, for some time now, we were getting a lot of feedback coming from sellers who want to scale, who want to grow, who want to own their brand and their own business and go outside of the marketplace and just truly have their own store. But they were afraid and didn't really know how to do it, or they needed just guidance, or, and we thought, whoa, we will build a tool that empower our users, and with the help of AI, we'll make it so easy breezy and we'll break the stigma around it. So, we built Everbee Store, and with just a simple prompt, you type in what you're selling, who you're selling for, what is your vibe, and you get your store live in minutes. So no tech, coding skills. And if you're an Etsy seller, basically you just can import your existing Etsy store and have all your listings there. And of course, you will have full brand control where you can choose the themes, choose the colors. Everything is truly done for you.
Ooh, all right. Now, nobody likes fees. I don't like fees. Do you like fees?
No, no extra costs.
No. Exactly. So how does Everbee eliminate that worry and really make a difference on the bottom line?
So at Everbee, we actually don't have any listing fees. So let's say you have thousands of listings and you want to like upload them all. Don't worry, there will be like no extra costs, even though like we know some marketplaces have it, but we don't have it at all. And with a seamless Printify integration, you can actually have your POD products added from day one and just like start selling.
Okay, now on to Brain AI. We touched a little bit of it on our session. Now, one quick tip: when using Brain AI to avoid the backlash from any potential takeover, always use please and thank you. But I'm just curious, like for using Brain AI, what's its superpower? Like for their tags and product strategy and listings and stuff like that. How does that come down?
Yeah, so I think at Everbee, we really believe in that everyone can be a business owner and actually should be a business owner. And Brainy AI is this little helper that actually enables you to run a successful one-person business. So you don't need like a whole team. You don't need a lot of like resources. You just like have this little tool and it could like do so many things for you, like create the listings for you, optimize them, like optimize the SEO, titles and tags. It can also like create the ads for you. It can even like, for example, the Black Friday is coming and we have like email marketing tool also. And you can say, hey, Brain AI, please write an email marketing campaign for me. So, you know, I can run it for Black Friday. It can do everything. So you get like basically in one little tool, you get a strategist, you will get a data analytics person, you will get a designer, you will get email marketeer, you know, like so many cool you know, employees in just one.
Okay, so it can do all this cool stuff, and your store builder can build an entire store for you for just through just some simple prompts. I don't know if our audience isn't convinced. You guys are offering like a killer deal. So if they want to check this out for themselves, can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, sure. So you can start right now just for $1 for 30 days. You can try it out and see for yourself if what I'm saying is true or not, and if it's gonna, you know, get your business to a new level or not. And as a bonus, actually, we're getting another deal on our Everbee research plan to do, like, you know, research for new niches and new products. You get a 1 month of growth plan for free by buying one.
And of course, that exclusive offer is only available on our Sellers Club. So you folks that are over there right now, go down to the Sponsors Pavilion. You can access all of this cool stuff as well as the other cool stuff given away by our sponsors today. Let's go ahead and look big picture, because finally, I want our folks that are watching out there to see themselves in this. So what kinds of sellers is Everbee Store perfect for? Because how can someone go from like a side hustle to like making this their full-time gig?
Oh, actually, I would say that it's perfect for everyone. So I think everyone can enjoy it from like beginner to mid to top sellers. But specifically, I would say that people that would appreciate it the most is the ones that already probably like done this and that. And maybe they already have some listings on the marketplace, but they want to scale, they want to grow, they want to have like their own brand, their own store, but they never like really took the step, maybe because they were afraid or some other reason. And yeah, I think Everbee Store, that's something that would empower them, you know, because how simple it is, how fast it is, and like, you know, how welcoming our community is really, because like any question you have, like we will be so happy to, you know, help you on your way.
All right, well, thank you very much, Kate. Your job here at Amplified is done. You can relax now. Go get yourself a sandwich and a soft drink and kick your feet up. It's been an absolute pleasure, folks. Do yourselves a favor. Check out the awesome deals given away by Everbee over on the Sellers Club. Use it as part of your success strategy. You'll be glad you did. Of course, it's only going to cost you $1. So, but there's plenty more Amplified coming, folks. We've got session after session of amazing insights that you certainly don't want to miss. So coming up right now is the Battle for Buyers with Talish. That's with Mac, David Salad, and Chris Heckman. So head on over there right now. Plenty more Amplified coming your way.
Hey folks, welcome back. All right, look, once you've got your shop set up, you've got some products ready to sell, and you even have a few creative images and videos of those products that you're ready to use, the next question most sellers ask themselves is, how do I get people to actually buy all the cool stuff that I've created? And usually most sellers go about this in two ways. They either invest in paid ads or they commit to organic scroll-stopping content, your Facebook, your Instagram, your blogs. But before deciding which path to go down, sellers ask themselves two questions. First, which one should I start with? And second, which one has the higher likelihood of actually making me sales fast? And today, I'm here with 3 experts and sellers who have all built successful businesses on different platforms, who have all gone down one path or the other, or both, to get there. Chris Heckman is a seller on Shopify who specializes in paid ads. Michaela Peluso, when she's not being an awesome co-host, got her start on Etsy, where she took the content route, but in a pretty interesting way. We're going to talk about that in just a sec. And David Salad is a seller on TikTok Shop who, just by the very nature of the platform he's on, has definitely had to create some great content for his store, his products, and of course himself. So welcome everybody to this debate. Now this is a debate, so I want a nice clean fight, so keep your hands where I can see them. But let's see if we can decide once and for all which path sellers should go down, paid ads or content. And Michaela, I want to start with you because when we were chatting about this, one of the things that you told me was that you went down the content route, but you posted in a place that most sellers might not think of first. Can you tell us more about that?
Yeah, absolutely. I use Pinterest. I think it's really overlooked and not utilized enough in the space of e-commerce because so many people are scrolling for inspiration and ideas, and you can sell to them without them even realizing you're trying to sell to them. And I went with that because when I was first starting out and trying to get traffic to my store, I didn't want to spend money because I didn't have the money to spend. And I decided, okay, I already have these mock-up photos that I'm taking all this time to create on Etsy. Why not use those photos and just post it on Pinterest with my same SEO? And it actually worked out really well for me because Pinterest is a search engine. So it's different than social media, and people are searching for things and they find them.
Absolutely, and that's the big thing about social media. That's the difference, is that social media is very algorithm-driven. It's driven by trends that are happening right now. But like you said, Pinterest is a search engine. So when you put it up there, as long as people are searching with those keywords, it's going to pop up.
Exactly.
The other thing that I really like about it, what you said, is that you can reverse engineer your keywords from Pinterest as well. One of the biggest questions we get all the time is, all right, how do I come up with SEO? And of course, there's SEO tools. But if you're already using a tool like Pinterest, you already got the inspiration right then and there.
Absolutely. I would just take like my titles and tags that were working, on Etsy that people were searching for, and I was using those on both platforms and kind of like A/B testing, like what was working better. And yeah, those pins too, they last a long time and they bring traffic. So it definitely is something that you should try if you haven't.
Absolutely. Now, Chris, you're a Shopify seller. You're also a great educator. You've talked to a lot of entrepreneurs about setting up their business. We're going to be chatting about ads a little later. Chris is going to take us through a great walkthrough about setting up meta ads, but what's the biggest sort of problem you see sellers run into when they're trying to get their stores up and running and maybe they don't have a lot of idea about how to set up the right ads?
Yeah, the number one problem that people run into when it comes to paid ads is the exact same one that I ran into 7-8 years ago, which was, I don't know if you guys have ever seen the show Mad Men, but I was a big fan of the show. Thought I was Don Draper, the whole 9 yards. And basically what that show taught me or misled me to think was that I had to be some amazing, like world-class marketer in order to see success. And the second thing that I took into it was that I needed to spend a lot of money in order to make a lot of money. You guys probably heard that. And so what that led me to do is really overcomplicating all of the ads that I was creating and then just ramping up spend because I thought that's what you do.
Right.
And so it led me investing a ton of time and effort into basically the wrong things. And we'll talk about more later on in our session about what those right things are, but that's the biggest mistake that I see.
For sure. Yeah, definitely. Now, David, TikTok Shop is relatively new for a lot of people. And I think a lot of people get intimidated by content because, especially on TikTok, it doesn't feel like the traditional way, or at least what people consider, of getting that buyer traffic. Because you're right, we have ads, we have content, we have Pinterest. But what would you say to people who look at TikTok and look at that kind of content and say, that's not real brand building, that's not getting real buyer traffic?
Well, to all my critics, you are wrong.
Moving on, thank you very much.
No, it does work, and especially on an app like TikTok, 95% of sales come from organic marketing, organic, traffic. And, to be able to link a video straight to a product on TikTok and it all being in one app, that's like never heard of. It's amazing. You don't have to click on a third-party website link, take you to a Shopify account. So, each to their own opinion, but if done right, content-driven selling is, just as good as any other branding out there. And, I'm proof of that, and thousands of others as well.
Definitely. So again, if you want to go down the content route, maybe also TikTok Shop is a great place to start if you're already making content, because you can already turn that attention into sales as well. All right, so we've set the scene a little bit. We've talked about your journeys, about how you set up your stores, the paths you chose. Hopefully this will give people some context as to why they're about to give the answers they're about to give, but let's get into the debate because that's what we're here for. So the first round is all about the time and effort it takes to either set up great ads or either create great content. Which one is going to really pay off the most in terms of time and effort? Chris, let's start with you.
Yeah, so I've done both the organic, like content-driven way, and then obviously paid ads, which is what I'm here to represent. Both can work over the long term, but if I have one choice, if I have one tool in my toolkit and my number one goal is to get results as quickly as possible, I'm going with paid ads 10 times out of 10. Reason being is that it's just the epitome of being able to pour fuel on the fire as soon as you have something that's working well. And so, especially nowadays, you're able to get started so quickly with not a ton of experience. Now, not to say it's easy. We'll talk about how to make it easy in the next session. But point being, if my goal is to get results from day one, I have to go paid ads.
Right. David, I'm going to toss it to you next because obviously you're a content king.
Yeah.
You spend a lot of time creating that content. Now, in terms of time and the results you see, do you disagree with Chris that paid ads might be the way to go?
I really want to, but I can't.
Oh, no!
But wait, give me a sec. Only because, with paid ads, you get what you pay for.
Right.
And that's, if you want results really quick, then I'd go for paid ads. I think over the long term, or, first starting out, content and ads, they both take the same amount of time and effort. Maybe ads a bit longer because you need to learn, the interface. But at the end of the day, your ads are creatives. It's content too. And what most people do, especially now on Shopify or Facebook ads, they take content from TikTok and then they advertise that. So time and effort long term, I think definitely go for organic.
Yeah, definitely. And this just goes to show one phrase that came into mind, especially on TikTok, is that user-generated content. And a lot of times, the stuff that you create or people who have your products, the content that they create, that might be the greatest selling point for your brand because people who are watching that content, they may not, see themselves in you, but they will see themselves in other people. In terms of not you, but your store. They will see themselves as other people because that gives them sort of the proof of concept. All right, cool, it looks good on that guy, so maybe I should go after it the same. Well, I was hoping this round would be more contentious, but Mac, I'm gonna leave it to you. What do you think, in terms of time and effort, which one gives you results faster?
Well, faster is tough. I mean, that's kind of where I see a little bit of difficulty in the answer because I personally think that with content, it's more approachable, especially if you're new, if you don't know what you're doing with ads, because in my experience, I just put money at ads and products weren't selling and I lost a lot of money because I didn't know what I was doing. And I think a lot of people start that as, Chris said, where you spend money to make money, but then they're not doing it correctly. So I think that content is something that is more accessible to a lot of people and something that you can, use to post and get a lot of eyes on your products for free. And then what I would say is use the data that you're seeing. And when you see that something has likes or even views or people in your search terms, then you can kind of decide maybe I should learn a little bit about ads and maybe just use your time wisely rather than just picking one and going at it or seeing what, resonates more with you.
What I like about what you said is there's no definite path, but if you really are scared of the cost element of it, take your time. Learn how to do the other side, or at least get those, get the data back from all the creatives that you're using, even if you're posting on social media for free. That's data. That's data that you can use to run effective ads. But I want to move on to our second round because of what you brought up, which is cost, right? A lot of people, including myself, when I think about running ads, I always think, like you just said, Mac, I don't want to pour good money after, and just waste it and not know what I'm doing. But I also see the content side of it because I know a lot of people, when they hear content, they think, oh, do I got to have the best camera? Do I got to have, the best lights? Do I got to order all these samples? So in terms of cost, moving on to our next round, let's talk about whether ads or content really is whether content is really free and whether ads really is the money maker that we think it is. David, let's start with you. What do you think?
Oh, yeah, with content, no-brainer. I think a lot of people think that you need expensive equipment to get started. But honestly, it's, compared to ads, it's a very low budget thing to do.
Right.
All you need is your phone. And I think the best type of content is the most organic. So, don't think about ordering the most expensive camera, the lighting. You can do that. And I guess the biggest cost to making content or organic content is opportunity cost of your time. That's the biggest kind of cost there is. With me, I'm a seasoned pro now, but it takes me maybe around 5 minutes to make a video. So you can, take the time off eventually as you get better. But for me, cost, no-brainer. Organic is the way.
Yeah, definitely. And one thing that I love about what you said, well, not one thing, you said so many great things, but it doesn't have to be complicated. You know, I was just talking to Starla earlier about the Stanley Cups and how during the pandemic, I'm sure we all got Stanley Cup content, and that was because Stanley made a decision in 2020 that they were gonna really invest into their affiliate and influencer space to make sure that people saw their Stanley Cups with influencers and other people, just to really get the sense that normal people use these products. And they were doing a pretty good job. But it wasn't until, I think, about 2022 or 2023, where somebody took a phone video of a car that was on fire, and inside the car was a Stanley Cup, safe and sound. And you would not believe how much that simple video pushed them forward. I'll give you proof of that. Before 2020, Stanley was a company that was pulling at least $70 million, which is no small change, of course, but in terms of revenue. And after 2023, I kid you not, that number went up to $750 million. Now, was it because of that video? Probably. But the point is, it was all. It wasn't a commercial that made them that money. It was just, something trending on social media, something that went viral. And I think that, that's something to keep in mind. Mac, what do you think? Which one sort of delivers more results in terms of the cost that you put in?
Well, what makes sense to me is either way, if you're going to make organic content or you're going to pay to advertise it, you still need the piece of content. And so in my eyes, like, why not take the time to either outsource or create the content and then test it, put it out there, and then if you want to spend money on it, you can. I think that you kind of need it in general, because that's a lot of what advertisements are as well, is content, whether it's user-generated or a TikTok that wants to be promoted by the company, so I think that that's a really interesting perspective that I feel is like, you need the content either way. And so I feel that spending the time and putting it towards that, and then what you can do with it is really up to you.
Yeah. And one of the things that, people will say, okay, creating content is technically free, but when we were chatting about this a while ago, Chris, one of the things that you said that I really enjoyed was that, do you think your time is free? Like, is the cost of your time, is that free? But I'll spin it back at you though, Chris, like, when it comes to, all right, free time and the effort that I put in versus the actual money that I put in on ads, in terms of cost, what do you think? Which one pays off more?
Yeah, well, there's the most obvious cost associated with ads, which is the ad spend. Yeah. Like, that's the one that gets, all the limelight. But then there's the two other ones, which we've alluded to, which one is your time, certainly, which take whatever hourly rate you think you're worth, multiply that by however many hundreds of hours you have to put into making content. There's an additional cost. And then the third and final one is the opportunity cost of, like we talked about at the beginning in the first round, how much faster are we able to get results with paid ads opposed to organic? Like, every month that we don't have X number of dollars coming in, we are incurring that cost. So when you add up all three of those things, like, paid ads comes out, in my mind, again, well above the rest, because, and it didn't for me in the beginning, because I just ramped up spend. But the biggest cost that's incurred, and paid ads are super expensive, when you don't know what you're doing, and you're like me, and you think you have to spend a ton, because you don't. What you have to do is spend a little bit, like we recommend starting at $12.50 a day for a couple of days, and then learn, which is true no matter if we go organic, it doesn't matter, paid ads. You have to do a little bit, test it, and then see what feedback you get. Paid ads is absolutely no different. I think there's just some like mental paywall in our minds that it, like, when there's dollars attached, it kind of changes our decision making, but it's no different than anything else.
Definitely. And one thing that you said that really kind of changed the perspective for me is that even if you spend money on ads, if that's the route that you go down, what you're essentially buying is data. You're buying analytics. And so you don't want to think of it in the beginning with paid ads as like, okay, I'm just throwing good money and it's, maybe it works, maybe it doesn't. I'm gambling. You're not gambling. You're getting data back. And if that's not the data that you were hoping for, that's still data. That still gives you something to work with. Now let's move on to our next round in terms of skills. Because I know a lot of people, they think about time, they think about cost, but ultimately, I think what really intimidates people is, do I know what I'm doing with this stuff, right? We just talked about that with Mac, like, especially with ads, like, do I know how this works? And sometimes I know when I look at ad managers, it feels like flying a plane, to be honest with you, like all the details. But at the same time, you know, creating content for a lot of people, if they're not comfortable on camera, if they don't know how to edit, if they don't know, or at least even just like taking the time to make their products look great, that is also a skill that you have to learn. So let's start this round off with you, David. What do you, no, this one's Mac. You hold on, sir. In terms of the skills, calm down, David, all right? Simmer down. In terms of the skills you need to get traffic, which one do you think is easier to pick up and which one is a little bit more difficult?
I would say that it's probably easier on the content side in my experience. And I think that's just because you can kind of see what's already working and, you know, researching your trend or your product, see what's working and kind of create content off of that. And it might not be as much of a learning curve as it would be if, you know, you know nothing about profit, revenue, how much money, what your ad spend, your ROAS, none of that. You know, if you don't know how to do that, it's going to take you more time to learn. And I think with anything, obviously, the more time you put into it, the better you get at it. But with content, I think that there's a lot more out there that you can see, whether it's trending things or people that are in your niche and doing it already. And so I think that that's what I would say is that with content.
Yeah, and you know, in your story, one of the things that you said about Pinterest was that you were just using your mock-ups. Like, this wasn't stuff that you kind of hyper-created or like spent a lot, it was just, I made good-looking mock-ups and I used that and that worked.
Yeah, and I feel like a lot of people, when they think of content, they think automatically video, because yeah, sure, a lot of the apps that we have, it is short-form video content, but we still have photos, and a lot of the apps that are popular, TikTok, Instagram, you can do photo slides of your, you know, products. You can use your mock-ups and just start with something fun, start with something that's like, you know, grabbing, whether it's a trend or something in your niche, and then you can use that to create a video, but it's a photo slide. And then also using things like Pinterest and Facebook, posting that organically with that same SEO. It doesn't always have to be a video.
Right. Even though videos, like, especially I've heard on Etsy, they sell really well, but if you're just starting out, you know, learn to crawl before you can walk, right? Start with the stuff that you do know. Chris, now I know you make ads look so easy in the way that we do them, and you will see. I know he's very humble, but like, but you're right. It is a learning curve, and we're gonna show that in our next session. But talk to me for real. In terms of skills, do you think which one's easier to come up with, ads or content?
I mean, I've done both, and there's a big learning curve for either one. Honestly, I would make it a toss-up in terms of like, it's really like which hill do you want to climb? I would say in either case, and ads is no different, is the more objective, like the number one deciding factor that determines if somebody is going to be successful with paid ads or with content, in my experience, is how objective they're able to be. Like how well of a job do they do at looking at the numbers and then just removing all emotional filters and just receiving that feedback and then making the changes they have to make. And that is so much easier said than done. I know I didn't make it seem easy to say either, but it's like when you have put your all into something and you're just giving day after day after day, making all these designs, spending on the ads, and then you don't get the numbers you want, like that hits. And what's helped me through that is realizing that moments like that is exactly where, you know, people are either made or broken. And it's like pushing through that is where, you know, you have to push through those moments, whether it's on content or on paid ads. I would say for me, being able to look at the numbers and be objective is the most important skill, but it's much less of like something, I don't think anybody's born with it, either a content skill or paid ads. It's choose your own adventure and just develop into the type of person that can be successful with that path.
I mean, like, the hardest part about what you just said to me was just like, get rid of the emotional filters. Can you?
Yeah, just
Are you capable of turning off your emotions? Because you're going to have to after a certain point. But it's true. I mean, one of the things that we will say later is like, you know, think like a scientist, right? Like, don't get too attached to, is it working for me? Or maybe it's me, maybe it's the skills. I mean, like, you know, Mac, one of the things that we talked about is like, even coming up with designs. You know, there's this idea of like, wait a minute, I put so much time and effort into my designs. What do you mean they're not selling? This is the stuff that I like. It should sell. That's not how it works. You have to go by demand, right? But David, I'm going to toss it back to you because again, TikTok is one of those things that, you know, people underestimate it by saying, yeah, it's just a simple video, but there is a skill to make sure that people are paying attention to your content. So in terms of like the analytical skill that it takes to create ads and the creative skill that it takes to come up with good content, which one do you think is easier or more difficult to learn?
They're both pretty much the same. With ads, I found it much more difficult because I'm more of a creative person. But yeah, you're right. It's not as easy as it seems. It took me maybe like 3 years to master, like really master content to get where I am today. But you know, the small things you have to look at, especially analytics, is you need to have a good hook.
Right.
You need to keep people on for the first 10 seconds. That really boosts up your watch time, and then TikTok push it out, and then you get more views and more sales and more money. So that's great. Yeah, that's pretty much I can pretty much say on that.
It's true, and you know what? We make it sound simple, which is like get them in the first 10 seconds. It's not, man. It takes time. It takes time. But you know, even with the creative skills, I want to go back because we've talked about this, which is like we talked about just having your mock-ups. But even on TikTok, you can do product images, you can do the slideshows, you can do just simple sort of close-ups of your product. That stuff is creative as well. So don't always think that you got to hop on TikTok and do a dance or post your 5-minute stand-up. That's not how it works. Like, start simple and then grow from there. The other thing also that I think is worth mentioning is look at the content that you really like. Like, look at the content that other sellers are posting. Don't copy, but iterate, right? Like, try to use that. I always liken it to, if you're ever learning an instrument, the first thing that you start learning is covers, right? You start learning the music that other people are playing so that you can figure out the technique, you can figure out the sound, you can figure out what goes into a really good piece of music. And I would argue that selling and creating is very much the same. Set yourself a challenge to, okay, this is what that person did. I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna put my own spin on it, which is very important, but I'm gonna try it out and recreate it. And over time, you'll go, okay, you know what? I'm going to adapt this for my brand. What works for me?
And that's a great point, Talish. And just really quick, I don't think many people realize that we're able to do the exact same thing on the paid ad side, and we do it all the time. Anytime you have a brand in mind or you see a new one, you're like, oh, I wonder how they're getting their customers. Just Google Facebook ad library, and you're able to see, Facebook puts it out there for everybody to see exactly what ads they're currently running. And so very similar to how we're able to, see what content creators, what hooks and, backgrounds and all that kind of good stuff is performing best. We can do the exact same analysis on the paid ad side. It's pretty cool.
Well, I'm muddled. I don't know which one is winning right now, to be honest with you, because it's a mix of both. Both have their strong points. Both have their skills that you need to learn. I think we're starting to agree that starting from a content place is a safe place to start, especially if you're creating ads. But, again, getting that data. So let's see if we can try to solve this in our final round. And what I want to ask each of you is, okay, given the state of the world right now, with AI, how easy it is to come up with creative images, also with the libraries that are available to you so you can learn with what's working with ads. If you were to tell people a reliable choice right now to start with, either ads or content, which one would you choose, and what's some bit of advice that you would give them? Chris, let's start with you.
Yeah, not many people realize this, but with AI, obviously a lot of things are changing, but at least I, not until recently, realized that all of these AI advancements and the new algorithm improvements are working heavily in our favor as paid advertisers. Like Facebook, Google, Instagram, all of the major platforms, they all have their own algorithms that are getting smarter and smarter by the day. But not just smarter, they are getting so much more efficient for sellers who have large product catalogs. Who has a larger product catalog than print-on-demand sellers? The reason being, AI works really well with large data sets, not to get into specifics because I don't know them, but when you have a large product catalog, it works extremely well. And that allows us, kind of like we talked about when you're starting out, most important thing is just focus on making the best possible products in large volumes, no matter where you are. And that is exactly the kind of formula that's being rewarded on paid ad platforms.
And volume is so important because the more that you test, the more that you have, the greater your likelihood of actually getting to something that works, right? Whether it's ads, whether it's products. We're going to talk in a little bit in our ad session about catalog ads and how you can test out every single product just with one single ad. So stay tuned for that. But David, I'm going to ask you, if reliable choice right now in this day and age, what advice would you give to someone looking to start out choosing between ads or content?
I think organic content is the way. Your most reliable person is yourself. So you can easily pick up the phone and start recording videos. Even if it's bad, pick it up, record 2-3 videos a day. And that's what I usually tell people. If you have a very first product, do that for a month. If nothing moves, move on to the next. And with ads, it is reliable, but it's not, sustainable because especially people starting out, they don't have a lot of money. And, especially my target audience is usually younger individuals who don't have jobs. So, the easiest way you can start is filming content.
Right. One of the controversial things you said in our planning meetings that we were starting, because I'm not going to let this go because it was really good. But, you know, we've been talking about this for the last couple of weeks, but you believe that ads is an outdated concept. Do you still believe that case after this debate?
Yeah, I do. I think the old way...
I'm just starting stuff right now. I'm like, let's go.
Yeah, I think the old way of running ads is getting old. Chris mentioned the use of AI. I think AI is taking over the use of ads. But I also think organic content is also. You see TikTok Shop is on a massive rise right now, and everyone is in love with organic content. People come on TikTok, you know, to be entertained and to, you know, put forced ads in their face. It's not going to work.
Yeah.
You want to make your content as organic as possible, and you can only do that with TikTok.
And you can have affiliates, too, on TikTok who can do that for you, which is a really big boon to TikTok Shop, because if you're ever worried, like I said, of doing that by yourself, you could, you know, I think it's also through TikTok. It's like an affiliate creator place where you can get people to do that stuff for you. So, you know, if you're stuck, always a great place to start. Mac, break this tie for me.
I don't get a rebuttal.
All right. There you go.
Yeah.
I'm interested. I want to hear
No, I
what you
agree.
have to say.
No, yeah. I mean, yeah, look, Facebook ads, obviously it's been around for a long time. There's been a lot of misconceptions and accurate conceptions that have come and gone like over the years. But when you actually look at the data, the cost of Facebook ads is actually the exact same that it's been over the past 10 years. And there's a reason that advertisers, all the biggest brands in the world, advertise there. They're not dumb. They know that they're getting conversions. And like, you can look up our stores and see, like, our ad libraries are filled with ads. Like, there's a reason it works. Not to say there won't be incumbents and, like, new opportunities and, you know, shiny objects. They're everywhere. But at the end of the day, we need to focus on the bread and butter that is the best path forward for us growing the brand into what we want it to be. And yes, paid ads is a new skill set that takes time. It's an acquired taste, all of that. But at the end of the day, it's like one of the best uses of our time, overcoming that learning curve, because then not just in print on demand, but in anything else we do, it's always there for us. Same to be said for organic, but nobody's here saying that organic is outdated or a dinosaur, so.
I started it, and I'm the one who's sticking up for you. It's like, I think we got it there. Break the tie, Mac. What do you think?
Well, you know, I just kind of think about my own experience and the strategy that I used to scale my most successful store, which was, and it was on Etsy, so I think it's a little bit different because the way that Etsy ads are run are a lot different than like a Meta or Google ad. You actually don't need as much knowledge. So what I would say it was reliable for me and what I've seen in other people I've helped is to use organic content, whether it's your mock-ups, the videos, post them around, even if it's on Pinterest that's linked directly to your Etsy listing or your store listing, and then you can collect that data and then start a low budget ad to what you're seeing is working. That's always worked for me, and what's cool on Etsy is you can set your budgets pretty low and only select 1 or 2 listings, and it's pay per click. So like if no one's clicking on it, you're not really getting charged. So I think that that's been reliable for me. I know it's kind of on both sides of the of it, but I would definitely say content, because you can use it in a lot of different ways, and you can you know, outsource if you're scared to make content, or use all these AI generators to make mock-ups. There's so many different ways, and then go from there.
So I think the answer that we're getting here is start content, figure out what works, double that, then use that as ads. Because ultimately, you know, you're going to need both, right? Like, I'm sure you can get by with one, but really the two-pronged approach, having the best of both worlds, just increases your likelihood of success overall.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much for debating this with me today. I know we got a little personal at the end here, but you know what? That's what we're here for. But Chris is not going away, and neither should you, because coming up next, he and I are going to be joined by Alex Sheffy to figure out a crash course on setting up Meta and Etsy ads. Don't go away. We'll be right back with that in just a little bit.
Hey there, folks. Time for another peek behind the scenes. Oh, my goodness. It's been such a great event so far. I hope you're enjoying yourself. And, folks, it's art versus science that's battling it out today. And I'm just curious. Go to the Sellers Club right now and chit chat and let me know which side you think is winning right now. Is it art or science? I'd love to poll the audience right now. And while we're talking about chit chat, I just want to give a few shout outs to our friends out there on the Sellers Club. So we've got Marcus the rest of your name is cut off. Let's see. It's Marcus Gottschalk. All right. Good for you. Emma Mountcastle. Well, all right. Shout out to Emma. Let's see. We got Peggy Waters doing her thing in the chat. Wonderful, wonderful. Crazy Eyes. Ooh, Crazy Eyes. You got to let us know what the story is behind that name. But shout out to Crazy Eyes doing her thing over there. And, of course, we've got, oh, my goodness, so many people. Fluffy Cat. Fluffy Cat. I'm just going to go ahead and say that you've got at least one cat, okay? So wonderful. Also, shout out to Peggy Waters. My goodness, so many people. I think I already gave Peggy a shout out, so congratulations. You're getting yourself another one. Mac, you're joining us. Thank you so much. You're coming off of your session. How do you think it went?
I think it was really great. I would say we all kind of agreed during the debate, but there was some little heated moments.
All right, so you reached some sort of consensus. All right, I'm sure that was valuable for the audience. Yeah. We're just giving some shout outs to people in chit chat, letting them know that we're paying attention. Brenda Riviera doing her thing. There we go. Ariel R. There was Cindy with an S. Shout out to Cindy with an S. But folks, let's keep this excitement going on the Sellers Club, because what we're going to do right now is we're going to play a little game, and we're going to choose 3 members at random from the Sellers Club to perhaps win some prizes. Now, let me explain exactly how this is going to work. So we're calling this the Mystery Products Game, and our Sellers Club mentor and guest, George McConnell, has agreed to play on behalf of you Sellers Club members. So, George, a lot is riding on this. Are you up for the challenge?
Yeah, I definitely am.
Definitely am. Okay, wonderful. All right, well, let me explain exactly how this works and what you are playing for, George. So I have 3 products that you absolutely have no idea what they are. Is that correct?
Well, where are the products?
Well, I'm not showing them to you right yet. Okay, so I'm just explaining to the audience that, yes, you have no idea what they are. We're going to blindfold you in a second, and I'm going to hand them to you. And if you correctly identify the product that I'm going to hand to you, the person on the Sellers Club that was randomly selected that you are playing on behalf will win an Amplified branded sweatshirt and $100 of Printify sales credit, okay? But, George, if you guess wrong, well, they're just going to get the $100 sales credit. So they're a winner in any case, but let's try to get them that sweatshirt, okay? All right, folks. Well, we've selected 3 random members from the Sellers Club, so let's go ahead and announce the first person that George will be playing on behalf of. Her name is Susan Seiler. Susan Seiler, okay? So you folks can play along at home and in chit-chat as well. Is George going to guess correctly? Is Susan going to get her sweatshirt and $100 Printify sales credit? Okay, let's find out right now. Mac, please give us the first product. Wait. That's right. I mean, this game is not going to work unless he's blindfolded. So go ahead and pop that on. Okay.
We were going to win if I didn't have the blindfold.
Exactly. We can't make it too easy for you, George. Okay. All right. So George has got his blindfold on. No, nothing. Good. Okay. All right. So
even without my glasses.
All right. So pull out that first product. Let's hand it over to George. Okay. First, show the audience. Show the camera. Okay. Quiet in the room. No cheating. Don't give George any hints. Okay. All right. So we've all got a good look. George, this is your first product. Okay. Now, don't answer right away. Okay. Give yourself a moment to take in the product. Okay. Maybe describe to the audience maybe what your first impressions are. Like, what are you feeling? What are you thinking? And then I'll ask you for your answer.
All right. Well, it's definitely heavy. I feel some, feels woven. All right. I could have used this, on the plane coming over here. So it is a blanket.
Oh, it is a blanket, and you are 100% correct. Well, congratulations, Susan. You have just won a Amplified branded sweatshirt and $100 of Printify sales credit. And this is, of course, our woven blanket that is actually selling a lot better than I actually thought it would. I was skeptical on this product when we first offered it, but I was proven wrong. So you learn from stuff like that. But it's an absolutely wonderful product. And again, as the weather is turning colder, this is definitely something you might want to consider, especially because like blankets like these are great gifts. So maybe you want to include that in your success plan for the upcoming holiday season here in Q4, because that's coming up right around the corner. Okay, but that's just one product. Okay, pop that blindfold back on. Okay, Mac, we need one more. We need the second product. Oh, wait, I'm sorry, but before you do, we got to let you know who George is playing on behalf of here. It's Tin Matienzo. You're Italian. What's that last name? I want to pronounce it correctly.
Tin Matienzo.
Matienzo. All right, Tin Matienzo. Okay, so if George gets this correct, you're going to get a sweatshirt and $100 of Printify sales credit. So, okay, product number 2, mystery product number 2. Okay, show the camera. All right, folks, you can play along at home. Let me know in chat if you think George is going to get this one correctly. And I'm going to say this is not as easy as the first one.
No, this isn't.
No,
this
okay.
is not. So let's see.
Okay.
I'm curious.
All right, hand it over to George. Okay, George, now don't answer right away. Okay, obviously this is not a blanket. We know that, okay? But what are your first impressions here?
That I can hit somebody with this.
Okay.
Oh.
I think you just did, okay? Weapon notwithstanding, you will not find any weapons in our catalog. I can guarantee you that, folks, okay? Okay, so without any further ado, George, what is your guess?
So this is the new cutting boards.
Ooh, very good guess, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations, Tin. George, has now won a sweatshirt, Amplified branded sweatshirt. We'll be sure to get in touch with you to get your information and send that out to you. But we're going to put that $100 of Printify sales credit in your account, and you can spend it on a product like this. Now, George, didn't you recently lead a session in the Sellers Club about these cutting boards?
I did, and I also dropped a video with them and showing the engraving. So you get a little bit more detail on seeing how the engraving process was on here, as well as the charcuterie boards.
Right, and I was shocked with how popular these products were. Can you just enlighten our audience?
So these are huge, especially for wedding season, mothers, fathers, birthdays. I mean, you can really do anything with it, but they're very keepsake items, so you can make a lot of money.
Yeah, and great for personalization as well.
Yes, definitely.
Okay, all right, well, you're 2 for 2. Are you ready to go for a perfect 3? Okay, all right, well, pop that blindfold on, okay? So the next person that George will be playing on behalf of, no peeking, no peeking. All right, Annette Crutchfield. Annette Crutchfield, okay? Prepare yourself, because if George answers this question correctly and identifies the mystery product, we'll send you a sweatshirt and put $100 of Printify sales credit into your account. All right, now show the camera. All right, show the back, show the front. There we go. All right. See, no whispers in the background, so don't give George any hints. Okay? All right, good view. And now you folks at home can play along. Is George going to get this right? Is he going to make it a perfect 3 for 3? All right, George, there it is.
Oh, this is different.
Okay, this is different. Okay, now don't answer right away. Okay, take it in for a minute, and then give me your first impressions. Like, what are you feeling? Is this something that is super familiar to you? Let me know your thoughts.
It's definitely denim. I feel that. All right, I'm gonna go with, is this a denim jacket?
Oh, congratulations. He made it a perfect 3 out of 3. Congratulations. Annette Crutchfield, you're going to get a sweatshirt with some Amplified branding on it and $100 of Printify sales credit. George, well, you can crown yourself the champion of the mystery product game. I mean, how does that feel?
Feels pretty good.
Yeah, you should, yeah.
I'm taking this blanket, Pat.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you're right. Okay. I think you've earned it, by the way.
I may need this, too, so when I'm on the plane.
All right. So let me just show off a little bit of this embroidery, because we're super excited that we have all these embroidered products that we can offer on Printify right now. I mean, it's a great way to offer a premium product and charge a premium price for it, folks. And this stuff is going to sell like hotcakes around the holiday season. Okay. So do yourself a favor. Okay, put your design on a denim jacket like this, make it embroidered and make it special, okay? All right, folks, well, we have plenty more Amplified coming your way, so don't go anywhere. We have a session coming up hosted by our good friend Talish, and it's gonna be all about a seller's guide to paid ads. So, and that's gonna feature Chris Heckman and Alex Sheffy. So don't go anywhere. Plenty more Amplified coming your way.
Welcome back, folks. Now look, one of the most effective ways to get buyer traffic to your store is with paid ads. But if you're just starting out, knowing how to set them up, understanding the different parts of your ads manager, figuring out who to target, and of course, how much money you should spend, it's a little overwhelming. I get it. But when they work, paid ads can be just the thing your online store needs to really get those steady and consistent sales. And today, I'm joined by two sellers who arguably have built a lot of their success off of running effective ads. Chris Heckman is a Shopify seller who's going to take us through the meta side of things today. And Alec Sheffield, or Sheffy, whichever you go by, got his start over on Etsy, where he really understood the things that your ads need to have in order to end up on the top of those search results page. So, gentlemen, thank you for joining us. And is it Sheffy or Sheffield? What do you go by?
Either, but let's go with Sheffy.
Sheffy works for me too. All right. So as we get started on understanding how to set up ads, let's get the basics down pat. What do sellers need to have before they even consider turning on ads?
Yeah, absolutely. First and foremost, you have to have a Printify account set up, obviously. You need your products somewhere so that you can start selling them and you can start to advertise them. You also want to have mobile optimized mockups.
Right.
So you need mockup images of your products so that they look nice when they're displayed in the ad. And ideally, those mockups are going to be bright with your design and the product centered in the image so that it all looks good no matter what platform you're on.
Definitely. Chris, what do you think?
Yeah, on the Shopify side, we try to make sure, first off, everything that Alec just mentioned holds true in both places, which is beautiful. Second is we make sure that we have at least 100 different designs. Make sure we have a wide variety to our product catalog. And then finally, I've personally launched ads without having things hooked up the right way. So we always want to make sure that we complete a test purchase, just pretending like we're a customer, go all the way through the store to checkout, make sure we get the emails, and we're good to go.
So now that we've got our non-negotiables, let's dive into the ad creation process, starting over on Etsy. Alec Sheffy, walk me through.
Sounds good. Well, thank you. As you said, I'm Alec. I've been doing print on demand for just about 6 years now with Printify, and I've sold a fair amount of products in that time. So you're probably wondering, why do ads even matter? Now, if you're unfamiliar, especially with Etsy, marketplace platform, about 80% of the sales that you're going to make in your shop are going to come from the first page of search results, and specifically that top shelf. Those product listings that are all the way at the top, the higher up you are on that first page of search results, the more sales you'll typically get. When you buy ads, you guarantee that your products show up higher in search results. That's why ads matter. Now, you're probably thinking, aren't ads hard to set up? And the answer is that running ads is honestly easier than you think. Today, I'm going to show you how you can get your ads set up in less time than it takes you to get to Starbucks and for less than the price of a coffee. So for all of you Etsy sellers, since we'll start there, it's made super easy for you. So in your Etsy dashboard, on the left-hand side, you'll see a little megaphone icon. And if you click that, it'll bring out this tray where you can click on Etsy ads. From here, it lets you type in your budget. Now, we'll talk about budget in just a second, but a great place to start is with a smaller budget, maybe $1 to $5. Once you put in your budget, it'll take you onto this dashboard, which might look a little confusing at first.
This is starting to give me anxiety already over here because there's a lot of numbers and information to pay attention to. So if I'm looking at this, what's something that you recommend I really keep my eye on here?
Yeah, absolutely. So there's a lot going on here, but there's a few things that I'll point out specifically to pay attention to. So first, you've got this toggle down on the bottom right. This controls which listings you're actually running ads to. So once you set your budget, you can toggle on and off specific listings. So if you don't want your low quality or your lower quality listings to show up as ads, you can just toggle those off and they'll stop running. You'll also see some important metrics that we'll use to determine whether or not to keep those ads running. So you can see listing specific metrics on the bottom right, that highlighted bar on the listing. And you'll see the overall campaign or your overall ad performance up there at the top left. Now, a few key metrics in here that you want to pay attention to and some terms that might get confusing are the ROAS. So that's, ROAS is your return on ad spend. That's what it stands for. Another interesting metric that we'll use to determine which ads are going to be profitable is your click rate or your click-through rate, depending on the platform you're on. So you'll want to remember this dashboard because we'll reference all of this data later. Now, the question that everyone has is
the million-dollar question.
Exactly. How much do I need to spend? I like to recommend starting small, starting with $1 to $5 per day. Now, when you're getting started with this, think about it like buying data. You're not necessarily, buying sales from the beginning. You're just trying to learn which products gain traction with, a smaller budget. From there, you can always scale up, and on Etsy specifically, once you reach that $25 per day threshold, Etsy unlocks even more campaign features. So you can click that little campaign button and it unlocks basically some more scaling features that help you optimize your ads over time once you're at that $25 per day threshold. But again, we can start small. So how do we know what's working? How do we know which ads to keep running or which listings to keep running ads to? I like to think of it kind of like a scientist would, and I use an if-then formula to determine which listings to keep running ads for. So I'll give you a few rules that you can follow and use sort of as a checklist. For example, if your ROAS, which remember is the return on ad spend, is lower than 1.5x, which you'll see kind of the multiple down there in the bottom right. It's highlighted on our slide here.
Good ROAS.
Yeah.
If it's less than 1.5x after a $10 spend, you can kill that ad. It's not going to be profitable most likely. If your ROAS is between 1.5 to 2x, you're getting closer to that break even and profitability. So you can still want to scale back because it's not quite where you want it to be. So you'd test lowering the budget or pausing that ad. And if your ROAS is higher than 2x, you can think of this like putting a $10 bill in a vending machine and getting $20 back. And if you're able to do that with at least 3 sales, meaning more consistently, that's when you can start to increase your budget slowly over time and hopefully continue to make more sales. Now, the last metric that we can check is your click-through rate. So if your click-through rate is less than 1% after 1,000 views, you'll want to kill that ad as well. You can think of this like if you have a physical storefront and 1,000 people walk by. If less than 10 of those people actually decide to come inside, then something is not attracting people and something's not working, so kill the ad.
Let me ask you a question. You mentioned time there. How much time should people wait in deciding whether or not their ROAS has done enough work,
Absolutely. It can come down to time and actually waiting, but it can also come down to when your ads are actually spending. So you can set either a timeline or a budget spend.
Interesting.
Depending on what you're comfortable with.
And which one should people go with?
I typically like looking at the budget spend. Okay. So if you're, if you're comfortable with a certain amount of budget, you can decide that up front. Right. Maybe, if you're willing to invest $10, $50, then you can let those ads spend to your best listings and, see how they perform over time.
Right.
Yeah. So to quickly recap those points, about 80% of sales come from that first page of search results, and the ads guarantee that your products are going to show up on that first page when someone puts in the search term. I'd personally start with a $1 to $5 budget per day, and then over time, once you're starting to get some good return, scale up to $25 a day. Think like a scientist, keep what works and cut what doesn't, and that's Etsy Ads.
And what I love about that is that it's not a set it and forget it process. Like, you have to check, you got to do the work to figure out, okay, is this working? If it's not, and if it's not, you got to readjust. Try something else. Try another listing that's getting views. But let's turn the corner over here and flip to the Meta side of things. Chris, when it comes to setting up an ad on Meta, what are some things that we need to be thinking about?
Yeah, it's a great question. And first thing that I want to point out that's awesome about the way that we're able to do this today is that everything that Alec just explained, which hopefully that stuff is sinking in because he explained it beautifully. There's so many similarities with exactly what we just covered that directly apply to Facebook ads. Obviously, there's some things that are slightly different, but it's different in the way that, watching videos on TikTok is slightly different than watching like YouTube shorts.
Right.
It's the same basic idea, short form, vertical, funny, but there might be different overlays, like that kind of stuff. So structurally the same thing that we're going to be talking about, just look out for those slight nuanced differences. So anyway, I'm Chris. And when a lot of people think about running Facebook ads to a Shopify store, they think of it like this, that they have money, they give it to Meta, and then Meta just lights it on the fire, and that's the end of the story. And it's a great story. It's a short clip. But what we're actually going to be doing is learning how we can make ads just like these, but they're beautiful. That was the point of the slide. But the goal of these ads, aside from being beautiful and visually striking, is ads are traffic. And our goal here, just like the metaphor that Alec was using, is to get people in the door to our store. That's it. And the job of the store is to get them to convert. So two separate things that we want to separate right from the very beginning. And our second goal is getting feedback from the market. Basically, just the same way Alec was mentioning, we're looking at the numbers, see what's working, what's not. All the same things apply here. Now, when it comes to running Facebook ads in particular, it gets overwhelming right out of the gate. It certainly did for me, because we bundle a bunch of different things all together. But we want to view it just like we're going through school or university. Like, there's different grade levels for a reason, and there's different stages for a reason. Each one, there's 3 of them, serves a distinct purpose. Step 1 is when we're launching. So we're just learning, and we're learning how to create the ads and read metrics. Second, we're trying to get to break even. So on Etsy, they're aiming for 1.5. On Facebook, we're aiming for 2.0. Then in stage 3, that's once we've broken past that, meaning we're now putting in $1, getting $2 plus back. Then the question is, how do I spend $1 million and make $2 to $3 million back? I know it sounds great. We're going to get to that. So the good news about this is that Facebook ads has honestly never been easier than right now, specifically for print-on-demand sellers, because of the AI models simplifying things in our favor. Now, I want to be very, very clear here that the operative piece here is easier, not easy, just period. It's not push a button, do nothing, make a whole bunch of money. Those kind of opportunities don't exist. But what is great here is the AI models working in our favor for people who have large product catalogs, which is us print-on-demand sellers. And so in these 3 stages, we're going to start with launching. And again, the goal here is we're putting in $100, getting $200 plus back, because then after our cost, $200 to $400 out, we're profitable. So this is at a high level what our goal is, to build that machine. And the most confusing aspect of running ads, maybe it's similar when it comes to Etsy, is once you get into the ad account, there's a lot thrown at you all at once. So even I hid some stuff to make it even simpler. It's still a lot. So how do we break it down? Well, the main thing to understand is that there's campaigns, there's ad sets, and there's ads. What does that mean? Well, think of it like a tree. This is your ad account. At the root, we have the campaigns. Then the branches are the ad sets, and then the ads are all the leaves. So every ad that we're about to talk about, picture it as just a leaf on a tree that funnels down to a campaign, which is the root. Now, the question is, what types of ads can we actually run? Like picturing these leaves, what can they look like? We've probably gotten hit with a bunch of different ads, and it feels like it's a vast majority of things. It's really just 3 different distinct types of ads. So the different types, there's static ads, catalog ads, and then slideshow videos, which if anybody was watching our last session, Mac was talking about slideshows. I was trying not to blur it out. We run the same thing. Anyway, so static ads is very basic. It's when you take a photo of the product and that's it. It doesn't change, that's why, hence static. Very clever. Next is slideshow videos. So this is where you take a number of your designs and then you scroll them together to make a video. And then finally, best and certainly not least, is the catalog ads. This is where we are able to show all of our products from a single ad that we've made. And now we're going to build an ad. The ad we're going to be building is the catalog ad because this allows us to see everything. And it's so simpler than ever because we used to spend hours and hours making all of these individual ads.
Absolutely.
It was a ton of time. Now we're just able to run one and then see what performs the best. Now, what we need in order to run these ads is we need to have an ad account, Facebook page, pixel, and then our catalog. Now, this sounds like a lot. 3 out of the 4 get knocked out the moment that you install the free Facebook app on your Shopify store. So it automatically handles a lot of this for us. And then the last one is just the Facebook page. And that one, we honestly don't even post much. We just make a profile picture and a cover photo, and you're ready to go. End to end, it takes about 5 to 10 minutes to get all this set up. Now, when we're running the ads, we are looking for 2 numbers in particular. These might sound familiar, ROAS at the very least, which is return on ad spend. And second is the cost per link click. And when we're at a 2.0 ROAS, we're at about break even. At a 3, we're at about 16%. And at a 4, we're at about 25%.
And just to make sure we're getting this right, when you say 2.0 ROAS, that means that that's 2 times the money that you've already spent, correct?
Correct, yes.
Okay, cool.
So that means we put in $1, we're getting $2 out. And then the reason it's 0% is that after all other expenses, this is like literally everything. We like to look at the worst case scenario, so we make sure we're protecting our profitability. So worst case scenario, that's break even. Now, the good news is that once we get to that point,
which we're going to cover now, when we get to the 2.0 ROAS, we do that by first looking at just one number in particular. There's a lot of things in the dashboard. We are just looking at the cost per click. Now, cost per click, similar to the click-through rate, tells us how much are people liking our product, essentially. And when you're looking at the dashboard, again, it's a whole lot in there. The good news is that column on the far right, I'm going to cover it up. That is literally the only column that I ever look at when we are running our initial ads. So all of this stuff that you were seeing in there, aside from the name of the campaign. So aside from that, we look at literally one number. That is the only number that we need to understand in order to see, okay, out of these 100 designs, these 3 are doing well. I'm going to make a bunch more like that. These I'm going to make less of. It's as simple as that. And then how do we proceed through this? Are we just spending and spending at random? No, we do what's called testing cycles, meaning we set our ads to run Thursday to Sunday, the best days of the week, because where is everybody? They're at home, scrolling on their phone, lots of different ad spots to be, utilized. And we analyze the cost per clicks, whichever design gets good signs, then we make more designs like those. And then we just do this week after week after week, till eventually we hit the magical 2.0 ROAS. And in the meanwhile, we're spending about $50 per week. So not a ton, certainly not as much money as I spent on ads the first time through. I spent thousands right out of the gate. And here's what it looks like from a different view if anybody's curious. Now, Facebook ads in 60 seconds, cutting through what took me years to figure out to be able to put on a single slide, is we use catalog ads, saves us so much time and energy, so many wasted hours we're able to get back. Super easy to set up. Start with a $12.50 per day budget and run it for Thursday to Sunday cycles. And do not be surprised if the first or second cycle, we're looking at expensive cost per clicks. That's completely to be expected. The name of the game is just looking at the designs that have the cheapest clicks, making more like that, and then just staying consistent. And when we find those, we rinse and repeat until eventually we get to the magical 2.0 ROAS.
This is a really great breakdown, and of course, this is a very complicated topic. I know you people who are watching right now who are going, all right, we just breezed past that in 20 minutes. When we were putting this session together, this is not something that you can pick up in 20 minutes. So if you're feeling confused, don't worry about it. This takes time to learn. But the thing that you have to tell yourself is, okay, we've broken up the steps on Etsy and Meta, and now you have to ask yourself, okay, if there's one part that I don't really understand, go to that part, figure that out. But before they get there, I want to say you guys, like you just said, Chris, you guys made your mistakes when you were setting up your ads. As a final takeaway, if you could go back and think about, the most critical mistake you made when you guys were first starting out, what were those, and what would you recommend people do to not do that?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think that for me, looking at which products are organically getting the most amount of traction, those are the products that you want to run ads to first. So the products that are getting the most organic views and the most organic favorites, add to carts or even orders, those are the products that you start running ads to because they're already getting some interest. And so when you add the ads into the mix, you'll get even more traffic and you'll really be able to test if that product is going to be a winner for you.
Exactly. Double down on what's working. That's very important. Chris?
Yeah, 100% agree with what Alex said. And for me, it was thinking that I needed to fix my ads by just getting better at ads, which there certainly is a skill set, but we honestly just rewatch what we just covered 3 times, and that's the majority, that's the 80-20 principle of it. The most important thing is just making better products. And my all-time favorite quote when it comes to marketing is that great products can be sold by bad marketing, but bad products cannot be sold by great marketing.
Absolutely.
Meaning, we make our lives, it's the epitome of just sharpen the axe, sharpen your product catalog before you try to chop down the tree, and your life will be so much easier.
And it's an iterative process. That's the thing. You're never going to start off with ads and immediately get them right the first go. I'm sure that would be great if that was the case, but you're right. Sharpen the axe, right? Figure out what works. Double down, and give yourself some grace to make the mistakes because everybody does those. Well, thank you so much, guys, for chatting with me. Amplified is not going anywhere. Leah's coming up next with a great session about how to build a brand that keeps buyers coming back. Stick around.
Well, here we are backstage again. I got Mac right beside me. We're bridging the gaps between the sessions, having ourselves a great time, socializing with all of our experts that have flown in from all over the world. It's been an amazing experience, and I hope that comes across on camera. But folks, we had ourselves a really good time on our last session. We gave away some really cool prizes to Sellers Club members. And in all three cases, we were able to give out the full prize of a sweatshirt and $100 of Printify sales credits. So, but this time, we get to flip the script a little bit because I want to do another contest, but we're going to do it in just a little bit of a different way because this one's going to be all about t-shirts. Now, it's no surprise that t-shirts are the #1 most popular product in all of print on demand, and it's like not even close. Now, Mac, did you know this? Like recently, the top spot in our best-selling t-shirt was taken over by the Comfort Color 1717. Do you have any experience with the Comfort Color 1717?
I do. I love it. I used to be a different t-shirt was my favorite, but quickly the Comfort Colors took over and people seem to love it. It's really searched for on Etsy.
Exactly. And I think a lot of people are following in your footsteps because everyone had their favorite t-shirt and then all of a sudden the Comfort Colors 1717 came on like gangbusters and took over the top spot. Because for the longest time, right at the top, the top position was going back and forth between the Gildan 5000 and the Bella Canvas 3001. And it just so happens that those are the three t-shirts that we are going to be featuring in today's contest. Okay, folks? Now, t-shirts, that's one of my favorite subjects. I love talking about that. You can come join me at my live Q&As that I host on the Sellers Club on Mondays and Wednesdays. Well, I can talk t-shirts for hours. So if you're interested in learning more and learning how to sell them better, come join me for my live sessions on the Sellers Club. But folks, we were talking about a contest. So I don't know, Mac, do you want to give away some more prizes?
Of course, yes. Let's do it.
Let's do it. Let's do it. So how this one works is we have pre-selected a couple of our guests. Mac, you're going to be playing as well. Okay. So they're going to be playing on behalf of randomly selected Sellers Club members, okay? And if the person who is playing on behalf of the randomly selected Sellers Club member guesses all three of the top t-shirts correctly, because we put them up here, no neck labels, no nothing, completely blank. If you guess all three correctly, then the Sellers Club member that you're playing on behalf of will win $100 of Printify sales credit, and we'll send you all three of these top t-shirts that we sell here. The Bella Canvas 3001, the Gildan 5000, and the Comfort Color 1717, all with beautiful amplified branding on them, okay? But guess what? If you guess incorrectly, well, then you're only going to win $100 of Printify sales credit. So you win either way, but gosh, I hope we can give away these t-shirts, okay? All right, Mac, so a lot of pressure's on. Are you ready? Because you're going to go first.
I'm ready.
You ready?
I'm ready,
okay.
Yeah.
All right, so the Sellers Club member you will be playing on behalf of is Dominique Mazloum. Dominique Mazloum, okay? So, Dominique, a lot is riding on this. Mac is going to be your champion. So, without further ado, you've got three stickers. I want you to go over to our wall here where we have all three unlabeled hanging, and do yourself a favor, check them out, look at the seams, look at the collars, okay, and see if you can guess which one's which. How do you feel? Are you confident?
I'm pretty confident. Yeah, I mean, looking at them is a little intimidating, but I'm pretty confident that.
All right, well, we're about to find out how confident you really are. Okay, so let's go over here. Okay, go ahead and check these out. These are all three shirts. The labels have been removed. So do yourself a favor, check them out, check the seams, and tell me what you're thinking here as you look at each one.
Okay, we definitely have different necks here, so that's helping me. Some of the fabrics are a bit thicker. This feels like a blend. I definitely think I know which one this is just because I love it so much. So I'm going to put my first sticker up.
Okay, so you're saying this is the Comfort Color 1717?
I do. I think this is
a
yes.
You sure?
I'm like very confident.
Okay.
Yeah.
Dominique's riding on you or counting on you.
I got you, Dominique. I know that's right. And okay, here's what's tough. Let me see this one. Sorry. Let's see.
Go ahead.
Okay. Oh, I know this one too, I think. Yeah, this is one of my best sellers, so I'm confident that this is I'm hoping so, the Gildan 5000.
Okay, all right, so that leaves only one option left. Through the process of elimination, you must think that this is the
Bella Canvas 3001.
Exactly. All right.
All right. Hopefully.
Well, we will wait to find out because we have two other contestants playing on behalf of our Sellers Club members. So let's go right on over here. We have Drew from Kittle, ladies and gentlemen. Drew from Kittle, and I just want to say, like, I'm a super big fan of Kittle because I have like zero design skills whatsoever. In no way can anybody confuse me with anybody with any sort of art skills, okay? But yet I can still come up with some really cool designs from Kittle, and that's because you guys have those templates.
Absolutely.
Okay?
Absolutely.
The templates are awesome because someone like me can take those templates and like, what I like to do is I like to Frankenstein different pieces and like take one piece from another and combine it with another template and then like change the colors and stuff like that. And then I can pat myself on the back and congratulate myself for coming up with super awesome designs.
We have a lot of people actually doing exactly what you're saying. They're opening up multiple templates and they get to pick and choose what they like and then create something a little more unique.
Okay, but this is about t-shirts. How confident are you in your knowledge of t-shirts?
I'm pretty confident because we actually did a collab on the YouTube channel where we did Printify bulk to get a bunch of shirts for one of the areas where we have an office yet. So I'm actually really confident with at least one of them.
Okay, with at least one of them. Well, we have 3 for you to choose from, okay? So let's head on over here. We've got to select the Bella Canvas 3001, the Comfort Color 1717, and the Gildan 5000, okay? So go over there, take a look, let me know what you think, and make your selection. Oh, and I'm sorry, you're playing on behalf of Peggy Oliveira. Peggy Oliveira. So a lot's riding on this. Peggy is really hoping you come through for her, okay?
Definitely, definitely. Okay, so this one I'm 100% sure is the Comfort Colors for 2 reasons. One, just the neckline specifically, I could kind of tell from a distance, but also the color is a big tell as well. This is like a really popular color for Comfort Colors. So that one, I'm pretty sure. These 2 are pretty similar in neckline. This one maybe feels a little bit thicker. This one's really soft. So yeah, I also think this is the Bella Canvas. Like Bella is a very soft feeling shirt, which is another reason it's a great bestseller.
Now, you're not just choosing that because Mac chose it.
No, I'm not.
Okay, all right.
But I think she is right.
Okay. Through process of elimination, this means
this is the Gildan for sure.
Okay,
Yeah.
wonderful. All right, so you made your selection. Peggy's really counting on you. Okay, so we'll see if you're correct here in just a minute. Now we have one more contestant here, and it's Ryan Hogue, and he's going to be playing on behalf of Huma Khan. Huma Khan. So, Huma, if he guesses this correctly, we're going to send you all 3 of these t-shirts with awesome amplified branding all over them, and we're also going to put $100 of Printify sales credit into your account. So, ballpark it, Ryan. How many t-shirts do you have in your closet right now?
25.
25? Okay.
Probably only 25, I think. I thought you were going to ask me how many I sold because I did the math before I jumped on, and it was at least 50,000 on Amazon.
50,000? But you only have 25?
Are we counting athletic shirts as t-shirts? That's the question.
Ooh, I don't know. I wasn't prepared for that. Yes, we're counting it.
Okay, then easily 50.
All right, is there somebody at home we can call that can count?
Yes, wifey's here too.
Okay, all right. Tell you what. All right, let's head on over because Huma is counting on you. Go ahead and check these out. Let me know what you think, and then make your selection.
So similar to what they said, the Comfort Colors is probably the easiest one to spot. The neckline, it's just a nice quality shirt that I also prefer to wear when I'm getting a shirt printed for myself. So Comfort Colors, the Bella Canvas, I'm assuming this is Bella Canvas. I'm going to feel it first. Has that really soft feel to it. So I got to feel this one first, make sure it's not softer.
Mm-hmm. Now, I just want to make sure that your previous contestants aren't influencing your decision at all.
That's why I had to touch the Gildan, what could be the Gildan 5000 first. It is not as soft as the soft style shirt. I believe that's in the title. Yeah, yeah. So I'm going to go ahead and put the Bella Canvas 3001 soft style sticker right there.
Okay.
And the Gildan 5000 right here.
Okay, all right. So all 3 of our contestants have made the same choices, okay? So just to recap, Dominique Mesloum, Peggy Oliveira, and Huma Khan. Okay, now if these are all correct, you guys are going to win all 3 of these shirts and $100 of Printify sales credit. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, congratulations. You are all correct. All 3 of you are going to be winning the full package, $100 of Printify sales credit, and all of these shirts are going to be sent to you with awesome branding. And it just shows that t-shirts are very popular and that people are loving them all over the place. So excellent. Actually, I'm very proud of your performance. Our Sellers Club members are also very happy. There's plenty more Amplified coming along. We're going to give away some more prizes and stuff like that. But our next session that is coming up is Brand Blueprint, build a brand that actually sticks with Leah, John Santos, and David Salad. Don't go anywhere, folks. Plenty more Amplified coming your way.
We are back, and it is time to talk all about branding Finally. And we probably have two of the best experts here to do so. John has been at the top of the POD YouTube game for a very long time, and David here has mastered TikTok Shop in just 2 years. Let's start with John. What inspired you to get started with POD?
When it came to POD, my background came from mass manufacturing products. So right out of college, I created a backpack company where I had to physically order fabrics, print them, bring them to a cut and sew, handle all those logistics, and then be able to list them and sell them. So that was a very long journey of actually starting a brand back in 2009, and everything was WordPress and just very heavy on the upfront work. So around 2014, 2015, I started hearing a name, Printful, Printify, and they said print on demand. I said, what is this? What exactly is print on demand? So I started looking into it and I realized, wow, I can't believe that you can actually start a business with no money, meaning like you can actually launch a product, start selling it, and start profiting without you having to do all of the work that I had previously done. So my journey into print on demand was really about finding out that you can make money with no money, and started sharing that online and started helping people do it. So incredible.
And you haven't looked back to the days of inventory, right?
No, I always tell people, start with print on demand if you're starting something new, because no risk and you can prove out your concept.
Right, and how did you get started here?
Well, as John said, the thing that's really attractive with print on demand is the lack of risk. You know, when I first started out on my journey, I was like 14, 15, so I barely had any money at all. So as he said, you can make money with no money. I used to start out with, ordering stock to my house. And, if the product didn't work out, I was stuck with like 100 pounds of stock. So yeah, as he said, the only thing that really attracted me was the lack of risk.
Now, both of you have built hugely successful POD brands, but there's kind of a big misconception on what the word brand actually means, okay? David, what usually comes to mind for you when someone hears the word brand?
Well, when most people hear about brand, they think of name, color, slogan, Coca-Cola, iPhone. So yeah, it's the biggest misconception people have about branding is that it's physical. For the audience out there, it's more than physical. It's also to do with a story. I'm not sure the story about Coca-Cola, but I'm sure they have a great story. But you want to kind of have an emotional connection with the audience, and a lot of people oversee that.
Right, and John, you kind of have like a similar idea here about story and emotion, right?
Most definitely. I think a great example I was up there was Coca-Cola. And for me, Coca-Cola, every time I see an ad, right, it's really beyond the colors and logos and the color palettes that associate with that brand. It's really about the feeling that the product or the brand gives you. So for me, I always feel like Coca-Cola is that emotional bond of like, hey, you bring a Coke to a party, you're invited to the carne asada the next time, right? You know what I'm saying? So like, it makes you feel good and makes you tell a story, right? Share a memory. And the brands that do that incredibly well make you feel something. They make you feel some type of way, and that really is what transcends just the color palettes. It's really the feeling that you give.
Nike is another really good example because they have their slogan, just do it. And anybody that plays a sport or is an athlete or doesn't even play a sport, they wear Nike and they think like an athlete, they feel like one because they've kind of made that message as well. They've made that emotional connection. Now, obviously, the end goal for all of us here is to get sales and make money. But what are some of the other benefits of taking a brand-first approach?
So when it comes to taking a brand-first approach, you're not necessarily competing on price anymore. So one of the big misconceptions of print on demand is that, hey, you gotta be the lowest price, which means you're gonna have the lowest margins. But if you could build a brand, that means you can command a slightly higher price than other copycats would if they start selling your similar designs. Right? Because ultimately, the brand that you create, you can charge a premium for it if your messaging and marketing and your branding is right. And another thing that you get benefits with branding is that you also get a lower cost of acquisition as well as repeat sales, right? So you become top of mind whenever the customer comes and wants to buy another product, or you stand out when it comes to advertising because now they remembered you and they say, oh, this is a brand that does this type of messaging or these types of slogans or designs. So by branding, you help really differentiate yourself in the market, and I think that's one of the biggest benefits.
I want to jump back to copying a little bit because people always worry about like, well, what if I get a best-selling design and people start copying this? That is a very good problem to have. It means that you are doing something right. And so by building a brand, also, people are going to know like, oh, this is the real brand. This is the authentic one. They're going to recognize either your messaging or your logo, your colors. So that's why branding is also important. Now, you have a slightly different take on this.
Well, specifically to do with TikTok Shop, you're attracting more than just customers. You're attracting affiliates. And the reason why affiliates are so important for people or brands on TikTok Shop is because that's what's going to make you scale. The more affiliates you have on board, the more videos, the more eyes on your products, the more sales. And a brand really helps with that because when affiliates are constantly scrolling on the app, they'll be like, okay, I remember this brand. Okay, this is a brand. Because there are a lot of products on TikTok Shop that dropship and they have no brand and it's not really memorable. So, a brand-first approach really helps with gaining affiliates on board, which will help you in the long run.
Right, it's about becoming recognizable. You follow your favorite influencers, you see one sharing a product or a link, you see another one sharing the same one, you instantly remember like, oh, okay, my favorite people are sharing this, it must be a trustworthy brand, right? Now, you both have mastered branding in very different ways, proving that there's no one right way to become a successful brand. What have your branding journeys looked like on Shopify and on TikTok?
For me, the branding journey really began like in a from the ground up approach, right? Meaning like when I launched my first product, I never really thought about the brand. I kind of developed the brand as I went. So my branding journey really became part of the growth in entrepreneurship, and I think that's what a lot of brand owners watching may be going through. But I learned very much the hard way that if you lead with a good story, you start to get sales, right? So like the beginning of our journey, there was no brand, story, or feeling attached. Kind of felt like I had to hide some of those things behind the scenes as to why I wanted to do this, and I wanted to make myself look like I was a corporate entity, right? And people don't connect with corporate entities; they connect with brands and stories. So I learned years after launching and like fine-tuning the messaging that people really care about why you're doing what you're doing. And once I learned that, I realized that's the first thing you got to focus on whenever you launch a new brand or product is what is the story and what is the feeling you're going to get across.
Well, we know, as we found out earlier, emotion sells, right? What was your kind of story on TikTok?
My story is very similar to John's, as in I started with no brand in mind. And, when I was doing that, yes, I was seeing some success, but it only started to increase when, I was showing people, I was packaging my products. People were really into my story more than the products, and it kind of intertwined and kind of became one thing. But yeah, I showed people everything. I also had my own specific edit, so that all came into my own kind of personal brand, as you want to call it, and it helped me out quite a bit.
You kind of picked up your own style there, right? And people connected with that specific style. So for those people out there who have not started a brand yet, they're interested in taking this journey, do you recommend that they start with their brand in mind already from day one, or let it kind of build up naturally over time?
I would say that you should have a pretty good idea as to who you're going to sell to. I think a lot of times you want to sell to everybody and you're reaching nobody. So if you have an idea about who you're selling to, then starting to at least craft the color palettes, the logos, the messaging that those people are attracted to is a really good place to start. You don't necessarily need to have it all figured out right out the gate. If you do, you're a branding and marketing genius, right? And there's very few of those, but I have met those people, and they're absolutely incredible because they knock it out the park a lot faster than others do. But when you're just starting, it's all about just putting out your best work and your best effort. And if you just have that idea of who you're targeting in mind, you get that much closer sooner, but it's going to be something that evolves along the way.
No, yeah, I totally agree. At the start, you don't have to have everything figured out. Just get your product up, start posting, and eventually always have it in the back of your mind. So I think having a brand definitely helps long term. As I said, it helps with affiliates. It helps with, you can price your product a bit higher and you'll stand out from the rest because there are a lot of copycats, especially on TikTok. So having a brand will definitely differentiate yourself from everybody else.
I think that's a really good point. Have it in the back of your mind. Have some ideas of who your audience is. And that doesn't mean that your brand can't evolve over time. I mean, we see companies going through rebrands all the time, and we'll actually show some examples in a little bit, but your brand can change, and that's okay. Now, tell us about some of your biggest lessons learned. If you were to start all over again, knowing what you know now, what might you do differently?
I would 100% start with a strong brand story and message, right? What is the feeling and transformation that my products are trying to actually target in my target audience? What transformation am I trying to give to my customers? And honing in on that feeling, message, and the overall product and identity there. Because when I did that, everything changed, right? It became less about a product and more about them supporting your journey and story. Like David mentioned, like everybody loves to see somebody unpacking and making orders. And it's because they want to support businesses, but more importantly, they want to support real people. And in an age of drop shipping products from factories direct to consumer, the person that's selling is the person that they want to support, right? They want to support a real person. So starting there, don't being afraid to put yourself on camera, don't be afraid to share your story, and more importantly, fine-tune what your messaging is because it's going to go far.
I think it's important to share your genuine story too. I think people can sniff out kind of a fake story. They know if you're not being authentic. So don't be afraid to kind of put yourself out there because people will resonate with you specifically. And that's why they're going to buy from you. They like your style, right?
Yeah. My come up, I wouldn't change anything because I'm in love with the hustle. But yeah, John pretty much outlined it all. One thing I would give advice to you viewers is always keep that brand in mind. People want to know your story, especially on TikTok. People go on there, to be entertained and not to be sold to. And if you can make it as entertaining as possible, even if it's a 16-year-old trying to make money, roll with that. People will like that rather than just a product on screen.
David started off perfectly right away, so you definitely need to take his advice, right? All right, so let's look at a few examples here. We're going to talk about some not so good branding. We're going to dissect kind of maybe where they went wrong, and then we're going to give you some examples of great branding. So this first one, we're going to show you a quick rebrand attempt.
Man, that always looks so cringe watching.
All right. So, okay, in my opinion, it's a beautiful ad. It has great colors. I had no idea what it was for until the very end. And even the very end, I was like, is that the same brand that I'm thinking of? What happened here? Why did it receive such criticism?
Yeah, it looks like a fashion show, the first 20 seconds of like Barbie or something. I don't know. But the reason why it went so wrong is because Jaguar is known as this British heritage, luxury, classic car brand. And when I watch that, I'm not getting that at all. So that's where they really went wrong. They abandoned, the loyalty of their old customers, which made them.
Mm-hmm. And you had a really good story about your daughter, right?
Yes.
You test her with brands. What did she say about this?
Anytime we drive around anywhere or watch a commercial, I ask her, what is this selling? All right, so I'm trying to teach her in her mind that she's always being sold to, but what is this ad trying to sell you? And when she saw this one, she said, oh, they're definitely selling the jackets and some of the sweaters. And even though the car came at the end, there was like, is that a rocket ship that they're gonna leave in to go take fashion to the next level, right? It's very confusing. So you have to really think about your advertising and your marketing. In this case, they didn't even necessarily think about it for like a 5-year-old, right? It's gotta be so simple that people resonate immediately with it. And this one overall was definitely leading towards fashion and not necessarily towards luxury cars.
100%, I agree.
Right, yeah, they tried to target a new audience, which is fine, but make sure you know that new audience without alienating your existing customer base, the loyal ones, right? All right, there's another example of some not so good branding. What is going on here?
This one right here is my all-time favorite. Ever since cable, I remember HBO Go, right? So for those of you guys who had cable, HBO Go is like the classic. And then it started to rebrand to HBO Max when streaming came. And then they decided, you know what, let's get rid of HBO and let's just go Max. So anytime I went to my smart TV, I never knew which one to choose. And then they finally said, we're going to go Max, but we're going to go dark, black, purple instead of the blue, because maybe that resonates more with the original audience. But overall, they definitely confused the market. And during the time, they were going through an evolution as a company. So when you are trying to evolve your brand, you do have to evolve your logos and typeface, but you don't necessarily want to switch the name completely where your core customer doesn't even know which one they should choose or which one they should log into. Like this was a classic mess of somebody just wanting to switch to appease to the changes and it didn't work.
And I'm still confused by it, to be honest. I don't know what the real one is. So if you know, let us know in the chat. Is it HBO Go? Is it Max? Is it HBO Max? Let me know.
No idea.
Now, we can't just rip on some not so good branding. We have to also talk about some great examples of branding. And we have a couple really good ones here.
Yeah, I love this example so much because it outlines what we were talking about earlier with a story. So on screen, we have two basically the same products. You can see the imaging is basically the same in terms of physical branding. The one on the left is obviously better. And the overall difference with these two products is one has sold 20,000 plus and the other has sold 100 plus. And the biggest, or the main contributor to that is the story. As you can see in the middle with the product on the left, the one that sold the most, the story behind it is a 14 or 15-year-old kid trying to get rich. And one day he decided after football, he got too hot. So he wanted a cool down. So he got a cool towel. And TikTok loved that. The audience loved it. And most of the videos have like 1 million views. And that's basically the contributor to his success. So overall, the difference between these two products, one which did well, is because of the story behind it.
Mm-hmm. And he's probably being very vulnerable too, sharing like the struggles he's going through. He's showing behind the scenes. People appreciate that openness. Like, yeah, we want to support this small business. This is a great story. I resonate with it. They want to buy from those types of shoppers. Now, John, you also have a really great example here.
Yeah, so this one's Alpha Line, good friends of ours and geniuses when it comes to marketing and branding. And this company essentially has really found out who their audience is. So if you're currently in business, then chances are you have enough information and data for you to dive into and figure out what is my audience and customer really care about. So some of their brand ethos isn't necessarily only to get jacked and pumped at the gym. It's also to be funny and connect to the millennial and Gen Z. So they have a series of skits where they bring in bodybuilders and other people. Like this one here was a bodybuilder bringing pre-workout juice to an interview. And in that suitcase, he opens it up and he's got a full tub of pre-workout. But instead of just being a funny video, it also has the brand integration, right? So they also put the products in the shot, so you know exactly what they're selling. So this is a great example of a brand that goes beyond just a product into an emotion. And they're able to get literally tens of millions of views on organic viewership. So across all their platforms, this one got about 20 to 25 million organic views. Because one, it's shareable, right? Because if it's funny and resonates with somebody, they want to share it. So when you're making content, you got to think about, okay, why is somebody want to share this piece of content? And if you can do that, you can get those views.
Mm-hmm. He was basically selling a product without selling the product, and humor is a really great way to do that. It's a really funny video. I recommend everyone go watch this one. All right, let's talk about some final tips. What should everyone walk away with? The one thing that they should walk away with after today's session.
After today's session, I would say that you really just think about some of the companies and brands that you're attached to. Like, what are the reasons that you have certain products in your own closet? What are some of the products that you shop for and you have in your house? What was the reason that they bought that product? And the reason that you bought that product, right? So like, why did you buy it and how does it make you feel? From that, just start putting together a good mood board of the different products and what they mean to you, right? From that, you can start to understand what branding is. You could dig through their socials, you could dig through their messaging, and now you have a pretty good foundation as to maybe how you should structure your own branding. It is a great way to start. If you haven't done any branding, just go to the market, see what other people are doing.
I think with that too, don't just look at like the big giant brands, right? They've been doing this for a long time. Look at some of the smaller brands that might be around your house or in your closet and kind of see what about that brand spoke to you and see how you can implement that in your shop as well. What's your tip?
Yeah, that's a really good exercise by John. I'm actually going to do that when I go back home. But my tip is Yes, start with a brand. Keep it in mind. Even if you're someone just trying to make money, implement that into your product. Embrace it. So that's kind of my biggest piece of advice. Just start, have fun with it, and keep going.
And where can our viewers learn more from each of you?
Awesome. I'm located on YouTube, so it's youtube.com/JohnXSantos, and on our website at fromthegroundup.io. We're helping brand owners and entrepreneurs build and start their brand from the ground up.
Yeah, mine's just on TikTok. Search up It's David Salad and my handsome face.
All right, go check out what they have to say on their channels. Coming up, Printify is bringing you even more unique, long-lasting print methods so you can create products and get opportunities that really make your brand stand out. Take a look now.
You already know the power of a solid brand. Now, it's time to elevate it with premium personalization. And we've got 2 new luxe decoration methods to make your products literally stand out. So if you've been looking for your next bestseller, these products might just be it. Maybe you've already spotted the engraved products in our catalog. Wooden charcuterie boards with rich shaded engraving. Champagne glasses with that classy frosted finish. And soon, we're bringing you even more. Engraved jewelry, necklaces, bracelets, rings, etched with logos, names, or cute little details. It's not just next level decoration, it's next level profits. Engraved products are already making waves on marketplaces like Etsy, a go-to for weddings, anniversaries, birthdays, and custom gifts. Not only are they great for gifting, they're perfect for personalization. Whether your brand leans cozy, chic, bold, or minimal, there's an engraved product that fits, looks premium, feels personal, and sells. Get early access, order samples, and see for yourself. Pro tip, take photos of those samples and make your own custom mock-ups. Or if you really want to stand out, upload a product video. We are not stopping at engraving though. This year, we brought you even more bestsellers with embroidery, launching more than 50 products in the embroidery catalog, from sweatshirts and tees to denim jackets, joggers, beanies, and even bags. And we bought bigger embroidery areas, which is awesome because bigger embroidery equals more space for bold, standout designs that your customers love. But we can always do more, right? We've added more decoration areas like embroidered wrists and sleeves. Quick side note, you can get crisp, bold DTF on your sleeves now as well. A little thread, a lot of character. To make embroidery even more super simple and easy to use, you can find pre-digitized embroidery designs right in the product creator, together with our free graphics or as part of our personalization options. Since embroidery requires special tech, previously you'd have to wait up to 36 hours for your design files to be digitized. Well, not anymore. These designs use embroidery-ready text, aka pre-digitized fonts, which means your designs can be processed 12 hours faster. And you know what personalized embroidery means? Customer who feels connected to the product, because we know that customers love what they help create. And higher profits for you. Using our pre-digitized text templates is a perfect way to start your design journey while learning the ins and outs of great design. No matter what luxe method you choose, engraving, embroidery, DTF, or whatever works for your store and your brand, we'll help you create pixel-perfect, professional, and personal products. Printify helps you create products that look premium, feel personal, and drive profit. Touch it, feel it, fall in love, and let your brand stand out.
We are backstage live with the founder of Anywhere POD, Chris Meets. Chris, I'm just curious, can you sum up the vibe here at Amplified in just a couple words?
It's been electric, I would say. It's been a great vibe and a lot of great information coming out today.
Excellent. All right. Now, just a little tease here, folks. We're going to be participating in Amplified's final event a little bit later, all about personalization. And speaking of personalization, well, we got the man right here, the founder of Anywhere POD, the best personalization tool on the market. So I'm just curious here, Chris, like when it comes to new sellers and starting out on in the personalization sphere, it can take a lot of time, at least the perception is that it can take a lot of time to get up and running. So I'm just curious how Anywhere POD sort of eliminates that and streamlines it.
Yeah, so it's sometimes a little bit intimidating for new people to get started with personalization because the setup process can kind of feel like it takes a lot longer than just like a normal listing, right? So with Anywhere POD, we actually have a one-click Canva integration. So if you design in Canva, with a click of a button, you can import your design directly into Anywhere POD, not just as a PNG, but you can import the editable layers directly from Canva. So it imports exactly how you have it set up with the right font, the right colors, everything already set up automatically for you.
Okay, now, like creating mock-ups, that can be a real time suck sometimes. So I'm curious, like, how you guys over there streamline that process and save sellers like real time.
Yeah, so even beyond automating personalization, we're also big on automating your entire workflow. So one of the like big kind of soul-sucking tasks that you have to do over and over if you're using your own mockups is manually creating those every time. With Anywhere POD, you do that once. So you create your mockup as a template once in Anywhere POD, and it is automatically reusable from then on. So it'll select the right artwork, the right color, everything for you, and just generate that mockup for you automatically every time.
Ooh, okay. Now, I was on Anywhere POD and I came across this rapid lister feature, and I was curious, but I was wondering if maybe you can explain that to me and our audience.
Yeah, absolutely. So our rapid lister, as I said, we're all about automation. So with our rapid lister, whether you have 1, 2, or even 20 designs ready to go, you can actually design in batches and then upload those to Anywhere POD, and it will automatically create all of your mockups that you have set up. You can import any of your research data directly from eRank or Everbee, and it'll even generate your title tags and descriptions for you. So with just a couple clicks of a button, you have 20 listings created, all of your mockups complete, all of your SEO complete, all of your attributes set in Etsy, all automatically for you.
And this is all done with AI?
Yeah, all of the title tags and descriptions uses AI with your own custom research data.
We should have had you with as part of our AI discussion, but I'm a little bit curious about how this all works, because one of the myths out there is that personalization is only just like dates and like names and things like that. So, but I'm just curious about how you help our sellers out there like move beyond that and really take it up a notch.
Yeah, so I mean, dates and names are still great, and you can still be very profitable with those getting started. But we also make it very easy to kind of go beyond that initial text, where you can stand out to your customers even more and be able to do custom images in custom shapes. You can do custom image collections. You can even use AI effects. So you can set a prompt so that when a customer uploads their image, the AI can take over and convert that image into characters or line art or watercolor or a painting. Like literally, the sky's the limit, and it all comes together excellently with our live previews, so the customer can actually see what's happening before they purchase on Etsy or Shopify.
Okay. Interesting. Let's keep dispelling a few myths here, because a lot of people think that like personalization is like a lot of work. Okay, you got to deal with the customer, you got to deal with all the information that they provide. I'm just interested how that process works with you guys.
Yeah, so especially on Etsy, that used to be a real pain if you wanted to get image from the customer, because they would have to send you an Etsy message and then it gets compressed, and it's just a real pain. Well, with our live previews, the customers actually, before they purchase, they're able to upload their image, they're able to see it in real time with any of the edits that you have set up, with any of the AI effects. So they are 100% confident in what they're going to receive before they even complete their purchase on Etsy. It's a total game changer with personalization on Etsy.
Okay, now in terms of flexibility, like, okay, let's say I hit publish on a product and then I change my mind, I need to make some, I get inspired and I need to make some changes. Like, how flexible is the product?
Yeah, so that's one of the unique things with Anywhere POD is we add flexibility in all the way throughout the system. So if you need to make any changes to artwork that you've already published, or you need to make changes to literally anything along the way, you'll find once you start doing personalization that if you say you can do personalization, sometimes customers think, oh, well, I can personalize absolutely anything on the graphic. And sometimes you may want to accommodate that if you don't want to lose the sale. So we make it really easy when an order comes in. If you need to make any additional changes that you didn't originally expect to have to make, you can easily do that in Anywhere POD.
Okay, now, granted, I bet you we've made a few people out there curious. So let's say they want to try this stuff out for themselves. They want to try the rapid lister and all this and all these cool features that you've been mentioning. Like, what would be the best way for them to get on your platform and really try this out for themselves?
Yeah, so if you check out in Sellers Club, we have a coupon code in there where you can get your first month for free. We're also next week doing AI and automation bootcamp. So it's a 3-day free live event that you guys can join completely for free. We'll walk you through so that by the end of it, you're an expert in AI and automation. You can start putting your shop more on autopilot, a little bit more on that passive income side, and really be able to automate everything. So check out anywherepod.com/Printify, and you can get a free ticket for that.
All right, you can get that on the Sellers Club. That is free boot camp. That is free trial. You've got no excuse not to check it out, folks. All right, thank you very much for your time, Chris. Look forward to our session a little bit later on the personalization. But up next, we're going to do a session called "Why Your Store Isn't Selling." That's going to be and how to fix it, of course, because if you don't know how to fix it, I mean, what's the point? Right. So that's going to be hosted by Talish. It's going to feature Cassie Johnson and Megan Heckman. Plenty more Amplified coming your way. Don't go anywhere.
I would argue the hardest part about selling online isn't setting up your shop. It isn't listing your products. I would argue it's not even creating your designs. It's knowing what the problems are when they happen and then what you could do to fix it. Because look, like anything worth doing in life, there's always gonna be a few bumps in the road, but it's in those moments where having a few tricks up your sleeve is really useful so that you can at least see yourself a path forward. And today, I'm joined by two sellers and experts who are definitely no strangers to some of the issues that you might be going through. Cassie Johnson is an Etsy seller and an educator, and Megan Heckman is a Shopify expert and a growth strategist. And together, these two ladies have been working diligently over the last few weeks, trying to come up with some solutions to some common problems that you might be experiencing no matter which platform you're selling on. And we're really excited to show you what they came up with. So ladies, welcome to Amplified.
Thanks for having us.
Yes, thank you. So glad to be here. So,
what are some of the things that you think sellers are going to run into in terms of issues?
yeah, we actually created a whole presentation for that, believe it or not. So, we're going to be talking about the reasons why that you might not be getting sales in your store. And this is something we could probably talk about for an entire hour. But we did try to condense it down to the biggest drivers on why you're not getting sales in your business so that you can leave this presentation with some actionable takeaways of what you can do to start moving the needle in your business, whether you sell on Etsy or you sell on Shopify. A lot of the reasons are exactly the same across all the different platforms. I hope that you get so much out of today's presentation. And we're going to be going over two different scenarios. So whether you are getting no views and no sales, or whether you're getting views but no sales. So those are the two things we'll be going over. And there, again, is a couple different reasons why you might not be getting sales. The biggest culprit that we kind of came together and decided could be your designs and your mock-ups. But we're also going to go over some of the other really important things like testing, building trust, and pricing.
And before we kick everything off, I think it's really important to let those viewers know, like maybe you've never made your first sale online, or maybe you're just not getting consistent sales yet. We've all been there, and we understand exactly how you feel. But just know today we're going to go through some really good stuff so that you have actionable takeaways. And just know that you're not alone as you're going through this. Now, to kick things off, I think we all have this expectation of our print-on-demand journey. We think, okay, I'm gonna, post some designs, get them on either Etsy, Shopify, whatever marketplace you're selling on, and we kind of think it's gonna be this easy path to making money. And then we kind of get into the thick of things. And the reality is we, post our design and, we come over these little challenges along the way. I like to think back to my first store. I look at it and I can look at it as a failure, and instead I look at it as those were some great learning opportunities. Because going through all the motions of learning how to design, how to pick a niche, all of those things, I was able to leave the things that I did wrong in the past and take all the things that went right and put that into the next store and moving forward. So I think it's important to share that as well. Now, the first scenario that we're going to discuss is you aren't getting any sales yet or views. So no one's clicking on your ad, no one's clicking on your listing. And the biggest culprit for that is typically your research and your designs. So we're gonna go through all of that now. Now, good designs start with good research. Good research is going to help us design faster. It's going to allow us to spot what's already working in the market, and it's also going to allow us to understand our customers and really what they're already looking for.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've all been there. So you are not alone in not getting sales right now. So let's talk about some of the ways that you can actually do that research, because we can tell you to do research all day long, but let's talk about what that might actually look like in practice as a beginner to make sure that you're doing the things that you need to understand what actually sells online so that you can make the most money for the amount of time that you're putting in. And so, this is what the process really looks like. You do your research, you get inspiration, and you make your new designs. And so what that might actually look like is spending 20 minutes a day actually researching on Etsy or wherever you're selling and looking at the best-selling designs. So you can use something like Everbee to do this research. You can just sort through the Etsy search results and look for things like bestseller badges or sold 17 times in the last 24 hours. And just do 20 minutes a day paying attention to the small things that make up great designs. So you might come up with something like this that we're showing here, and I want you to pay attention to what kind of colors are people using in their designs? What types of fonts do you keep seeing over and over again? And what types of design layouts are you seeing? Because you can actually start paying attention to these and breaking designs down into their smaller parts and then combining them in new and unique ways to create something new and unique, but that's based on research. Because if you just make designs that come up out of your own mind, you could magically be an amazing designer, but I know I wasn't, Meg probably wasn't either. And so that really comes from research. But it's important not to copy, because one of the biggest mistakes that we see new sellers make is actually copying the bestsellers more than they think they are. And so we wanted to go through a few examples of what that actually looks like. Because when you're adding value, what you want to do is take 2 to 3 things you've seen before and combine it in a new and unique way. So I put this design example together. I was tell Talish that I like to look at greeting cards for inspiration. And so here's a perfect example of that. Look at you turning 25 twice. And then here's a design that sells really well on Etsy. Sorry, I'm late. I was dilly-dallying. And so if I was designing for a 50-year-old birthday shirt, then I might come up with something like, sorry, I'm late. I've turned 25 twice. So it's a new saying no one's ever seen before, but it's based on a few things that are proven to sell on Etsy. And so let's take a look at what it actually looks like to copy, though, because I think when you are new, you don't know exactly what that looks like. So let's go through some comparisons. Let's say this is the original design that you saw as a bestseller on Etsy. If you were selling on Etsy this summer, you might have seen this adorable bestseller, 2 cute little ghosts by a campfire. So let's go to the next one, where here you can see these two are what I would say is copying. Sure, it's not an exact pixel for pixel copy. You didn't take a screenshot of it and put it on your shirt, but this is what I would consider copying. So taking a look at what the kind of adding value versions would actually be, I like to say that there's 3 different levels to adding value. So level 1 is going to look like this kind of, where you add the minimum amount of value. So it's some kind of spin on the original at least. So this one here, they did geese instead of ghosts. And then level 2, your level 2 amount of value added, they added words. So something like Camp Spooky, this is a perfect example. It looks completely different than the original, but it's based on the same concept. And then going up to level 3, which is what I hope you all are able to create, is you take the base idea of the design, and that is that these ghosts are doing summer-themed activities, but they're doing different activities. And this is where you can really carve out a spot in the market. You're taking what's learning, what's working, and then you're adding your own kind of unique creative spin on it.
Awesome. And now the second design tip that we're going to share with you is connecting emotionally with your buyers. Now, the question that we want to ask ourselves is, are we actually trying to connect with our audience, or are we simply just trying to sell to them? And there is a difference. Now, most customers buy based off of emotion and not logic, which is kind of a twist, because when we're sitting down to make designs, I think we almost think about it logically. So we kind of want to take a step back and put ourselves in the buyer's shoes and really try to think, how could I emotionally strike a chord with this customer? And by doing this, we're able to connect with our niche and then convert more sales. Now, I'm going to go through an example where we would try to determine which design is invoking more emotion. Now, the design on the left is a great design. There's nothing aesthetically wrong with it. It's a beautiful design. And then we have the design on the right. also very nice to look at, but there's a few key details in there that tend to connect more with this buyer. As you can see, we have the deep dive tours. We also have expect pressure in your ears, and then nose pinch enthusiast. So if you're somebody who's into scuba diving, you've had these pain points. You know, as you're going farther down into the ocean, the pressure's in your ear, you squeeze your nose, and you know, you're able to relieve that. So that is emotionally going to connect with somebody in that niche a lot better than the design on the left. Now, design tip number 3 is designing for our products. Now, great designs follow product best practices. So it's really important to look at your designs and determine, hey, am I actually creating designs that work for the product I'm trying to sell? Whether it's t-shirts, mugs, posters, you name it. Now, here's an example that I like to look at. You know, this is the same concept. It's a kitty being abducted by a UFO. So same concept across 3 different products. And you're gonna notice that the sticker has a very cartoon-like style and look, which is very common on a lot of popular sticker designs on Etsy, on other marketplaces, versus the t-shirt's going to have more of a vintage, retro type of style, which is also common on other graphic t-shirts. So starting to follow those best practices. And the poster is a very realistic looking cat being abducted by a UFO. It would maybe look a little silly on, you know, a t-shirt, but it works great on a poster, and I could totally see it like being in somebody's office as they're working.
Definitely. I don't know what this bundle is, but I want it. You know, I want all of it.
So the next thing that we're going to talk about is mock-ups, because mock-ups help to add context to our designs and provide clarity for our buyers. Now, mock-up tip number 1 typically leans a little bit more towards the Shopify side of things. We want to be using a niche-specific, eye-catching mock-up, because as we are advertising on Facebook, we want to stop somebody's scroll. And when we're already kind of connecting with our niche in the mock-up and then the design is matching, it just helps to kind of get something to click with our buyers. Now, here's an example of a really solid mock-up versus one that maybe is causing confusion for our buyers. The one on the left, you know, we have the T-Rex fishing, but at the same time, it's surrounded by baseball objects. So you kind of look at it and go, who is this for? Like, is it for baseball players? Is it for, you know, fishermen? I'm not quite sure. Versus our mock-up on the right. We can see we have the fishing pole, we have the lures. This is a shirt that is designed for fishermen.
And when it comes to selling on Etsy, it is slightly different. You don't need to use niche-specific mockups quite as much, because Etsy is a really aesthetic platform. You really need to have gorgeous photos, especially for clothing. You want someone to imagine how cute they're gonna look wearing your item, you know? So what you'll need to do is, just like we were talking about with the research earlier, is take some time for your product and take a look at all the bestsellers and understand what types of mockups really work well. Is it folded mockups, like the comfort color shirts folded sitting on a table? Or is it something like a model mock-up with phone cases? You know, is it something like these ones? Take the time to really understand what sells well with which types of mock-ups. You can either purchase those same ones right on Etsy, or you can get ones that have a similar vibe. But again, with Etsy, it's all about the aesthetic. But there are a few mistakes that sellers make with mock-ups that I wanted to kind of go over and show you as well. And mock-up mistake number 1 is you're zoomed too far out or too far in on Etsy, because you have to understand that they are typing something in on Etsy like teacher, and then they're sorting through the search results, looking at you next to all your competitors. And so just like Meg was talking about, it has to stop the scroll. If you're zoomed too far out, they're not going to be able to read it. It's not going to catch their attention. But if you're zoomed too far in, they might not even understand what the product is and how cute they might look wearing your gorgeous t-shirt. And so then the next one, I'll show you what some good examples are. So these 4 are great examples of really trending, popular style mock-ups on Etsy, and then designs that are big and bold and easy to read that are going to stop someone from scrolling when they're searching on the Etsy platform.
Now, the next thing that we're going to talk about is testing. And we want to be asking ourselves the question, are we truly testing enough? Now, when I like to think about testing, I like to think it's simply a math problem. So we're going to go through an example. We have 2 friends that decide to start print-on-demand stores on the same day. One friend creates 20 designs over the next 30 days as they're getting their store ready to go. Now, friend number 2 creates 100 designs over the same period of time. Now, just thinking about that as statistics and a math equation, who do we think is more likely to find some winning designs in their batch that they created? Someone who's designed 20 or one who's designed 100? Now, friend 2 has a 5 times higher chance and is learning at a 5x speed because they were able to build their design skill and research the market and truly find what people are actually interested in. And when you're finding multiple, best sellers or multiple winners in your batches, you're gonna be able to drive more sales to your store. Now, it's important when we are testing that we are looking at the data, whether it's Etsy or Shopify. It's important to, look and see which, listings or ads are getting those clicks. And when we're seeing the ones that are getting those clicks frequently, we can then double down on those designs because something about it is catching that buyer's attention. So we want to go back to the drawing board and we want to iterate off of those designs and then test them again and again. And it's repeating this cycle over and over again that we are able to find more winners and get more consistent sales. Now, scenario 2 that we're going to discuss is you're getting views, so people like what they're seeing, but for some reason, they're just not converting. They're not buying from you. Now, this first part, the first most important part, sorry about that, is building trust with our customers starts from the very beginning. And on Shopify, a lot of times this starts from the ad. So I'm gonna go through an example where we go through a really clear and trustworthy funnel. As you can see, we have the ad on the left-hand side, and it's a spring collection ad. We have a spring-like design. The mock-up is spring-like, and when they're clicking on that ad, they are landing on a spring collection page. And our compare at price matches, the 35% off in the ad. So this is a really clear funnel. The message is straight across to our buyer. Versus this funnel is a little confusing. We're seeing a winter t-shirt sale with a very spring, summer-like design. And then when they're clicking that ad, they're landing on a summer sale collection page. So the buyer's stopping and going, I'm so confused at this point. Is this company actually legit? And it makes them question you as a brand owner. So this is something that's really important to have clear messaging throughout every single step so that, our buyers are seeing that we are consistent with what we are saying and what they're going to get at the end of the day.
Yeah, super, super important. And so moving into the next part of building trust with your customers and making sure that you are, putting your focus on the things that are going to drive sales in your business, we did want to talk about pricing in this section, but you will notice that we talked about this last. A lot of new sellers think immediately, okay, I'm not getting sales, it must be my pricing. And they lower it and lower it and lower it into the ground when that may or may not actually be the issue. So I think there is a mindset shift that needs to happen. That pricing is important, but if you're missing the mark on any of the things that myself and Meg talked about in this presentation, then you're not gonna get sales no matter what the price is. You could try and sell your shirt for $5. If you didn't add value with your design, if you're not able to easily read it and understand it from the thumbnail, then no one's going to click it in the first place. And if no one clicks it, no one's gonna buy it again, no matter what the price is. But not to say price isn't important in some way. So I do recommend, especially on Etsy, to do some research on what your competitors are pricing their items at so you can really understand what kind of range you should be in. But you never need to be the lowest price out there. But when you are selling on Etsy, you might see things like shirts for sale for $6.58, and you're asking yourself, how are they able to do this? It's actually something called a loss leader. They're not actually selling their shirts for that. This is a tactic that you yourself can use in your listings as well, where you make the least expensive item in your listing that price. You can see here when you click the drop down on Etsy, only the baby onesie in 12 months to 18 month size is the $6.59. Everything else is actually much more expensive. And so this is a popular tactic to use in your Etsy listings and something that can help you potentially get some more views by looking a little bit less expensive in the search results. And so our biggest takeaways for you, if you walk away from this presentation with nothing, is if you're getting no views, fix your designs and your mockups. If you get views but no sales, make sure you're building trust with your customers and checking your pricing and adding value with your designs. And just remember that every seller faces these problems. Everyone's going to go through dips in their business. It's not a linear line, unfortunately. But when you're stuck, just keep adjusting, keep testing, and you will do great. And then me and Meg actually put together a quick little download for you guys that we're going to upload in the Sellers Club. So if you go to the place to ask Meg questions and ask me questions, we'll post the link there. And so you can get a free little download to help you understand some of this just a little bit more in depth.
Definitely, and we've done the work to create a cheat sheet as well with all the frameworks of what we've talked about, which is also available in the Sellers Club. But if you want to learn more, make sure you check out these lovely ladies' channels as well. They deep dive a lot into it, so there's plenty of resources out there for you. But one thing that I do want to say is that with pricing in particular, you know, there's a lot of people who spend time overpricing, underpricing, trying to figure out what that is, and it does take sometimes can take a lot of time and research to figure out. But luckily, we've just created a brand new tool that does all of that work for you, and you're about to check it out for the first time right now. Take a look.
What's the first thing a buyer looks at when they find an item they like? If you said price, you're absolutely right. How much you charge for a product can mean the difference between it selling or sitting. So it's no surprise that a lot of sellers find pricing their items a little stressful. They need to figure out what their competitors are charging and how they can stand out. Doing that kind of research, however, takes time, patience, and experience, which is why so many sellers either undervalue their work or price themselves out of the market entirely. That's why we came up with something to make it easier, a lot easier. Introducing Printify's new and improved pricing tool, the easiest way to price your product smartly and sell more confidently. Here's how it works. Once you've added your designs to a product and reached the listing details page, scroll down to the pricing section to see a chart with a recommended price range based on real-time sales data from trusted sources like Etsy, Amazon, Shopify, and others. You will be able to see which prices are selling the most for items similar to yours. To apply the recommended price, just click on Optimize, and our price tool will automatically adjust the prices for you. But it gets even better. If you decide to sell that shirt on Shopify, the range readjusts. If you want to list it on Amazon, it will change again. Our tool will always give you the best price for the chosen sales channel and product. Let's go back to Etsy for a second though. If you decide to offer free shipping or run Etsy offsite ads, for example, you can easily toggle on those options right in the pricing section. Your price will instantly update to keep your margins healthy. Speaking of margins, you can even set your ideal default profit margin in store settings. That way, you don't have to adjust it yourself every time you create an item. Whether it's mugs, or sweatshirts, or blankets, every single price will automatically include the kind of profit you're looking for. No more spreadsheets, no more bouncing between pricing tables, and no more guessing. Now, you can price with precision, which means an even better chance at making sales. So, next time you're stuck on a number, don't guess. Let our brand new pricing tool do it all for you. Try it out for yourself and kickstart the sales with the right price every time.
Some trends come and go, but a product that speaks to a person, that's always in. In fact, personalized products aren't just trending, they're taking over. And it makes sense. Do you want the same t-shirt as everyone else? Or one that's unique to you? It's the kind of connection even the larger brands mass-producing items can't offer, that you can. Earlier this year, we gave the ability to add names, dates, and messages to your items. And you have already created hundreds of thousands of products that sell and earn up to 20% more than non-personalized items. The products you've created connect with people emotionally, and we want to give you an even more powerful version of the amazing sales tool that is personalization. So, we've added even more ways to help you offer easy customization and made it totally free. First up, custom fonts. It's great to write a message that's personal, but putting it in your favorite font is next level. You can now upload your own fonts straight into the product creator. From elegant scripts to bold lettering, creating one-of-a-kind text designs that really speak to customers has never been easier. But text customization isn't all your buyers are looking for. That's why we also gave them the ability to add their own images too. With our new image customization feature, all you need to do is set a placeholder image for your item. Then, when a buyer uploads their image, simply review and adjust the design and send it to production. You can even fully automate the process, so your orders can go through without you having to do a thing. But wait, what if your buyer wants both custom text and a custom image? No worries, we got that covered too. With multiple personalization layers, you're no longer limited to only one customizable area on a product at a time. Your buyer could add their name on the front, a date on the sleeve, a photo on the back, all at once. They can even add a phone number on the neck label of kids' clothing in case they get lost. It's all up to you. And we are not stopping here. We're bringing together two of our most popular features, embroidery and personalization, to give you the best of both worlds. Yes, now you can even offer custom embroidered text and images on select products. We are the only platform that provides personalized embroidery on this scale with a massive catalog and a creation experience that is so easy to use. And for buyers worried about how it will look, they no longer have to wait until it arrives to find out. With our brand new live previews on Printify pop-up, they will be able to see exactly what they're getting before they buy. That means more confidence for them and for you. Fewer returns, less customer support, and a smoother, more automated workflow. We will also be expanding these features to Etsy, Shopify, and other sales channels very soon. No more juggling a bunch of paid subscriptions. Printify gives you all the personalization options you need in one place, easily and for free. Text, fonts, personalized embroidery. So if you want to see your profits take off, take advantage of our brand new personalization features available now on Printify.
Wow, what an event this has been so far. I have to say, it is my third Amplified, but I definitely think that this is the best one yet. And I'm so happy that all of you are joining us. We still have some sessions up. And I really want to say that it's so amazing that you're here to learn from all of the incredible sellers. There's so much to learn, so I hope that you took notes. And we still have more to come to talk about personalization. But first, I just want to say and give a shout out to all of you who have been in the community, chatting it up and supporting us. And make sure that you do leave us a comment now and let us know what you have seen from Amplified so far that you're going to be taking away in your own business and share together, because a community is so important, especially with us online sellers. And speaking of community, the Facebook group for the POD Rockstars, if you are not in that, you are missing out. There is so much community and it's such an incredible space to learn more. So definitely join that if you're not. And I want to say, too, that we have a bunch of sponsors who have been so incredible for Amplified this year. And they've given us some really amazing coupon codes for the Amplified viewers, which is very special, and you should definitely take advantage of them. You can find them in the Sellers Club in the Sponsors Pavilion. So make sure that you check that out. And again, it's really great discounts, so you don't want to miss out. And we're sponsored by Everbee, Kittle, and Anywhere POD, which I believe is what we're going to be talking about pretty soon. behind me here with Chris from Anywhere POD to learn all the things about personalization. And personalization is a huge selling point, especially when you're selling on different marketplaces with lots of different products. And we do have a winner in our Sellers Club, which I do want to announce. So this person will be getting $100 of Printify sales credit. And let's see who our winner is. Congratulations to Brittany Biggs. Yes, Brittany Biggs. So congratulations to them, and they are going to receive that. So give us some time. We'll be in touch in a bit, but congrats. I hope that you use that wisely, maybe on some samples or something so that you can take some content and see. And also, speaking of giveaways. So if you have not entered yet, we do have that Instagram giveaway that you can get the chance to win an amplified t-shirt, an amplified sweatshirt, and an amplified tote bag. And of course, the prize that I keep talking about, you're probably sick of hearing me say it, but I think it's the best because you get a 1 year free of Printify Premium, which is amazing, saves you a lot of money, and it's a really great investment for your business. So definitely would check that out because you will love it, trust me. And I wanted to also mention that in our sessions today, I'm sure, like I said, that you've learned a lot and there's so much more to learn. But definitely stay tuned because we have our personalization coming up and it is such a great thing to add to your store. So we're going to be going right into that soon. So stay tuned to learn how to blank canvas into your personalized products.
All right, folks. Well, we're almost ready to wrap up Amplified, but not before we cover literally my favorite subject, which is personalization. And we're going to make the case how you folks can take advantage of this massive opportunity, and we'll explain exactly how big this is and exactly what you need to do. And I'm super excited because we just recently announced some additions to our personalization flow on Printify, and I just want to run through those here real quick. Upload your own fonts, give your text and some style and soul, let your customers drop in their own images. All you need to do is review. But if you don't like that, well, we offered some ability to automate that personalization so that those orders can flow seamlessly. Multi-layer options now, as well as we've added embroidery options to be able to personalize your products and think about the premium service you'll be able to offer with that. And of course, live previews. But ladies and gentlemen, we are here to take this discussion a little bit further. And with me to chop it up all about personalization, I'm joined with the founder of Anywhere POD. His name is Chris Meets. Now, Anywhere POD is the premier personalization tool in the world of print on demand. And we've got the founder who's been living in this world of personalization for over a decade. So are you ready to share those nuggets of information for our audience?
Absolutely. I'm excited to get into it today.
Excellent. All right. And also I've got Sellers Club mentor George McConnell. He specializes in mentoring folks in all areas of POD success. But right now we're talking about personalization. So do you think this is one of your strong suits?
Oh, I love personalization. I mean, you could charge more money for it, so.
Exactly, wonderful. And those are exactly the kind of topics that we are going to cover today, ladies and gentlemen. But first, I want to throw a few stats at you, and we'll pop this up on the screen, and we'll leave that there so you can check it out. First of all, the global market for personalized products is set to grow from $29 billion in 2024 up to $53 billion in 2032 at an annual growth rate of 6.5%. Folks, any of the industry literature you find out there just demonstrates how massive this segment of the market is and the potential for growth in the future. So that's what we're going to talk about today. Also, 1/3 of total orders on Etsy, personalized gifts made up 1/3 of Etsy's total merchandise gross sales, and 1/3 of all Etsy orders are personalized. Not to mention every 10th order that we fulfill is also a personalized order. So with this massive opportunity, let's get into our discussion and discuss a little bit of the frequently asked questions. And let's jump right into it, folks. Now, folks, a lot of people that I talk to, they think you have to have specialized design skills to get into this. So let's dispel that myth. Chris, what do you got?
No, absolutely not. So you don't need any kind of specialized design skills, especially with Anywhere POD's one-click Canva integration. Build it in Canva, one click, you import it over, and you're ready to get started.
All right. Well, our next question is, which sales channels does Printify support with their personalization and custom font uploads? Well, ladies and gentlemen, you can use any of Printify's integrated sales channels to fulfill personalized products. It works everywhere, including the Printify pop-up store, which I am so happy about that we can finally offer that on the pop-up store. Now, automated personalization, which we just announced, is available on TikTok Shop US, Etsy, and of course the pop-up store, with more options coming soon, so be sure to stay tuned for that. But of course, this can all be automated, correct?
Yes, absolutely. Yep. Especially, it's kind of a game changer now with what you can do with live previews, especially on Etsy. It used to be a real pain. Now with live previews, you can make that process a lot more seamless.
All right. So our next question is, well, they've got to take longer to fulfill, right?
Not at all.
Of course not. With these automation tools that we have available, not only from Printify, but anywhere POD, I mean, these can be seamlessly integrated into your flow. Let your customers include that information, fulfill those products like nobody's business. Although it should be noted that, like, once they enter the production process, I mean, they're fulfilled at the same speed and rate as any other order. So no need to worry about any delays with your production right there, ladies and gentlemen. Okay? All right, so we touched on a little bit here with you, George, but can people charge more for their personalized products?
Oh, definitely. I mean, it's more personable. So it's something unique. You can't get it from Walmart or Target. You know, you have to order it online, and sometimes they mess it up, but we don't, so.
Okay, well, we got a couple of personalization experts right here. I'm curious, which products perform best in terms of personalization?
Yes, it really depends on your niche. Any product, depending on your niche and what you're selling and your design, can be personalized. So it works great across, ornaments and blankets and apparel, really across the board. If you are, creative, you can find a way to kind of work that personalization into it.
Okay, what's your go-to personalized product?
Oh, I mean, right now, I love cutting boards.
Ooh, cutting boards. I love it. I love it. Okay, a little bit unconventional, but maybe it's becoming more conventional, but you're hearing this inside information first, folks. But I mean, functionally, any product in our catalog can be personalized. So take that to the bank, ladies and gentlemen. But let's not forget the fulfillment process of print-on-demand products aligns perfectly with customer expectations when they're purchasing a personalized product. Because, well, if somebody orders a t-shirt that says Jackson Family Reunion, Mechanicsburg, Virginia, November 3rd, 2025, well, they know that that shirt doesn't exist on your shelf. They understand that it has to go through the production process, somebody has to create the design, and of course, it has to be delivered. So they understand that they're going to have to wait a little bit for it. It goes through the production process. They're not going to be messaging you an hour after their purchase saying, where's my order? Because even subconsciously, they know that they're going to have to wait a little bit. So it aligns perfectly with their expectations. All right, let's move our conversation on because, my goodness, we have a lot to cover in just a little bit amount of time. So, yeah, we just demonstrated that the personalization market is growing exponentially. But what's pushing that growth from the customer side?
So I would say the kind of emotional angle of it, right? So like they talked a little bit in a session earlier about how people purchase by, the heart, not by the mind. So anytime you can kind of pull on that heartstring, it's going to do a little bit better. And being able to add personalization to it, if a mom can see their kid's face or even name on a product, they're going to be that much more likely to complete the purchase.
And right now, I mean, think about it. If you do tote bags, Halloween's coming up.
Okay.
So you can have your kid with their name on it, and that's kind of a keepsake.
So is it more gift giving? Is it people buying for themselves? I mean, what's really the driver behind it if we talk specific events?
Well, I mean, 1/3 is gift giving on Etsy. So that's huge. You have weddings, birthdays, things like that, baby showers. I mean, all these things you can easily customize with a person's name, baby's name on it, and give it out.
Okay.
And with Q4 right around the corner, that's the biggest mandatory gift-giving season.
Exactly.
So you got to do personalization for Christmas.
Exactly. Imagine the difference it's going to make at Christmas time when you can give Aunt Alice a personalized mug versus just a regular old mug. It's going to make you're going to be her favorite. You're going to be her favorite niece or nephew, folks. All right. So search volume for personalization is up like 43% on Etsy. We touched on that a little bit. But do you still feel that sellers are winning enough of this demand demand, or is there still like a lot of untapped space out there?
Oh yeah, I mean, there's untapped space because not a lot of people want to put the effort into personalization because they think it's hard, when it's actually really easy.
Yep, when you can make it so easy to do it, even as a new seller, it gives you an advantage over some of the more experienced sellers that, maybe don't realize that some of these tools are available now.
Okay, so if you were to put a number on it, like, where do you think we are in terms of tapping this market?
I feel like we're just getting started in the market of personalization. I mean, it's really kind of the biggest untapped market, especially now with all of the tools that are built in. So you can apply, even some of these AI effects to customers' images. It really kind of blows open the door on the possibilities of what you're able to offer your customers.
Right, exactly. And with the tools and features that we offer and the tools and features offered by Anywhere POD, folks, you have no excuse right now not to be offering. I mean, if it's basically hands off, I mean, what's stopping you? Okay, so what are the biggest gaps you see? I mean, product types, like customer awareness, personalization features. Like, where can sellers step in, like, right now?
Yeah, I mean, the biggest gap up until recently was being able to give customers the kind of AI effects to their photos. So being able to have a customer upload a photo and automatically convert that to, chibi artwork or a watercolor drawing or even line art for like the laser engraving that George was mentioning, converting their image to line art. There's so many possibilities there now that can be completely automated with live previews so the customer is confident, knows what it's going to look like before they even complete their purchase. Even on Etsy, it really opens up the market.
Okay, well, let's talk about getting started, because if you were starting from scratch, like with zero design skills, so which basics should you learn first and why?
I mean, you really don't have to learn anything with Anywhere POD because it pretty much does it for you. Just like you said, most of the cases when you were doing that sort of artwork, you'd have to learn ChatGPT, you would have to know what prompts to put in, you'd need to, create them, mess it up, create them, mess it up. But now it's all automatic. So that's just an amazing tool in itself. You don't have to do anything.
Well, that makes the learning curve pretty short.
Oh,
yeah. Especially file uploads now. Like, it used to be rather difficult. You'd have to get the image from the customer. If you wanted the background removed, you have to do that manually. If you want it in a custom shape, you have to do that manually. With our live preview system now, whether you're applying an AI effect or if you just want the image with the background removed or put into a custom shape, you can easily set that up. It automatic comes over from Canva in the right shape and everything's set up for you. So the setup process is easy and the customer takes care of the manipulation right when they upload it. It's all completed for them. They see that live preview. It really is a game changer.
Okay.
And one more thing really quick to note is, in most cases when a customer sends you a picture, it's not the best quality. With Anywhere POD, they have an upscaler built into it. So again, you don't need another program.
Okay, so you guys over there at Anywhere POD, you advertise your rapid lister, your mock-up templates, the photo effects, the Canva integration that you mentioned, live previews. Like, which one of these makes the biggest difference, like, for beginners? What should they get familiarized with first?
I would say what you'd get familiarized first with is going to be kind of that live preview system that I've been talking so much about, because it really is a game changer. It lets you do the photo uploads, the text on top of that. It really kind of opens up the door. Until that, we used to really recommend, if you were new, not to try to do photo personalization because it can be so hard to do. But now, since it's all automated, a lot of it's taken care of by the customer. It really kind of opens up that possibility even to a newer seller.
Okay, now I want to drill down on like the personalization itself. So which converts better? Like, is it good to stay basic with like just regular old names and dates, or like, is it better to go, because I mean, there's like a broad spectrum of personalization options. Should I just go for like high art and full on like complete characters and stuff like that? Like, where is the demand right now?
Yeah, really. I mean, like we said before, anything that's going to pull on that heartstring, right? So like with the AI effects, you can even do a multi-file upload. So if you want to take, in the memorial niche and have deceased loved ones added to, some sort of like family watercolor type portrait, you can even do that sort of thing. So anything like that is just that little bit extra step that's, again, pulling on that heartstrings again. It's so easy to set up and it's easy for the customer too. So it doesn't add a lot of complexity to it like it used to do some of those types of designs.
Okay, but can I make a basic connection with just names and dates and things like that? Is there still a place for that?
Oh, for sure.
100%.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
names and dates are still great. That still sells a lot of product, but when you run into those designs that you need to go the extra step, the platform's able to grow with you.
And just really quick to notate, like weddings. I mean, you have the name when they got married, just simple.
Sure,
right?
and,
But
if
it
you,
sells like
and if you have
crazy.
a template that you can sort of reuse and just sort of swap out the names and the dates and stuff like that. Exactly. Okay. All right. So, let's stay on that because I want to drill down a little bit on events, because for someone who's like just introduced personalization in their store, like which kinds of personalization tend to yield the best returns when it comes to specific events? I mean, we talked about weddings.
Yeah, you
what are
have
some of the
weddings.
other things that they should consider?
Mother's Day.
Mother's
Day is massive.
Okay.
And if you can do something where it says mom and then the kids, or even a grandmother, you have Mimi in there or Gigi in there, and then the grandchildren's name, those are big sellers.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, we're talking about Q4 too. I mean, it's not just Christmas. It's not just Halloween.
Yes.
Of course, there's Thanksgiving and all those other holidays like New Year's coming right up, and then boom, you're hit with Valentine's Day. Okay, so think about these holiday opportunities as personalization options. Okay, so we just announced that embroidery is going to be available, which is super cool. I'm glad I can finally talk about that out loud as a personalization option. So how do you think that's going to change the game, seeing that that's never been an option before, and it's, embroidery, that's something really premium.
Oh, for sure. Embroidery is a huge seller. I mean, it goes from a basic, say, t-shirt to making it luxurious. One, you can make more money with it, but two, it just feels nicer.
Right, exactly. And especially you can put it on a sweatshirt or a hoodie, something like that. The weather's starting to get colder right now. The demand for those products are increasing. And especially now that we're heading into gift giving season, okay, maybe someone wants to give something a little bit better to their friends and family this Christmas, or a little bit more with a little bit of a higher perceived value, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Anything with embroidery always has that like nicer feel to it. You're taking that same product and really just kind of elevating it, and then you put a name on top of it to tug on the heartstring a little bit more, and it's a win-win.
Okay. Now, I want to drill down a little bit more on this emotional connection, okay? That's what helps move personalization from just sort of something nice to like something that like means a lot to somebody and they're going to value, long term. So can you give our audience a little bit more, some more tips on how to build that emotional connection or tug on those heartstrings?
So if you put something in a way that a person envisions themselves with that product, that's how you pull on their heartstrings, right? So, for example, a tote bag. You throw that in a scene of a beach. Now, automatically, they're thinking, okay, I can go on vacation. I want to be on a beach. And then after they start thinking that way, they start thinking, what can I put in this tote bag? Right there, you sold them, because now they're starting to imagine the things that are being put inside that tote bag that you're selling.
Okay. Let's look at the flip side of that, because what mistakes do people make when they're trying to make that emotional connection, but they just fall short?
They just have the tote bag sitting there.
Yeah.
Just like plain?
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Mock-ups are huge, whether it's personalized or not. You really need that mock-up to connect with that emotional connection that you're trying to make. So, I know a lot of people, make their own custom mock-ups, which is another great thing with Anywhere POD. You can automate that whole process. So if you're doing a lot of tote bags, you can create that mock-up once in Anywhere POD, and it'll just automatically generate for you for every other listing that you create.
Oh, I like that. Okay. So cost control is critical. I mean, any other cost concerns that people need to be concerned with? I mean, is it going to in any way affect the customer service that they offer? Like anything hidden behind the scenes that our audience needs to be aware of?
No, so that's one of the nice things with Anywhere POD. We don't charge any order fees at all. So you're still making the exact same profit that you would, whether you use Anywhere POD or not. It also, kind of pushes the that line a little bit further, where you don't have to hire a VA right away. Obviously, we all hope that our shops are going to grow big enough where we need that VA. So when you do get to that point, we do have VA access inside of Anywhere POD as well. So you can get that VA in there to work on your shop without having to give them access to your Etsy store, which is huge.
And I love that there's no charging, because I love money.
Exactly. That's why we're here. No one wants to do this for free, folks. And that's a great way for us to drive home the fact that, yes, you're providing a premium service with personalization, and you can charge a premium price. But speaking of service, okay, so the customer is more involved, especially if they're entering in, their stuff automatically, and they're getting those live previews. Any concerns that we should be aware of? Any tips you can provide our audience in terms of providing excellent customer service throughout the whole process?
I think that you should just be human with the customer. So say if this is one that I always tell people, if there's a delay in the shipment, it's usually a fault, maybe like USPS, or maybe it just went somewhere. Just relay that to the customer. And from there, I've gotten more 5-star reviews because of just relaying it, of saying, hey, this may be a day late. And automatically, they just feel appreciated because of that. So that's how you really boost up your customer service.
Right, especially since the upcoming holiday season is right around the corner. All of every single logistical system is going to be pushed to the max. Okay, if you just keep those lines of communication open with your customer, again, like you said, they're going to be more than understanding. Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, let's go ahead and take this home, folks. We're almost done here with Amplified, but I just want to wrap this up for you, folks. I mean, let's make the case for you, because personalized gift market, it's not niche anymore. It's booming. It's absolutely massive, and you can tap into it right now with these awesome features that we just introduced and that are available from Anywhere POD. And you don't need to be a design whiz to start. I mean, if I can do it, anybody can do it. Okay. And also automating the personalization, streamlining the whole process. I mean, how much time is that going to save you? I mean, especially that Q4 is right around the corner and you only have that limited window in which to make sales. So the faster you can make them, the better off you're going to be. Make that emotional connection. Find a way to feature your product so that it tugs on your customers' heartstrings. Don't forget about that premium pricing, because you are offering a premium service. And of course, just to recap the features that we just announced: uploading custom fonts, letting customers provide their own images, automating the personalization, offering multi-layers of personalization options on a single product, and also adding embroidery, as well as allowing your customers to provide images and things like that. And of course, live previews. And of course, all that cool stuff that you can get from Anywhere POD, available on our Sellers Club. So head over there right now. Folks, this was amazing. I want to thank Chris Meets. I want to thank George McConnell. Get onto the personalization train now. We're going to put a bow on Amplified. It's been an absolutely wonderful day. Thank you so much for joining us. Don't go away. We got more coming.
If you want to grow your print-on-demand store without burning out, it's time to stop doing everything manually and start running on autopilot. Meet Anywhere POD, your all-in-one solution built to help POD sellers grow faster with AI, automation, and effortless personalization. The setup is simple. Connect your account to Canva, upload any design with one click, and our instant mockup generator creates scroll-stopping product images automatically. With our rapid lister, launch 2 to 20 complete listings with just a few clicks of a button. Anywhere POD makes personalization easy. Customers can add text, swap graphics, upload photos, and even use AI to transform designs. And with live previews inside Etsy and Shopify, customers can see exactly what they're buying before checkout. No back and forth needed. Anywhere POD handles the busy work, so your shop finally feels passive. You can try it for free, and to help you get started, you're invited to Anywhere POD Live, our free 3-day bootcamp. We'll walk you step by step from your very first listing to your fully automated shop. Seats are limited, so grab your free ticket today at anywherepod.com/Printify.
I
Okay.
thought we were over this already. Come on, just give it back.
Okay, can we not? Okay, we still don't know who's winning.
Well, we do know that A stands for art, right? But all right, we'll decide later. But before we get to that, we want to give a special shout out to some Sellers Club members who have been particularly active and engaging in today's chats. So a shout out to Avanel Edwards, Marcus Gottschalk, Rosa Rangel, Abigail Ringer, and Sherry Knox.
Definitely, and we got a couple more people. Shout out to Rufa Baus, who's been watching, Alexandria Johnson, Angela Schoen, Kimberly Wheatley, thank you so much for tuning in today, and Peggy Waters. We really appreciated all of your support today. But you know what? It's been a long one. We've had a lot of interesting sessions. Is there something that really surprised you today? I mean, it shocks us every year, but was there something this year at Amplified that stood out?
Not really a surprise, but I'm going to say the support and encouragement from everybody here behind the scenes, all of the experts, but also in the chat in Sellers Club. We can feel it, and I know you guys can feel it in Sellers Club. That is always the vibe, the energy you're getting there is encouragement, support. We're cheering each other on.
Definitely. I think, like, for me, honestly, Mac, I'm still buzzing from our debate because there was so much good stuff that we chatted about. But one thing that blew my mind this year is that, like, Pinterest, like, so underused, this tool, but it makes so much sense. And we have so many sellers who always worry about, oh, I don't have great looking mock-ups. I got to buy them. I got to make my own. I got to shoot my own. And one thing that you taught me is that sometimes your mock-ups can do a lot of the work. You know, all you got to do is post them on Pinterest. It's not social media. It's a search engine. And you can get so much buyer traffic because of that.
So true. It really is true.
Was there anything that surprised you?
You know, everything. I feel like there's just so much more knowledge. I feel like I think I know everything, and then I just start to learn so much more every time we learn from other sellers and their experiences. So I can't even pinpoint one thing, honestly. But, you know, I think we should get back and head it to the stage. What do you guys think?
Absolutely, because I need to take this home.
Oh boy, here we go again. I can't with you guys. I really... I think I should take this,
You know
maybe.
what? You're right.
Yeah, I think that maybe we need to calm it and see what's really going to happen with this winner.
I think Martin is the only person who can decide at this point. He is the referee, after all.
He is the referee.
Yeah, that's true.
And, you know, I think he's going to be happy to see us.
Yeah, that's true. He's going to be happy to see the winner of Amplified. That's all the stuff.
I'm glad that I'm up here because I'm a little scared, I'm not going to lie. But I am excited to see who the winner will be because we've had so many different opinions and stuff today. So it'll be really interesting.
There he is.
Oh, thank goodness. I'm so happy to see you.
All righty. Wow, what an amazing experience it's been, you guys. Thank you so much for joining us today. It's literally been round after round of amazing POD insights that have actually changed the way I think about the entire game. But now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the moment you've been waiting for. Let's go ahead and give out the 2025 Amplified Championship Belt. This is the prize that all sellers are working towards. Building a thriving business built on creativity or strategy. Is it art versus science, design versus data? One thing's for sure, folks. I think we need to declare a winner. I know it's been close, but what do you guys think?
Well, from my sessions, one thing has become crystal clear. Branding and design are powerful, but they're not everything. Without data to guide you or knowing how to scale, even the best designs in stores won't reach their full potential.
Yeah, I guess I should say some stuff too. Look, I know that you can have all the numbers and analytics and trend reports in the world, but if you don't have those good-looking designs, if you don't have good images or content that can stop the scroll, unfortunately, your store just won't stand out. And all right, I can't believe I'm saying this, but I guess science needs art as much as art needs science. Oh, okay.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Hold on, guys. Hold on, guys. Okay. I feel like we're headed towards a tie, and, like, quite frankly, that is totally lame. We can't leave it like this. We have to declare a winner.
I think we already have a clear winner here, Martin. Isn't it obvious?
Wait, Leah, are you trying to say that Talish is the winner?
I mean, when it comes to everything else, obviously. Right, guys? But no, Martin. I think what Leah means to say is that the real winner today is you, our audience, because just by tuning in to us, listening to all the experts, and finding out about all our new brand new features, you've already done more to improve your online business than you already know.
And you know what I think? I think that art and science are both needed to be a successful seller. And it's just all about how you put all of your effort towards that. And I think that everyone watching, you deserve a round of applause for watching and learning too. Yay.
Sure, folks, but it wasn't just us up here battling it out to bring you the hottest tips in POD. Let's give it up for our amazing experts, because without them, none of this would have been possible.
We also want to give A special shout out to our sponsors, Everbee, Kittle, and Anywhere POD. Your tools and resources really make this journey possible for a lot of online sellers, and that's why all of their exclusive offers and giveaways are still available inside our Sellers Club, including a 1-month subscription that you can still claim right now for free.
And with that access, you can keep today's conversation going with your fellow Amplified sellers. Get access to step-by-step courses on everything POD, from Etsy to TikTok. Receive expert advice and mentorship from some of the biggest names in POD, and be the first to get industry insights and data to sharpen your store.
It's your all-in-one space to connect, learn, and grow. But be sure to head over there and get these exclusive deals before the final bell rings.
And with that, we want to say thank you to all of the amazing people behind the scenes who worked literally day and night to bring this event together. David, please don't say my name, Hooker, Niklaus, the Sandstorm, Vatra, Liga, the organizer, Optimus Prime, Skruoda, Valeria, the most influential influencer specialist, Celik, Gabriele, the Italian design god, Roncoroni, Linda, the silent killer, Williamson, Anna, Isabel, the email maestro, master Rincon, Estella, the community queen, Valiova, Rozio, the social media serpent, Anselmo, and Elena, the Instagram elixir mixer, Kakimova.
We also want to give a special shout out to our entire camera crew and the entire production team. I'm giving a special shout out to Valerie's the god of lightning and color, Olekno, Kristers, your mom's favorite boyfriend, Hartmanis, Andres, aka Big Driss, Kukainis, Andres, my little cupcake, Baida, Elzabeta, the fixer, Fleischmann, Michael, the short king, but also the tall. He's not actually short, he's quite tall. Michael Dennis, Yevas, the silver tongue, Stalita, Mane, the animation goddess, Nersesyan, Dimitro, the Ukrainian stallion, Zolotov, and Gonzalo, where's my cigarette, Alzheimer.
Yes. All right, and last but certainly not least, big shout out to Vitalis Michnonoks, Laura Ramza, Rachel Kelly, Eva Puka, Ralf Kristas Pavlovics, Christian Sklavings, Marta Solovyova, Valts Vilna, Oskars Geks, Robert Židelis, Sandra Aleksandrova, Christian Vojtkevics, Arina Sizova, Megia Shatsa, Marina Gazazayan, and Emil Skalnings, Kristaps Kleinbergs, Aldis Bishevskis. How am I doing with my Eastern European pronunciations? Okay. Tom Smusts, Viesters Wolfs, Nikolais Baikovs, Marks Landmanis, Robert Vitolings, and of course, Dwayne and Larry.
From start to finish, Amplified has been all about pushing boundaries, about giving you the tools, the insights, and the confidence to grow your store your way.
But don't forget that the journey doesn't end here. Always keep growing, keep testing, keep learning, and no matter what, keep amplifying.
So, from our Printify family to yours, thank you and good night.